right, I'ma get right to it. They be like, she the best to ever do it. Ain't no lie, I'm the truth, that's why you see me fly like a bird in the sky. I'ma spread my wings, I'ma never fall. Don't you anything I want, I'ma get it all. I'ma shoot for the stars when I got the ball. No fear, city standing tall, stand tall. Built up, oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. Built tough, I am the one, I am the one, I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one, I am the one, I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one, I am the one, I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one, built tough, I'm the one, yeah. I'm built tough, built tough, built tough. I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive.
good for real. Just watch.
Yeah, hey, how you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about action. action, we don't say. We about action, we don't say. Coming for the crown, I need my fit. I don't stay in rooms that I don't fit in. She swear that I stay up on her mind like a fitted. Ain't that cap? She probably wouldn't give me time if I ain't around. Please CC me, email me. I need all formalities. I need all incentives. This money's about the only thing on mine, like my business. That's black on the type of wave I've been on. It's always got to crash like it's Windows. Need all of that and more. Give me all the go. Give me one play. I'm on 24. Kobe right in that hour. Shot wet just like showers. Tell me who got all of that power. Oh, that's me. I carry loaded team. I get that ring. I'm MVP. Know that they envy me just like cement. I'm in these streets. No opportunity. Knock at the door. I give you keys. My mama raised me selfish. I don't share. I play for keeps. And that's all game time. Know that win all mine. I'ma keep it, baby. How you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about actions, we don't say. We about action, we don't say. Yeah, how you gon' feel when I take it? Yeah, how you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say. We about action. Tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, when I take your spot, tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, only thing I need is time and the rest is on shit. Yeah, tell me when I take your spot, tell me how you gon' feel. Tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, hey, how you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say. We about action, tell me how you gon' feel. We are Latin, okay.
Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Puede ser que la vida nos separe. Puede ser que no te guste nadie. Puede ser que estemos hechos para amarnos. Puede ser, puede ser, puede ser. Puede ser que la vida nos separe. Puede ser que no te guste nadie. Puede ser que estemos hechos para amarnos. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie, nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie, tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Say, oh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. Stand-up guy, they asking me who am I. They wanna know who that, I tell her give them a try. They'll soon find out and move back with eyes open up wide. I'm here, the ruler's back to take it over for life. Yeah, you know I'm major, how I run it so iconic. They all treat me like the mayor. Everything that you did, I have done it all on paper. Super like I'm Sonic, see you later, get your weight up. Yeah, applying the pressure, swear on my soul that I will not let up. I'm on a roll and I'm in control, so get a hold cause I am that fed up. Don't need a poll to decide who is better. Never will fold and never will settle. They call me a problem, but I come and solve it. I promise the novice can't handle me, never, ever. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. I'm so chaotic, I show up, they cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I'm so alive, my enemies running high. They witness how I arrive. They all tucking their pride and cry. I'm so alive, my heart is cold as ice. I started, then I ride. They all ducking, they hide aside. Who gonna stop me? I am the man and they all a copy. Look at them stand, they licorice sloppy. I got these hands, they straight like it's Rocky. I got the plan of becoming a leader. You just a fan, so stay in your pocket. I am the plan, demanding you watch me. People they saying I'm really chaotic, yeah. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket.
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Nope. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they out for me. Just do it and stop at our talking to. I'm not expressing no modesty.
Bonjour tout le monde and welcome to EMEA Masters Winter Split Grand Finals. The Rats representing NLC versus the Octopus representing LFL. My name is Alexander Asharamaya. I will be your host for today, but I'm not alone. Today we have a special desk with 3 people. It is Trouble, Foxdrop, and somehow Aesthetics.
I think that makes 4 people, no?
Yeah,
No, you-
That's a special.
I'm
that's 4
isolated.
You're
people.
part of us, Archer. You're part of the
Am I part of the group?
Absolutely.
Finally?
Hysterics, wait! Welcome to the City of Love.
The City of Love.
I was just going to start by saying sometimes with your intros, I don't know what you're saying. Like, there's all this flowy mechanism, and you'd never know if you made a mistake because you always just go up and down. And you
Yeah.
But that's the secret.
LFL.
He
That's the
doesn't know
secret.
what he's saying.
Yeah.
I'm Portuguese.
That's an excuse.
That's the answer
apparently.
to everything.
Yeah.
It is lovely. We
Good for you.
finally get to the end of this, and NLC has been here before a long time ago. I think both of you witnessed this. Like when NLC went to finals, I know it's going to be painful.
I
don't know.
unfortunately cast both of these finals.
You did?
Whoa, you're the problem? It's you?
I'm casting today as well.
Oh,
Yeah, well, there goes the surprise. So we're going to have a TriCast for finals. Thank you, Georgia. But how did we get here? And how these teams got here as well? We got to see them on semifinals. So might as well start talking about how semifinals went with a little bit of a B-roll.
It was a stomp, wasn't it? Which one do you want to talk about? Like,
Los
either one.
Ratones.
Well, I know, but it's ironic, isn't it? Because we came in, and when we started talking about Los Ratones, we're like, yeah, we're one of the best teams in the tournament. It feels like their roster's super, super stacked. But hey, there's these underdogs coming through from Greece, from the Hellenic League, and I know Trouble's got a lot to say about it, where they had so much bark and bite. But then the common phrase
They
we
had more bark and no bite
that
on
was
that
on
day.
the day though. Before then, they had both. You know, they were barking and biting.
biting. You don't
Yeah.
make a biting sound effect for us?
Oh yeah.
There you go.
That's just
Yeah, our production's barking today as well.
Yeah, fantastic. I feel like Georgia probably had a lot more to say before the series yesterday. There was not much to talk about really for Team Phantasma here, which unfortunately bucked the trend of what we'd seen so far from EMEA Masters, where everything was very close. Some really well-fought series in the quarterfinals, but these semis, both of them, didn't quite live up to that same level, I would say. But we did still get to see some banging League of Legends and some beautiful plays. Look at Mouse here getting that bomba.
Bomba.
Yeah, he had some beautiful stuff there, especially in that game 1 on that Gragas. He's a scary fat man.
Yes, he's now learning to rotate as well. I think that's lovely. Baus started with, no, I didn't have TP, while he clearly had TP. And nowadays he rotates and he joins in the team. So the team is growing. But on the other side, though, we had LFL versus LFL. And when you look into the blue wall, a lot of people were expecting them to be on finals. But Easy Up On took them down.
This is probably like one of the most classic matchups we will ever have at EMEA Masters because there's multiple threats coming from the LFL consistently. So we've seen many LFL versus LFL competitions happening, and most of them end up being like very close. They usually go the mile, 5 games. This one unfortunately did not live up to its expectations, and it has always been KCB favored over in the LFL as well. However, KCB coming through with both their jungle and their support being completely different, last-minute subs for both, and some of the most important synergies in the game to have your jungle and support on the same page.
That's why we talked to Prime after the interview, right after the success of IJC. He was like, yeah, it was a win, but it didn't really feel that fulfilling. You know, to paraphrase, he didn't get the same enthusiasm that he got in finals when they were still trailing behind them. Instead, it was a massive stomp, and as you said, Trouble, like the synergy wasn't there. And every time, like the support difference, the bot overall difference, really hurt to watch considering what, we've seen in the past.
And again, coming into the finals, I feel like Hans Sumdi versus Crowny. Holy moly. Obviously, we're going into more details, but that's going to be exceptionally fun to watch. Both these guys have been, in my opinion, the best bot laners in the entire tournament, and they face off against each other in the finals.
May I make a question regarding that as we get to see the bracket and how we got here and the numbers as well? Do you believe on semifinals we got to see everything the teams are now standing on finals had to show?
No, they didn't have to show anything.
Yeah.
Both teams didn't have to show. Like, Los Ratones, like, we've already seen so much draft, I guess, from the public scrims, right? Even against Supermassive 2. But they're one of the best drafting teams in the tournament. You could say that when we were to 18, when we were down to 8 teams. 16 down to 8 teams. Like, no, they didn't have to show anything.
I would say in the quarterfinals, they have to show a lot.
They
They
do,
have
yeah.
to show their
That's
hand in
different.
the quarterfinals for sure.
Very different
Especially
question.
when you're going up against Supermassive. Also, watching the co-stream a lot. Like, Kato was getting a little bit worried. He's like, guys, we're running out of pool. We're running out of champions. They did still end up having a banger draft for that game 5. It was definitely a draft diff on that particular one. But it is a little bit worrying, especially when you go up against, opponents that do play very similar things to your champion pool. You don't just have to worry about what you have. You have to worry about what's already been played from them, what's already going to get banned out. And we've seen some Kane experience over in the top lane as well. Looking forward to what's next.
I really enjoyed that, Kane. But it's time to do it. I
Beg your
always
pardon?
like to
Excuse me?
test our desk. And today we have 3 analysts. You're now an analyst, by the way. You've been promoted. So,
Thank-
with that in mind, let's play a game. This is going to be the last game of EMEA Masters Winter Split. So, the prize is even better.
You want to play a game?
I want to play a game.
You wanna
play a
Okay.
game?
What are we playing, though? We're playing Nikoneri. We've done this in the past.
Nikoneri.
I'm going to give you a name that is hidden behind these clues. And I'm going to toss it, 1 to you, hide it, 1 to you,
Can we look at it?
I'm not allowed
hide
to
it,
look, or?
not yet, and give it to aesthetics.
Sorry.
The cool thing is, there's another one. And
I
another
can't look
one.
at this yet.
Huh?
I can't look at this yet.
Not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. Okay, so you have a tablet.
Looking.
Let's start with you, Georgia.
I have
You're
another
going to
one.
start drawing.
I'll have too many tablets.
Yeah, you have to put one down and then draw the other one. You have a champion name there. You'll try to... Wow, that was amazing. Spoiler. Man, you
I didn't
spoil
see
how
it,
many
at
customers are going
I'll
to
be
have.
honest, I was trying to read it and I could not read your writing.
Lovely.
Shame on you.
So you need to draw the champion that you have, the first
Okay, you're
one.
going to hand me the...
I'm going to hand you
Ah,
this. You're going to have to draw that champion, and the other ones will have to guess as fast as they can.
Do I get
The
unlimited
one
guesses?
guessing gets 1 point. The one that is drawing gets 2 points.
Ooh.
Do I get
Okay.
unlimited guesses?
Do I get to see
Can
them?
we just keep shouting out names
Yeah,
as it's going on?
I would
or-
like to be like
Or do
more,
we-
secure. Like I know
Okay.
that champion.
Secure,
Not going
okay.
by a list like Alistar,
Means-
Annie, and Evia.
Yeah,
Don't do that, okay? I'm gonna give you this.
Do I look?
You are now.
I look
able
at the
to
first one.
The first one. Wait, let me see. What did you
Oh man.
watch? I don't think that was the first one, was it? No, that wasn't the first one.
Well,
Well, it doesn't matter.
I'm going to start with this. Does it matter?
Okay. Start with that one. Start with that one. Okay. Production, good luck.
Okay.
So, Niconet is going to start, and you're going to be able to watch what he's drawing on the camera. There you go.
Oh, this is like art attack, bro.
Apparently, we're doing colors. Okay. I would love no colors, but
Syndra.
there you go. Da, 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 da. 2 points
Wow,
for
I'm so
trouble.
good at drawing
No
purple balls.
colors. Colors always ruin this one. Okay.
Somewhere
Can
Thanos
you
weeps.
delete this? Like, are you able to delete this, or should I? I should delete
I
this.
think you should
You're
do
the-
it.
you're
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is your show.
So it's my turn.
And now,
That's true.
no more colors. We learned from
Oh,
trouble.
wait, no colors?
No color. It has to be
That's all right. I'll
hard.
take the free
Oh.
point.
But you still get 2 points. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Spanish
Compensate
card
for the
I always
first
manage to
Fine.
cheat.
Okay. Fox, I don't know your skills,
Okay.
but I trust you. I shouldn't have said this out loud.
Yeah, you shouldn't have said that at all. Right, here we go. okay. Oh, gosh.
The song is so different.
Veigar.
Wow, this- Guys, I've cooked it.
Gentleman Cho'Gath.
I've cooked it.
Oh.
That's close. That's close.
Timo.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, then he's got
3 points for trouble.
mushroom.
Okay, Jake, you got to try harder, man.
No, but
3 points
He's got
for
a fluffy
trouble.
face.
he told me not to shout out, and the last one I knew 100%. So I'm allowed to shout out. Okay. Got it.
It's going
Can you
smooth.
erase
It's going
again,
smooth.
please?
Going
Yeah.
up against Greeks and Portuguese people, like, come on, man.
Yeah, do I have to? Why did you hand it back? Yeah, you clear it. Give it over.
Bruh.
Okay. Just deleting everything. It is fixed. Now it's on to you.
Next.
Oh boy, this is a mistake. See, this is a big mistake.
What the?
I'm so sorry, everyone on chat.
What is this posture?
Ah, makes sense.
Me.
Yes.
Oriana Old.
No, it's a champion.
Ah.
Ah, I see it.
about, don't you?
I see what you're trying to do.
Ah, me.
Yes.
Malphite.
How?
Blitzcrank.
Okay.
Okay, I'll stop.
What am I
Is
witnessing?
the champion sick?
Yeah, that's him.
Is it Jax?
big.
Yeah.
Nice one.
He's counter-striking,
Nice
bro.
one.
There you go.
There you go.
Baton toss.
So you
I like
have
that.
at the moment
Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
4 points, 3 points, and 2 points. Yeah, you're currently
What?
on the lead.
He got one. He guessed George's. Does
Oh,
that-
he was the one guessing.
So
3 points, 3 points, 3 points.
Yeah,
Okay,
we-
everybody's
I
on.
don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I understand why they handed it back to you. Can you just teach
Yeah.
Can you just teach us how to rub it out so we don't have to sit there, doing it?
Maybe we
What?
don't, maybe we don't know that on air.
Australians use rubbers, okay? Rubbers are like a gauze.
What?
You know what I mean?
No.
Bro, it's the
No,
same in English.
it's-
Yeah, but
Rubbers get like rid of pencils.
eraser.
What an
See, I would have
eraser!
expected
Oh,
this.
I'm sorry, I didn't use the American word.
I would have expected this from Ashram,
There's
Jake, not
still
from you.
A rubber.
Because I'm Portuguese?
Yes.
Okay, there you go.
I promise
You
that
want
was
me-
safe,
okay.
Rhea.
Keep in mind,
Not
3
like that.
points for everybody so far.
Yeah, that's what I.
Oh, God.
Yeah, 3 points, 3 points, 3 points.
You can count. Okay, next.
Okay.
Christ.
Okay,
All right, G.
this is
show us
your
what you
last
got.
chance to get those 2 points, Georgia.
In monochrome this time. Hard mode.
Okay, there you go. She's doing it. Yes, I totally get the champion. It's perfect so far.
Oh, my goodness.
I regret my
Alistair.
life.
Hell no. Is
I
it
see, why
Rel?
would you say that? What?
Rel?
That is real somehow.
What?
It's the horse.
It
I
is the
think.
horse.
Holy moly.
I thought it was a
It is
cow.
the horse. It was a spitting image.
I mean,
The production's doing it.
okay, this looks like a horse drawn by someone who's never seen a horse before, but
Yes.
he described a
Yes.
horse.
You want to know a fun fact? I was in horse riding for many years.
Yeah, exactly. So you're on top of it. You didn't get to see what his body looked like.
Never seen a horse, but I've been on one.
5 points for Georgia.
Classic.
There you go.
Damn.
Okay, Fox, you're sitting on 3 points.
This is a toughie, dude. Okay.
You were missing out on the prize today.
I think you guys aren't going to get this. Where do I even begin?
Do better then.
Okay,
will
you got
try.
this, Fox. You got this, Foxy.
Nah.
Look at that.
It's cooked already.
It's so close.
Zach?
Riot, are you looking for new art workers?
He's.
We got this.
They're kind of angry, so.
I mean,
Or Master Yi?
No, he's a bit.
Ragus.
Don't say.
What? No, it's anger, bro. That's anger.
Okay, that's anger. Okay.
Warwick.
There's.
This not Gragas.
And then
What
he's
is
got
this?
Ah, Vex.
one little.
can I
one.
be honest?
Is that Vex?
I
Is
don't
it?
know what champion this is, by the way. I no longer know what champion this is.
Okay.
When I made the
Is
game.
this-
Okay, we're drawing the setting now.
Blitzcrank.
Ah, okay, I get it. Okay, I get it. Okay,
You're
makes a
drawing
lot
the
of sense.
setting.
Yeah, this is where
Yeah,
he lives.
this makes a lot of
This
sense.
is his house. This is his home.
This is where he lives.
Yo, is this Donkey Kong? What is this?
Is that Malphite?
No.
Can you... what is the face? The face is throwing me
'Cause
off.
he's
It looks like
angry.
Can we let
Cartman
him
from
do
South Park.
colors? Can we let him do colors?
Wait,
I
I've got,
think he
let
needs
me
this
try
distance.
the face again. Let me try the face
Okay, he's
again.
doing face again.
Okay.
Because the rest is like pretty clear.
I don't know if it is.
Okay, okay.
I would not say that.
I go back
Chat,
to the
do
pen.
you know what this
Oh,
is?
I'm moving
So it's
it.
not Zach.
Is it a Mumu?
Wait, I've ruined it. How do I
What
get-
are you
wait, no, I'm
doing?
good. I'm good.
Neela.
Oh, Twitch chat got it.
There you
Twitch
go.
chat is aware. 2 points for
Is
Twitch
that
chat.
Nocturne?
Ah.
Since when is Nocturne that thick, Brett?
Okay, sorry.
To be fair, I shouldn't say anything. That doesn't look like any champion.
That doesn't look like anything.
But I can tell you it's not.
Veigar.
It's not Nocturne.
Veigar.
No. Okay, guys. Here's his. Oh,
Poppy.
Okay, that's the ultimate.
this is
Nami.
the ultimate.
Talia?
Jesus Christ.
Ari?
Ari.
I don't know.
Why did you give me this one? This is such a hard character to draw.
Jana. No, I'm just... Okay,
That's the
Anivia.
ultimate. Can we get
I
some
don't know what
color?
else to-
Aatrox.
Can we get some color?
The thing is.
Do the E spell. Someone told me to do the E.
Good shout. Good shout.
Galio. I don't know. Leona?
Elise?
That's not the E spell.
Yeah, it is. Imagine one of these knobheads running at you.
What? Production is confused.
What the hell
Okay,
is this?
just so you are aware, Twitch chat got it.
Okay.
And now Twitch chat is confused.
Oh,
That we can't get it.
No, that what he's making now. Oh, boom.
Rumble?
This thing.
Ziggs.
Say is a.
It's got a
Okay,
face,
give them
it's
a clue.
thing.
Give them a clue.
Okay, here's the sound effect for this guy.
Maokai!
Yes!
Oh my
Okay,
god!
so let me get it out. Let me see, look. He's got one fat arm and one little, take my strong hand. He's got one of those, right? Which I have clearly demonstrated. You can see that. Here's your arcane smash hand here.
the hell
Here's your
is
baby
that?
hand.
I think it's time to pick up your
He's-
microphone because my hand
Sorry.
can't do this anymore.
He's a temperamental individual, so I've given him anger. The ultimate.
You got it
Maokai's
right,
not
didn't
waves,
you?
yeah.
So you are on 6 points.
I'm not
Okay?
gonna lie.
5
Can we-
points.
That
Aesthetics,
I
it's
think
on
that
you
was
right
quality.
now.
Bro.
The problem is, how do
Bro,
I
the
delete this
drawing
out of a
is
sudden?
on me right now. Like, we need something quality. Come on.
I don't.
Can you just not rub it out? Can you just like clean the whole
saying
thing?
that.
Stop saying that.
No, chat. Anyone? This might
Can
be EMEA
someone
Masters,
take the
but anyone from
microphone away
Australia.
from aesthetics?
We're in Eurovision, so that must mean EMEA Masters include. When's Australia going to join? You know, that's our next topic.
Facts, dude.
You done? Hurry up.
There's not just like an eraser.
You know how many things you draw?
Yeah, but
You're not
can't you just
confusing
refresh-
it with-
Can't you just refresh the screen?
I don't know. Can you draw? Can you draw only on the right
We seem to be
side?
having technical issues with Artrom's hand right now. He's
This
Are you
shows
okay?
the smallest.
He's
eraser
rubbing
font.
it.
Okay, use only the right side.
okay.
You got this.
Chat, ignore left, look right. Okay?
Okay.
I've already looked preemptively. Watch this.
Oh gosh, Twitch.
It can't be worse.
If
than
you
what
can
we
get
just
this
got.
correct, we'll give you
I get this?
a prize.
This posture needs to be studied.
Okay, there you go. Okay, aesthetics, you got this. You got this. Look at this. This is art.
Oh Jesus!
What?
Christ, come on, bro. Why did it have to
I
start
like
with
our
that?
production.
Is it a rub? Is it? Are we? Is it a? Oh no.
Vagar? Jin.
Ah.
Eh?
Okay, I lost.
Misfortune.
Caitlin.
Caitlin doesn't have curls.
Yeah, it doesn't matter
His
when
hair.
we're getting to the gun. She has a big top hat and it
Yeah.
was going to be a big gun.
You
don't
gave her curls.
It doesn't. I don't know what a hair
it all
is.
it's
I
all
have
the
a
same,
wife.
bro.
I don't study other women.
Misfortune has a hat and curls.
Yeah, but I don't look at
Her hat
other
doesn't
women.
look like that.
Okay, here you go.
I saw you looking at Caitlin just now.
Oh,
just
well,
saying.
I had to because
I'm just saying I got it, so it must have been.
Artrom, there's nothing wrong with that. I saved the drawing. You didn't even get to the gun. Yo, how many points do I get now?
I'm thankful for that. Who got it? Wow, so this
I
is
think-
666?
Oh my
Oh,
god.
okay, everybody got 6 points.
What's
Maybe
the
you should
decider? Is
draw.
it you?
I think we should
Just
get
do the
Twitch chat.
decider.
Can
Do the
Twitch chat
decider.
give
You
us
should be the
uh,
decider.
You should
I'll
be
do
the
the
decider.
decider.
You
Okay.
do the decider and
Oh,
we guess.
okay.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Okay.
Start drawing so I can guess. Tell me when. When that comes up on screen.
I don't know what you had there, by the way, production. Like- okay, ready?
Ready.
Yep.
Whoever takes this one gets 15 points.
Let's go.
Go.
Okay,
Pantheon.
What?
I'm trying to draw to begin with.
How
There
come
you
you
go.
didn't erase
Okay,
the screen like
okay,
that
just
for me?
wanted to
Okay,
draw.
okay.
The thing you said? Okay, I'll try my best. This is gonna be hard and I have to be fast. Okay.
Okay, okay.
And then do this and...
Rise.
Garen.
Yasuo.
There you go! I didn't even get to the hair!
Yasuo doesn't two-hand it. What's that about, bro?
What do you mean? The ultimate, he uses 2 hands.
Does he?
I don't know. So with that in mind, Georgia wins, Nicolini. And you get
She gets another
this.
shirt.
This, look
Get
at this.
another shirt?
You have to wear all your shirts.
It's even better.
Oh.
It's a dress.
Wait, hold.
Kinda. Okay, I hold.
God.
It's
Oh.
berets.
Can't even wear this with his hair. Okay.
Oh, hey. Hey.
That's actually
That's
kind of-
it.
But there's
That kinda
more.
Oh, no,
goes
you can
hard.
have the black one.
Oh, yeah.
But wait.
Big.
Oh, wait.
There's more.
A third beret.
There's a mustache.
I'll put it on.
And wait, there's more.
Oh my god.
Look at this.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. Sacre bleu.
It is gorgeous.
Oh. Wait,
Wait,
I'm
yes.
so lucky.
It's the French
Wait,
experience.
that's it. Wait, that's it. I look French. Oui, oui.
You do,
Oh.
oui, oui.
Oh, mon Dieu.
Where are we? Where are we?
In the city of love. And what is this? Wait, that's another top. Another
Are
It's the
Hands.
same. We just wanted to get you a pair.
Oh, cool. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's banging, dude.
Just so you and your husband can, yeah, both be French.
Yeah, me and Rakan can both be French.
Can I say, look at, here I am, and now, who is he?
It's the
Wow.
Yeah, there you go.
Wrong
No,
country.
come on.
Salut tout le monde, juif, monsieur, faut un peu.
Our production laughed. It must have been funny.
It was funny.
It must have been good in French.
But-
in English, right over.
Why are we here, by the way? Why are we here? We are 15 minutes
Just to
away
Nice question.
from
Very
what
existential
be
question, bro.
a first-time victory for NLC or maybe LFL with a new name. Let's talk about both teams. Let's start with LFL because this is a team that showed up out of nowhere and is now at the top of the ladder. IJC versus LR. Let's start with LFL C2, by the way.
Yeah, well, you don't get many chances to have beaten KC before the finals. It used to be the theme that whenever KC was at EMEA Masters, they had a 100% win rate. Not anymore. Stumbled upon LFL C2. They couldn't take them down in the LFL. They took them down here. However, in general, I feel like IJC have had a pretty similar story to KC. You've got a content creator who's doing travel vlogs from Japan, creating this team, playing Div 2, promoting.
Yeah, that's the beautiful story. They started on Div 2 and look at the jump.
Yes, their whole story has been working their way up, building up and biding their time. You can see in 2024 last year when they were in Div 2 in France, in spring, you can see 3rd place. In summer, boom, they move up to 1st. Then they go into the LFL and they get 2nd overall coming into here, into EMEA Masters. And finally, they knock out the #1 NFL seed to make it to the grand finals. Like, these guys just go from strength to strength. They say Belfast is going to win Wales in 2026. If this team is a trending team, I'm just saying, where else is there to go?
Now the French team just goes to the LEC all of a sudden, right? Ooh. And with a roster that's like a mix, mix and match, like a mixed bag. Like Hansam D, for example, has been around a little bit. I used to cast him in 2020, 2021 LPL when he was just known as Sam D. He was on like these small, like growing teams, but he was nothing special. He was an AD carry that had some flair, but got called out a lot. And he's obviously come over to EU and he's honed quite a lot. I know he's been in a lot of teams over the past 5 years. And with Prime as well, who we only cast like last split at EMEA Masters in our Team Geo, right? Where him and Bukata on the same team really relied on their synergy. I feel like he's been an up-and-coming support that we've been talking about, at least in the past couple of years, quite seriously.
I like the way you brought in Hansam D and the way that it was caught in the past and the way that he grew into this version of Hansam D. When you look at this is scary to begin with.
Okay, I'm just going to say Korean AD carry, usually they get a lot of resources when they play in Europe, and for a good reason. That is his DPM throughout the entire tournament. I mean, IJC do put a lot of eggs in his basket, but he comes up clutch. He plays so many different iterations of AD carry, so many different play styles, but in general, they all play for him. Happy Hansam D down the bot lane, fed Hansam D down in the bot lane, IJC wins the game.
And he's that KDA you see there, 6.9. It's the highest of all ADCs in the tournament.
And the perfect number?
Well, it's a very nice number.
Nice.
Definitely nice, yeah. And we talk about, if you want to break down a little deeper, which is fascinating here, is a lot of the champions for bot lane that you see, the standard champions, wouldn't include Misfortune in that list. But it is Hansam's most played champion and his best champion, 13 KDA on Misfortune. Like, bruh. How do you manage to do that? That is very impressive. And just, yeah, he's so skilled, and a lot of success from EC Japon comes from that bot side of the map. So it's all going to pop off down
because he has really, like him and Prime have really strong laning phase. We saw it in the semi-final. It was a clean house. And yeah, you can say that KC Blue weren't running their original 2v2, but still within the lane itself, like not only were they hyper aggressive, then became this reliable carry that you guys were setting up. It's rare to have people like that can kind of play both, that aren't a liability, and that can be so clean later on in team fights as well.
And if you're talking about the bot line, might as well include Prime on this conversation with the experience that he has. I know he has been fighting for a long time, and this is the reward.
I feel like he's always been on like LEC lists, but he's just about not making the cut to get on an LEC team. And for the first time, he's making his first appearance at an EMEA Masters Finals. Even though he has been that high up on the list, he's never made it this far. And now is the time to prove that he does deserve even more recognition for what he's done. He's got 10 years of competitive experience so far, and he's been hovering around ERLs for the longest time. This could be his biggest success story.
So if we're talking about the bot line and the lot of experience they have, what about the one that doesn't have
As much?
any experience to begin with. I mean, it's an entire year, and so far it's only wins, wins, wins. Theocax, the
Ooh.
kid, 17 years old.
What a legend, dude. I mean, he started off, right, in the NLC, more or less, right, last year when he was out here. Oh, there we go.
We birthed so much talent in the NLC. It's crazy.
This is it. They come to
all gone.
NLC, they hone their craft, and then they, leave us.
Then they
But,
just yoink them.
He won. He won last time, Brennan Crest, right, 2024 summer, and he was sick on there as a jungler. He's such a young prodigy, and now he's here in the finals of EMEA Masters. He's gone from strength to strength. I feel like French junglers are just on something. Right, they're really producing so much talent here in France. Like, take a look at this, right? From tier 3 in France to winning, basically. He just doesn't stop winning. Didn't quite have the same EMEA success last time around as he has now, but this is it, right? Imagine winning when you're 17, right? 17 years old to Theocax, like it's.
That's a
Yeah.
story we've told before.
Yeah, I was
and he's
gonna say-
only 17.
That's it.
Like, oh my God, let's do another one.
Yeah.
Let's do
Another one. Repeat.
If you want to focus on the way Theocax play, I mean, you brought it up on the other day. He just plays those junglers that helps the team. He's a
You said something
facilitator.
really fun there. You said those. Yeah, he does
The
play
doge
dog
junglers.
champs. He actually does
Okay.
play dog champs in the jungle. So that was a very nice one. No pun intended, but it was very intended because look at him. He's just playing facilitators primarily. The Skarners, the Sejuanis, the Maokais, the Zac. Over in solo queue, they know him as the Zac main as well. His Zac does get banned out if they sniff him in solo queue, if they sniff him in the champ select as well. And we have yet to see it recently in all of these drafts, but I'm very excited to see something like this. He can't play the more aggressive stuff like Viegos and Zinzaos, but primarily it's about setting up, getting onto these fights, and initiating for his team.
Yeah, because on that point, he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to play more aggressive because he has such strong laners that the first 15, 20 minutes playing something like Sejuani, Skarner, Maokai, these early ganking junglers, they can really set up on the map and play through map pressure, or rather play through lane pressure. It's just a perfect little cherry on top. It reminds me of Casa back in the old top esports days when before Cream you had I think Rookie was on the team at some point. You had like Jackie Love in fine form with Crisp or Mako, one of the lanes.
Oh, whoa, he's still in fine form, buddy.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
All right.
But when you have a team like that with such high caliber, I think Ning is another great example of IG 2018 winning squad. You can play these defensive junglers that can really control tempo in team fights. And through early lanes, you use all that pressure as a Sejuani and you're just chilling, right?
It's completely right. Like, he doesn't need to have more than these kind of champions in his pool to facilitate his team. The question then becomes when you take it out of context, or put it into context, out of a vacuum, and you put it up against Los Ratones, who are their opponents in the finals here. We've seen success against Los Ratones come from a lot of aggressive jungle plays, right?
Yeah.
Aggressive invading, putting pressure on Velia. But this is a kind of guy, and Theocax is probably not going to do that, right? He's not going to invade and put that pressure on you. And you can see in contrast the different kind of champions that Velia plays, much better on those aggressive style champions. You can see the Pantheons, Viegos, Nidalee, his Kindred game to seal the deal against Supermassive, dropping a big old 10 bomb in that one. He is just so much more comfortable in a different style of champion, and that's a matchup that's really going to shine in this finals.
I feel like you set up the question yesterday perfectly, Foxy, because you're like, we're expecting him to be pressured versus Manatee, because Manatee is a little bit more of an aggro jungler.
Yeah.
But Theocax doesn't do that. Theocax is like, I'll let you do your thing, and I'll see you, buddy, in the team fights, right? But if you allow Velia to play his Nidalee, if you allow Velia to play his Viego, and actually get to farm and play more aggro, I feel like you're opening another kind of worms right there, because there's just too many carries on Los Ratones.
But on that note, like while the aggression versus defensive factor is important, I also want to note that Velia actually draws a lot of bans and pick ban as well. Saw it a lot yesterday. Like the Nidalee bans come through, the Pantheon bans come through. He actually draws a lot more of attention. And when you start talking about drafts, you're like, well, but then he just angles to more of these carry picks that are available in the meta. It's actually quite flexible in the jungle right now. You saw things like the Nocturne, picked up. But yeah, I mean, I feel like that's just the Los Ratones story at the moment. Is like, if one's not versatile, the whole bloody team is.
I feel like what's very interesting about this draft is also the flexibility from Los Ratones. You B1 Vi, which a little bit of me dies inside every time I see this, but Baus can take it up in the top lane, which ended up being the case. But then it becomes a little bit tricky because you see on the red side, they picked Viego to go up against the Vi. Suddenly it's not the Vi matchup because Vi is up in the top lane and you have to play into a Nocturne Orianna combo, which makes it suddenly really hard for a hard shove in bot lane that you drafted with a Caitlyn. So I feel like this is the strongest part of Los Ratones, not even the players, the flexibility on how they draft. There was also another one where suddenly a Cho'Gath popped up and you're like,
Yeah.
is it Nemesis or is it
There you go.
Bounce?
Yeah, this is the problem when your top laner is playing Ultimate Bravery. Doesn't know what he's locking in. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the champion pools across the board have been so diverse. And something, you know, we watch Los Ratones in the NLC a lot. I don't think they've really shown us everything they even showed us domestically. They haven't really brought it out. I think the Galio is a big example of that. It was a huge pick for Los Ratones, and I think Baus has picked it up, but it's not really been like, you know, it was like a Nemesis bread and butter type thing. And that flexibility is such a boon for Los Ratones, but it's to be expected. Right?
Yeah.
It's to be expected with how long these guys have played League of Legends. They probably have an idea of how to play a lot of League of Legends champions, right? I mean, not just longevity from a time period, but just the quality that they've been playing at as well, right? We know that the top side of the map, what is it, like 30, what was it, 31, 32
He's going to
years?
bring it up.
That with the bottom side of the map.
It's the bottom side.
Sorry,
yeah.
not the
Next
bottom.
spread.
You're right.
Yeah, yeah.
Not the top side. The bottom side of the map. Yeah. So yeah, it's crazy just how that the advantage that gives you in the draft.
But I feel like on top of the draft points, the other takeaway I want people to really absorb is the fact that, like, because you've taken someone like Baus out of solo queue, you don't have that refinement that you get with other top laners who grow up in the system. It sounds weird, like I'm talking about an orphan. But like Baus, because he was so unrefined, and as Reckless said on stream a lot, like, bro, don't change, don't become someone else. Like, still have these crazy and wacky picks. They can use that. It creates more flexibility, creates more of those big draft points that Foxdrop and Troll were just talking about. And that's what makes Los Ratones like even harder, because there are teams that are play with flexes all the time. There are teams that are really known as like, oh, they play with this double flex between solo lanes. It's like, wait, but this is a triple flex. But wait, this, you know, Ezreal's been played in jungle at the moment. Wait, Baus is practicing Nocturne top. Like, it just goes beyond what we talk about when we normally talk about flexibility of drafts.
Yeah, flex should be those like J something stable, but Baus pushes the boundary. He doesn't
That was
care.
another one that we're not expecting. Los Ratones, again, in this draft that we showed earlier, that they were playing Jace.
Yeah.
No one expected. They left it open. They didn't expect it. Nemesis suddenly picked it up in the mid lane. And I think that's a testament to how hard the players also practice the entire
because Baus
time.
plays everything, you're like, wait, has he been learning Jace
Yeah, exactly.
off stream? Like,
or is it Nemesis?
It
yeah.
makes you second guess a lot.
Okay, as we move on, we're talking about, okay, Baus just moved in, rookie of the split, all this flexibility, but it allows the rest of the team, as you were talking about, with the experience, the combined experience. And you talked about this yesterday as we're setting up the show, the amount of years they have combined. This is kind of scary.
It really is, because like this is just the bottom half of the map. This is just Nemesis, Crowny, and Reckless. Now, of course, Velia and Baus aren't going to add too much here, but when you look at Nemesis and Reckless, especially with how long they've been in the scene, you get multi-Worlds appearances. Crowny, obviously, on BDS in 2023, you know, Worlds on that roster as well before he left BDS. Like, he adds something to the mix, but there is just so much experience, and I think the voices that Velia said were behind him yesterday in our interview are these main voices here, and especially that man on the right I want to focus in. He has 13 out of the 31 competitive years. Like almost 14. His Worlds appearances are about 6 on this list as well. LEC Finals appearances, not let alone titles, which weren't in there, that Reckless has many as well.
Worlds Finals?
Yeah.
Worlds, like even though he didn't play on T1, he hoisted the trophy. He was also there. He went to Korea to develop himself. Like, he's still got so much drive for a player that's been in the scene for over 13 years.
And all of a sudden, multi-classes.
I love how your brain went straight to T1. I meant 2018 Worlds Finals.
I mean,
like,
yeah,
he was there. He was playing,
he didn't
okay?
hoist the trophy
He
in
didn't hoist the
2018.
trophy.
Last year, they said pick it up, and like London went louder for him than I think they did for Faker. But that just shows you how long this guy's been around and how much of a go to the scene he is. Like, if there's a player I go to as representing EU or like the EU man, I think about Reckless. I don't know about you guys.
Absolutely, and I feel like it's also a testament to him and how he has transitioned into the support role, because he used to be the KDA king. Big Jin, big Sivir, don't actually get into the fight. But right now, if we see how he actually plays support, I think the stats for Reckless speak for himself, for themselves. I feel like he has had such an incredible development in general. Particularly his Brom has been so incredible that he ends up being permabanned throughout every game.
Yeah,
So let's talk about the stats that he brings in with this multi-classing on the bot lane. As a look at the sort of champions he plays, the Braum can be an aggressive out of a sudden.
This is it, right? You look at that list and you don't necessarily think this is the most aggressive lineup, but the way that he plays it is aggressive, right? Even the Lulus and the Braums, like he gets himself involved and he makes those plays, and it really facilitates the strength of Crownie in that bot side, who has also shone and excelled. I mean, that kill participation of over 80% and his KDA, which isn't on screen there, but I can tell you it is the highest in the entire tournament.
Of course it is, because this guy is the cornerstone of what also makes Crownie good. Crownie's a good AD carry, but their 2v2, when we're just talking about, you know, IJC's 2v2 lane, how strong it is in the lane. I think you say the same about Los Ratones. If that bot lane goes well, it's the structure and the foundation of what makes Los Ratones get through that early game that can be so explosive in the other side of the map.
We're about to jump into Champion Select, but there's one line I don't want to leave out, which is the mid line with a lot of experience as well. On the other side, on Easy Yapon, when you bring these two face to face, this is what we get. And is this the line we should be watching closest?
I feel it's got to be, to start with at least, right? Before this, before we get deeper into the drafts and Fearless starts kicking in, it's Certus versus Nemesis. The experience between these two players as well. We've already harped a lot on the experience of these two teams. But Certus, obviously, he's been in LEC. Nemesis has been in LEC. But what's really surprising, for me at least, coming into EMEA Masters right now, is the different roles that these two players have within their teams, where Certus is a very talented player, doesn't actually have to be the guy on his team, right? He can play a lot more for his top, for his bot lane, whereas Nemesis right now in EMEA Masters has definitely put a lot of that burden on himself and has been their best player for Los Ratones. So it's certainly a matchup that I'm going to be watching as we get into this.
Final one?
I feel like I said Nemesis is like an ego player in a good way. Like he will not let go in that laning phase. And I just want to say, as we're jumping into the Champ Select, Certus has B1 Dakali before, and I wonder, can you do that? Obviously not in game one, but can you do that versus Nemesis?
Is he going to allow it, or is he just facing it, accepting the challenge of, you want to play carry? I'll play carry. Because yesterday, Pepper was trying to control and was like, no, I'm the control now. Here we go, Champion Select. Tell me, Static.
Now, first big takeaway is that Los Ratones, this has been a cornerstone of EMEA Masters so far. They do not like playing the Varus. They do not like leaving it up, because Crownie is, you know, Trouble was saying on the cast yesterday was like, the Ezreal pick is big as well. We know that for the 2v2, it is so important that they get through the laning phase. I think Varus right now has still some of the strongest laning phase in League of Legends, even in 15.5, and its pairings are so versatile, which is why Los Ratones are sticking with that ban.
However, right here, we might have a Rumble open. And I know Baus doesn't play Rumble, but Howling does. Howling really likes a good carry top laner, and Rumble is a priority. Not necessarily bad. Camera is also like pinned on him. So
yeah, I know. I like that idea as well. And he's very versatile in his champion pool as well. In his own right is Howling. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, obviously, you're not on red side, so you're not going to get that last pick. But I wouldn't be surprised to see something early like this. And exactly as you called it, Giorgio, is that Rumble first pick. Very contested here in EMEA Masters, and a very powerful pick for Howling specifically.
This is the champion Baus hates the most to play against. But keep in mind that Sign for the first time is open. It's not his champion versus Rumble because he likes the Galio.
But this is, it's such a good matchup into the Rumble in top, and it negates it, because the biggest problem is that Rumble is such a good lane bully, and there are very, very few matchups, apart from high range matchups, that can deal with it. So this stops us in its track and also gives Baus that roaming that he loves to play for.
Oh, well, we're talking about the flexibility and draft these teams. It's a flex already here for Los Ratones with the Galio. We have seen Nemesis pick that up. A bit more domestically than here at the EMEA Masters, but it's going to be an early Jhin as well. We're not that deep into the champion pools of this Fearless draft, and already resorting to a Jhin. This could be tough if we start seeing a lot of frontline on the other side for Ishi Japon.
Because Ivan's gone. Ivan is usually the counter matchup into the Skarner to stop the engage.
I wouldn't be surprised if his Misfortune being locked in. You already have the setup with the Skarner, the slow through the Rumble ult, and Misfortune is a great matchup into Jhin. They're actually very similar in terms of how they push in the early laning phase. They're both big powerhouses when it comes to just raw AD through their spells. And right here, I think it's Velia's turn. Do you actually go aggro? Do you play for something like potentially a Vi, since you have the Galio or Viego?
Ooh, okay, yes. As we marked up, it's more of the facilitatory jungle versus the carry jungle matchup. Skarner versus Viego. I'm a little bit worried, though, from Velia's behalf, because I don't know. Skarner does not care about you running him and fighting him. And that's kind of what Viego wants to do. Already, I would say EC Japon have 3 very powerful champions, and specifically 3 very powerful champions in their hands.
We want to see EC Japon, though, take away the Talia. If we're talking about pairings now, the most important thing is that pairing for Nemesis. Like, things like the Rise could be an option as well for what is building up for a Viego team fighting comp. But
Okay.
I do like coming back to the support picks, or the support ban, rather, that we were mentioning in Brom. We were talking a lot about this being Reckless, or at least Reckless is one of the best champions at the moment.
Well, this opens up the AD into the main lane for Certus as well if he wants to with that Rumble, but it's also the same for Nemesis because we already have the AP for the Galio. So I'm really interested in the matchup of the mid lane, if it's a control or it's going to be a little bit more aggressive.
I would like Syndra or Orianna right here for Certus, or even something like a Victor. Anything that can add onto the AoE, the wombo combo. You've got Skarner set up with the Rumble ult, Misfortune ult falling right on top, immobile AD carry in the likes of Jhin on the other side for Los Ratones.
Yeah, this Brawn Band's very smart, though, right? It's Rex's best champion. It's very good into the bullet time from Misfortune, so taking that away, yeah, you got to do that if you see Japon.
Rise gone. That was one of the pairings I was talking about before. I want to add this little marker that right now picking support and leaving that flex for potential counterpick for a solo lane would be ideal here. Rakan is up and available, and while you already have this Galio, this hero's entrance, follow-up engage from Reckless, considering that I personally think his Rakan's one of the best.
Wow.
Yeah, no, they show that it is going to be Galio top, as you kind of expect with the Rumble.
I love the takeaway here from the Orianna. I think it would have been an excellent comp together with the Skarner as well, especially since the Skarner can have access and go very deep since it travels through the walls. Great wombo combo with that. However, I just want to talk about a tale as old as time, the LeBlanc versus the Orianna. I don't know if Certus wants to pull it in game number 1. As we mentioned, Victor would be perfect, but it still does exist.
Right off the bat, that would be an interesting one. So you save the support for last, but you need some way to stop that Skarner off going in. Maybe the Rakan you were talking about, or even the Alistar that Reckless actually fancies. How do you stop this one? Because you save the support for last? What is your card?
I feel like...
What's on the sleeve?
I feel like I'm in 2 minds whether or not Rexus just wants to slam something like a Janna down here. I think it's super good into the disengage for what you want against Ishi Japon, and even like a teamfight reset. However, playing it into Misfortune specifically in the laning phase is tough. But outside of lane, I think it's super good. Do you have enough engage would be the question for Los Ratones, and seeing as this is, you know, I think it's quite a big question. I think it kind of removes it from the equation for now. We do know that Reckless likes his range and like semi-ranged supports. So I think these hovers are most likely to be indicative of what we're going to see. And it is going to be that Bard, which, you know, to a similar vein, very good into something like the Misfortune and the disengage and the teamfight reset that we want.
I do think it makes setup a little bit easier here as well. The Rakan was an option, but up against Alistar too, at least for the lane, the range adds in a bit of marker, but I don't know. I'm seeing Los Ratones once again playing for a strong 5v5.
So this is it. It's going to be LFL versus NLC at the last day of EMEA Winter Split. Whatever you look into this, you'll have a new winner. The trophy will be delivered to a new team, either EC Japon or Los Ratones. They were able to climb the mountain, but only one king will be able to sit on the throne. This is only game 1, of course, but this is how you set up the table, and the game is about to start. With that in mind, casters, take it away.
Who is it? Who is it?
We traveled through time, through carpets.
Through carpets?
Yep.
Okay.
And around corkboards. There's nothing like fresh EMEA best of 5s. Well,
Wait, are you the guy that was drawing on the desk?
I was that guy. That Caitlyn was me. I have to say, very good drawing from all of us, except you two.
Yep.
What?
I mean...
How can you say all of us except you two?
So me.
It just leaves you. It just leaves you.
Just me. It was good. Good drawing me. Thank you.
Oh, dude. Yeah,
Well-
that marker left something to be desired. Not going to see that this game, though, fortunately. That's banned away here from Los Ratones.
Yeah.
Much slightly more interesting jungle matchup, which is tough to say when there's a Skarner in the game, but
Very true.
Viego for Velia always makes it fun and exciting. Here we go, game one of the finals here of EMEA Masters, LFL versus NLC. Revenge time for NLC on the cards, and LFL want to continue their dominance as one of the better regions that we have here in Europe.
And to bring it to the draft a little bit, I do really like the bot coming through from Reckless right here. Jin is one of the safer AD carries. He does have a lot of range and quite good wave clear. However, when you go get paired up against Misfortune, Misfortune wins the push at any time there. And she does get really good trades through that laning phase. Having that ranged into the melee matchup in that bot lane will allow Cranny and Reckless to get a lot of priority through that bot side of the map, which would very well be where Velia actually paths. If Velia chooses to start from that top side, his bot lane will be perma-prior for him.
Because again, bot is decided by supports, not AD carries. Common thing when you talk to pro supports is that it is a more important matchup. For Prime, this Alistar was something we saw the other day in the semifinals, really good at punishing that 2v2 lane of KC Blue. That's how Hansum D got ahead. And I know, Froxtrop, you were also talking about how Hansum D was favoring this Misfortune, how it was one of his best champions as Lost Retones start with the invade down bot. This is going to be matched by IJC, and you look at Theocax, he wants to get in, get that smite first. Velia is trying to turn for a target, but smite is down. Airborne for the time being. Prime gets onto Velia, the ignite's down as well. Surge's flash is over in front of 4 people. Now, he will get the kill, but he gets 4 shot by Crowny. It's a 1-for-1 to open up game 1.
Oh, what a crazy start here already for Los Retones and IJC. A kill over to Certus, traded back as well on Crowny. I'm not quite sure what's going to be coming out of this one here, but already just the ridiculous level 1 and invades. I have to think maybe it goes through IJC's favor right now, but a lot of summoners being blown. And if this is any indication for how things are going to go in this series, then I'm ready, baby.
It does feel like ultimately kill for Victor in lane versus Orianna. Less meaningful than the lane that we talked about, but the 2v2 down bot that's going to have push. Naturally, Crowny getting a kill as well when bot was so important on our mind does seem to be something that can carry them forward. Velia continues the invade, kicks off on blue buff, and this is a full 3 camp clear if he sticks around.
Gonna be keeping that pressure up. Theocax is gonna get his blue buff along the way. Don't think there's really too much answer to that one either. So Velia, who did have a tough start in this one, is going to be able to get back a little bit here with that blue buff still. Theocax on the Skarner, though, won't care too much. It's a tough situation right now for the French jungler. Does want to get off to that good start, and he might be looking to go swing by topside onto Baus, who is pushing in kind of deep right now.
Now, if you're wondering, Trouble's still here. She just keeps hearing Archeron because in Portugal, that's the normal way they listen to League of Legends. That's actually...
We're back.
Oh,
okay,
you're back.
we're back. Yeah.
It's a shame. We just bring him in anyway.
All right.
He must be lonely because in every other break, for people that don't know, Archeron has a friend backstage. But this time today in the TriCast,
He
he's
has
alone.
no friends.
My wife's here. He can talk to my wife, but she doesn't watch League of Legends, so that'll be fun for him.
Oh, you know what though? When you do deprive Skarner from farming, he will find ways, because now he's jobless in his jungle.
Yep.
So he might be able to actually get the flash off of Nemesis.
There's a job offer for now, though. Nemesis with that flash, as you mentioned, is going to be taken straight away. Rock dodged as well, and Velia down bot, but a little bit too slow with summoner advantage mid.
I think this is fine for Skarner as well. Now this is the time for, I feel like, Hansum D and Prime to take a little bit more aggressive trades, if you will. It was lucky because, not lucky, it was good for Theocax because he managed to get the top lane Scuttlecrab as well. So now he can keep continuing cycling through his own jungle. And I feel like that wave is pushing on the bot side of the map.
Yeah.
And this is why the Bard makes such a better matchup right here than any Rel or the Alistar taken away from Reckless.
I mean, Cranny hasn't even gone back to pick up what the gold rather that he picked up from the earlier blood, but regardless, I mean, the 2v2 keeps going well. The priority from Velia, as he showed on the map down in that bottom Scuttle River as well. And Theocax may be moving into position, but the wave, with its bounce back now, is in an okay spot.
Alrighty. All things said and done here, 5 minutes into game, we're kind of chilling right now.
Sorry, it's just so British, wasn't it? What? It's all said and done, isn't it?
All right then.
Alrighty.
Is it?
Yeah, alrighty then.
Well, I could go more British if you want. I've got a lot left in the tank, but I think we'll save that as the series goes on.
I can't wait for it.
We did exhaust some of that yesterday too.
We did.
We did.
Now, whatever you feel. Foxy, I shouldn't cut you off because I know you're going to tell me.
Are you going to leave the room?
No, I'm not.
I wish you guys could
You
just
want me to
actually
leave?
see Hysterics here. He's actually on the other side of the room.
I like
You would
pacing.
think we're stinky.
I'm a cast who paces. It feels good to pace.
That's true.
Pacer.
By the way, Symbiotic Souls on Baus never change.
Just-
I do think those boots are broken. 45 move speed base now, I think, or 40.
And a Baron recall? Okay.
And a
Yes,
Baron.
the reset I think that makes it sexy. I mean, you were talking
Yeah.
about the roams though that come through from Baus recently, how he's
Yeah.
been a lot better at that. Well, it certainly helps to have the Moby boots of current age in here as
Current
well.
age, yeah.
And Diakax was looking for that chicken camp respawn, but Velia cleared it a little bit unique timing here, so not going to find that, and instead looking for the first objectives. A dragon trade, most likely for these grubs in topside, a fair trade for both teams. But dragon stacking does simplify the game, make things a lot easier, and playing towards your bot side of the map. We said that would be happening a lot, and so far it's Los Ratones who are executing that one out.
As usual.
They do have a lot of push towards the bot side of the map, and we do know that Los Ratones do like to play primarily for dragons. They don't necessarily play towards the top side of the map a lot for the void grabs. Baus also with the respect, sitting in that pixel brush towards the top side of the map. Not overextending, not over pushing, and I would say I'm actually very excited to actually see how these teamfights will go, because I feel like Los Ratones have a lot of wiggle room to play their own game. Once for IJC, I feel like it's very straightforward.
Yep.
However, we pictured them at the very beginning of the day. It's like the front to back. Get Handsome D, fed on that misfortune, grab a few early kills, potentially some extra gold over Crowny, and then just play the front to back, lay the carpet, get some entry with Theocax, and just let them cook. Whilst Los Ratones have a lot more agency, if you will, with their champions on how they want to play that.
I guess my only question is going to be like, you know, with Hansam D, how is he going to get to play the game versus all the dive that you see on the right side of your screen here as well, the range that comes in as well. Misfortune's had this problem, I know it primarily in LPL, which I love to quote, but when you have such versatile comps that can play the all-in, you always put your hands in the air and be like, can he pull it off? I think we're asking those questions at semis as well.
I'll give the one caveat right
Please.
here. Misfortune really loves playing into champions that are immobile.
Yeah.
And Orianna, Jhin, in some theory, Bard as well. He's a bit faster, but he is an immobile kind of champion. He doesn't have a displacement spell. And that's what Misfortune loves in bullet time. So if Theocax can actually start the fight and you take someone out of the get-go, I feel like it's going to be much easier for Galio to play defense for Los Ratones rather than diving straight into that Misfortune.
That's where the bar pick comes in as well for Reckless, because as soon as that bullet time comes down, or she's in position to get a good bullet time,
Let's
you
cancel it.
you slam your own ult down, and pretty much is a wash in that sense. Oh, flash away from Crowny.
Okay.
Good reactions right there.
Yeah, really nice though, and for Prime, always going to be worth it as well. So as Crowny loses his flash, he now hits level 6. The wave pushing up against them. No jungle pressure as you see Theocax is moving up towards top, and Avelia's also been spotted on the top side himself, as he's just been power farming in this early game. Note the 300 gold lead and almost 20 CS up. Avelia's looking really good after that earlier play, even though he died for First Blood.
Although once Skarner has a single giant spell, he's full build.
And now he has two.
Yeah, exactly. He's got double full build now. He's sorted. Yeah, this is it, right? Statistically, both these junglers often fall behind early, right? They play a lot more towards securing the map state, playing towards their lanes. They're not very selfish. They don't necessarily play for themselves and their own economy, right?
Yep.
And so, despite these being two of the best junglers we have here in EMEA Masters, their actual individual stats don't look that good. So this time around, Velia being a bit more selfish on that Viego, he needs to do that, right? He cannot go toe-to-toe and have the same amount of farm, the same amount of resources as a Skarner. Skarner's going to be way more useful in that situation.
It is nice, though, in Game 1. It's already set, like, you know, the narratives we're talking about in pre-show. One was like, oh, carry junglers versus the dog, you know, Scorpion dog. And then we look
Dog
at top,
jumps.
and we're like, yeah, like, we didn't really mention much of it, but Howling's been like this carry side lane threat. I feel like Rumble, Jax, maybe more so the Jax, but elsewhere, we're like, yo, mid laners have some similar pulls. And then bot is just going to be about the 2v2 lane itself, and I feel like that's all kind of, you know, lined itself up nicely.
I will feel like the only caveat right here and the only quote-unquote issue that I would have with Skarner is that card still is not going to be as easy to stack. You're playing against 3 champions that have range on you. Galio doesn't necessarily let you hit him too much. And I feel like Velia is not necessarily going to choose to take that 1v1 into the Skarner. So usually Skarner is one of the champions that likes to stat check you, especially when you've got that giant spell. You've got so much HP, and champions don't really do a lot of HP damage early. And I feel like Theocax is going to have some trouble just stacking that hard still to be that front line for his team.
I mean, the question is, though, when the enemy top laner is proxying this hard on your side of the
Oh,
map...
he'll move into the base after.
Yeah, exactly. If Theocax ever wants a Heartsteel stack, he presses B, waddles a few feet, he'll find Baus there.
On
and
his
just
way
punch
to his
him.
jungle.
Yeah, exactly.
You won't find him because he has a Baron recall.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Those Symbiotic Souls coming in clean. He is roaming down bot sides here, okay? Take a look at the minimap. Baus is on his way. He's got his ulti. Might be looking for a play on this next Dragon Spawn.
35 seconds, 30 seconds now for the next Baron. And I think the backs right here and items are going to play a huge part. There is no completed item yet. Very, very close for the Skarner as well. But no completion of items right here. And as you can see, there's actually really good vision on the back side, inside Velia's jungle, if you look on his blue side. So everything is pretty much warded for the side of IJC. However, the TP was pulled from Howling on the top side of the map, and it will be a little bit difficult for that Rumble to get down that bot side of the map. So I feel like IJC might look to make a play and just get 6 Void Grubs.
Yeah, I think that's the call here. 6 Void Grubs. I mean, it's a lot quicker to start up these grubs as well and to make a play onto that. You can see Los Ratones not even on the map, really, to set up right here. Crowny's in spawn. Velia is walking through mid lane. So Theocax has now secured the 4th grub, which spawns those little Voidlings. And can maybe even return back to them later. So yeah, really well read here from EC Japon to catch Los Ratones a little bit off tempo.
Triple item completed as well. 2 of them, very importantly. Kraken Slayer, Viego, finally. None of that Trinity Force into Collector
Whoa.
stuff. Kraken Slayer through, of course, disposes of Skarner much quicker, and the Alistar as well, 2 champions that do want to have a lot of HP on them. And IJC are going to do something that is quote-unquote illegal on jungle books. You never do neutral objective into neutral objective. However, because LR were behind in tempo, IJC, not only did they manage to get back on the map with items, but they also pushed their lanes out too.
But Prime just pulled the flash off, didn't get anything from Velia. And they can just come and take over this as well. Baus moved off the map, sacrificed the wave. You don't normally say that about the top laner, but his team play has been growing not only through the tournament, but through the past 3 months. Baus moves up. He loses the plate for it. Don't believe it went over to Howling in the end, but second Dragon now for Los Ratones off the back of that set pressure.
Speaking of illegal plays, maybe now it's Los Ratones who can do neutral objective into neutral objective. It seems as though Velia wants to go more for the farming of the bot side, but he could work his way up if that's the idea. Bearing in mind, Los Ratones didn't blow any kind of team fight abilities or cooldowns or anything like that. But it seems like they're just going to chill out instead, and the Reckless is at home chilling.
You know, while Grubs are strong, I think in the back of my mind in this game, I look at Misfortune, Victor, and I guess Rumble is the strongest turret pusher in my head, right? And his side lane pressure that you assume he's naturally going to have until maybe the Galio can withstand 1 or 2 items. This is what I'm talking about. The damage is already there onto Baus, who's got components, but not against a Leandri's tournament. Will he find anything?
Okay, it was actually not as bad as I thought, because Theocax had only taken 1 Void Grab to not allow Velia to get the feat of strength if he heads towards the top side of the map. They expected that maybe even Los Ratones will stop them from getting these 6 Void Grabs, so Theocax took 1, made sure that the feat of strength cannot go over to Los Ratones, and then headed to Dragon. Actually, they did have pretty good pressure, but the second Baus went into Fog of War. You are playing for a 4 versus 5. Nice flash here from Certus. He's not going to have that for the next fight. 3.5 minutes for the next Dragon.
Are we worried about the immobility of IJC for Tempered Fate? Now we're talking about the immobility on the right side of our screen. Just keep thinking more and more about some of these pickup ults. Like Tempered Fate, like Shockwave,
yes.
Galio ult.
Yeah, precisely, right? It's not just a Tempered Fate, but you lay down the Jhin ulti as well, right? You call that curtain, and suddenly how you're running away from it is Howling.
Okay.
Gonna find Velia.
But it's not a proper engage onto Velia. Trample will catch him eventually, but he flashes away. Galio ult comes on top, but they're outnumbered and they're outmanned. Baus has to burn his own as well. He'll run for his life as IJC, their topside play, fizzles out in 2 summoners.
A great roam by Prime there, because to be honest, there wasn't a lot for him to do at that side of the map, so I don't think Los Ratones were expecting him to be there. That's just very good cognizant play to be the right place at the right time to find that little skirmish and blow those summoners.
Yeah, good macro as well. You see Handsome D straight into that mid lane to take care of that wave. You had Certus heading towards the top side. The second that play was done, he TP'd straight into the bot lane to catch the wave that Nemesis was pushing. So IJC made sure that all the waves got pushed away. And right here, Los Ratones, they might be looking around for Certus as he has just lost his flash. Immobile mid laner. However, Prime is always around in all of these plays.
Sync up with Third-Cax has been good, and there's not much damage here from the Orianna as well, so they can play time.
Ooh, 50-50.
IJC thinking about over the wall, but Prime needs the Hex Splash to get over. Now channeling, he finds his Mark II-man headbutt, pulverize, trample into the Unbreakable Will, but the escape from Reckless is huge. Over the wall, Velia finds himself out as well, but Third-Cax is not done. He wants a target, he wants a kill now. The rock for the slow, and Velia burning down his Hans Sam D. Can't get him out of vision. No kill and a tempered fate. Onto 3, it stops the play, and Los Ratones got out of that somehow without losing a member.
How does Velia get away on 1 HP? The invisibility came through. Handsome D even flashed for the last auto and just could not connect. Los Ratones running for the hills right there, and you kind of see that if you lose your advantage in terms of range, if IJC connect on you, they're engaged, it becomes really difficult to get away.
IJC are looking very good here these past few minutes, finding Los Ratones, finding those engages and those skirmishes, and so much of EMEA Masters this year has been about these engages and these kind of fights. Whichever team can execute them better often comes out on top, and so far the LFL's representative doing very well.
I mean, they've poured back some of the gold. Crownie had a bit of a lead, but Hans Sam D has been able to catch his way back up despite the kill. Third-Cax as well has had full control on topside thanks to this rumble. And Howling has also enabled this Herald to be taken down.
Look at the bot side of the map. While this is going on, Los Ratones are aware. Reckless and Velia sneaked into enemy jungle. Look at all the vision they've put behind enemy lines. In 45 seconds, it will be sole point if they can secure that Mountain Dragon. And with all this damage on the side of IJC, a Mountain Soul would be huge for Los Ratones.
And look at them exert their pressure. The fact that Nemesis had TP there and Certus had a bit of a cooldown, it's good respect shown from Third-Cax because numbers advantage is always going to be there from Los Ratones. So Herald stops for the time being. We go to a standstill. Dragon up in 20 seconds. Third for Los Ratones, and let's be real, IJC can't afford to give away third Dragon when we've got an Orianna Viego Galio on the other side of the map.
Yeah, this is the next big thing to fight over for sure. This Dragon, expect the sparks to fly. To be honest, Los Ratones haven't really gone for any aggressive plays. They've been able to find things, but it's more been the threat of the potential. But Nemesis now, speaking of threats, he's under some.
Prime's going to rush him in. Pulverize does connect. Tempered Fate zones out. Nemesis holds on, gets stunned in the gravity field, but Third-Cax has to run through a wall to escape.
Look at the top lane though. Howling is TPing in.
His TP angle, where is it going to be in this tri-brush for now? Nemesis zone controlling over 3, 4, 5 members. Everyone from IJC coming up from the bottom side of River as Baus looks to zone as well. The all-in, the shockwave sets up, Shield of Duran, 2-man, Deadly Flash doesn't connect, but Howling pops the ulti on the other side. Velia has to reconnect as it's a defensive ult from Baus. The curtain call does not get a kill. In the end, it's only helping out to zone, and then control. Certus with a quick hit. Half HP, health bar's not good. Los Ratones have played the waiting game of Deadly Flourish onto enemy jungler. Third-Cax is now low himself, zoned out as Nemesis auto attacks almost finds him and Impale. Going over to Baus, he takes a bullet time as well at the cost of Dragon. That will be his life.
It has been the case for Los Ratones. They have to sacrifice someone to get something on the map. That someone is Baus. But what a huge feat right here. 3 Dragons, 18 minutes into the game. They're going to be able to force a very early Mountain Soul. Again, if you look at the profiles of damage coming through from IJC, a Mountain Soul will be huge. And again, if IJC do not manage to connect early onto Los Ratones have the range advantage.
Third-Cax so close to going down right here. All that matters though is that Dragon. As you say, 3 Dragons now at 18 minutes. That's so much pressure now for the next 5 minutes for this this Dragon to spawn. If you get that Mountain Soul ready, I mean, that's tough.
You know, the problem with that play was Baus realized he was 0-0-0 at 17 minutes in the game. He had to die.
Rookie numbers, bro.
Like, he was like, bro, that's not him.
His fire was not ignited yet.
That's right. So he had to go in.
He wasn't playing League yet.
I know.
Now he's on.
Now he's on. Now watch the rest of the series. Here we go. Set up for the dive. Nemesis didn't burn his flash in the last play, but he burns it now. Shockwave rush from Prime to get out. It's a trade. Reckless is up here as well, as the Herald eventually will be the cost of that summoner.
So we've seen these topside objectives. A lot of them gone over to Third-Cax so far, but what's the price? We'll take a look at the CS diff between these 2 junglers. Velia so far, when we've seen him with Los Ratones, domestically and here at the EMEA Masters, has not been selfish, has not played for himself, plays for his team. But look at this dude, 170 CS, 50 CS up over his opposing number right now. He's playing for himself, and this is a good thing to see because Los Ratones, when Velia can carry, do succeed.
Nice trade from Baus in the meantime. Certus does no damage at the moment, especially with AP Sunfire Cape. How is it possible to kill him? Chaos Storm comes out, that'll help clear the wave and just add some pressure.
The AP Sunfire Cape.
Yeah.
I love that.
Facts, yeah.
It's because I just get it confused.
AKA Hollow Radiance.
Hollow Radiance, there we go. I just get them all confused. Since League changed its items 2 years ago, and like the components are what used to help me remember items.
Yeah.
And like I still
But those
remember like
changed too.
Warden's Mail. Yeah. Like components at the moment, tell me what tunnel it builds into outside of Steric's Gauge. Overlord's Blood Mail, right? 2 of them. But then it also builds into 4 other items. I think Shojin's in there.
I've got something even more exciting than this.
That's what screwed me.
Voracious Atakan on the map.
Holy.
We finally get the fun one. The one that actually teams love fighting over because it does make a difference. And especially if Los Ratones can pull in a Voracious Atakan right now, that will bleed into a dragon.
Nemesis has the shockwave waiting as well. As you said, it's all about the Atakan pulled back even after the flash. The poke is there, but Theocax covering fire. Prime as well. Pulverizes. He's just angry as Los Ratones get out with a magical journey. Again, Reckless at the forefront of setting up and disengaging the play.
That's the flash bomb from Certus. That's not going to be available here for this next big fight. And as a Victor, you really need that to keep yourself safe. IJC, they have a lot of going forward tools, a lot of engage, a lot of aggressive stuff, but not a lot to peel back and disengage. That means that having these defensive summoners is honestly a lot of times all you've got.
That is a mid lane tower.
That is the mid lane turret. And the feats, I almost...
Yeah, still not solved, are they?
Almost going
It's either
down
2 kills
IJC.
for Los Ratones or 1 kill for IJC. That's where feats of strength is lying right now.
It's odd to have the kills be the last one to determine the feats, right?
Yeah, and
That's
with
usually the first thing that goes down.
Voracious Atakan being up,
Yeah,
that's a great theme.
True.
Oh, Velia.
Certus again, that flash was just burnt, so Velia has a free kill here, especially with Reckless and Nemesis moving up and waiting, but caught out, and there's enough damage. Remember again, as Velia tries to run away, the TP is the only thing to dissuade, and it will do exactly that. Howling teleports to the voracious side of the map, but you can see Baus is in the bottom side, taking the turret for the trace.
Yes, good stuff from Los Ratones here. The pressure generated on the other side and just not overforcing their hand, forcing IJC to respond, but still getting things on the other side of the map. This is perfect how you play the map right here. They're still going to dance around the Atakan. They've not lost anything, and they've got a tower for free.
Very importantly, some really huge item breakpoints. The Hourglass completed for Certus. He has been under attack for the past 5 minutes ever since they blew his flash. And also Infinity Edge for Misfortune. When you've got so many squishy members and Dragon is about to spawn in 20 seconds. Go Voracious Atakan right on the line as well. These items could come clutch.
20 seconds now for that big brown lizard. He's coming up. Both these teams want it. I think this could just be the defining factor of the game. Of course, now that I've said that, one team's going to take it and just walk away with it. We're not going to contest, but I would love to see a big old fight right here.
Let's see. Baus is going to have to accept the wave. Of course, he will not miss that. Herald is going to be summoned and put pressure onto the bot side of the map. Baus will just take this afterwards, but it enables IJC to start up this dragon, playing slow for now, but Nemesis' damage puts Prime to half HP. That's a 2-item Orianna, who has so much zone control and heightened vision with the ball. Baus is looking for zone himself. Velia's into the pit.
Look at Prime on the flank on the blue buff. If he can get behind Nemesis, this could be huge. Nemesis no flash.
Baus is frontlining for now, but Nemesis
got
sees him, walks in, takes the Celestial Blessing. Baus has no way but to go back in. Shielded Duran, he's walking fast, though, as the curtain call in front of the Dragon. Theocax has to flash out. The Tempered Fate buys them time. Shockwave is the 2-man, but the Smite is in front, and a Mountain Soul given. Los Ratones hit the mark hard in game 1, as Velia now has the Heartbreak out. Crowning thinks about a re-engage. Teleport for round 2.
Yeah, Baus recalled instantly with those symbiotic souls.
He felt it. He's like,
came back in with the TP. No kills going across. It was a 50-50 at the end of the day. And it is Velia who comes up huge. Mountain Soul for Los Ratones.
Again, the range on Los Ratones is so difficult to deal with. And now you've got extra defenses through the shield and the Mountain Soul from the Dragon that they just picked up. Theocax needs to find an opening. He needs to find a huge ult to make a difference. Prime has been trying to find ways around the jungle to try and get behind Nemesis when he did not flash. But now all flashes are up and available for Los Ratones, and IJC's task becomes even more difficult because Voracious Atakan is on the menu.
I think the Void Staff second, genius from Nemesis that has been really hurting Prime and Theocax as well. The poke and walking into the fog of war has never been more dangerous for IJC in this first game. It is a 300 gold lead for the LFL second seed, but with that Mountain Soul, the inherent gold value that comes out of it, plus the fact as well that this team is now moving up towards top to look towards the Atakan/Baron is now what we have to start thinking about.
I just want to say that's been 4 Dragons have gone to the side of Los Ratones. First of all, still no feat of strength. And second, the gold is in favor of IJC.
Yeah.
Even slightly, but still in favor of IJC. So you can see how they do manage to find their ways through pushing waves, getting towers, finding resources, while Los Ratones take control of those neutral objectives.
And you take a look at where that gold is for IJC. It's all on Hans Samdi. We hyped
Perfect
him up.
place, baby.
Yeah, that's it. That's
Yeah,
what they
dude.
want, dude. Between him and Crowley, they've been the best farming, and to be honest, the best performing ADCs here in the entire tournament. Hans Samdi, so good putting the eggs in his basket. And to be honest, I would argue, aside from the Mountain Soul, this is kind of Ishi Japon's comfort zone, right? Where you've got enablers for the misfortune to let it all happen. But of course, can they execute it in the team fights?
You might get an answer to that shortly because Baron or Atakan, either one on the menu. Los Ratones group is 5, and Certus will have to teleport in here. Howling is threatened off the turret, that tier 1 with a minion wave in front of it.
How
Both
do you walk
Atakan
up?
and the turret.
How do you walk up? You have no vision, you have no push waves, you have no towers. You walk up, you end up dying. I think what they're going to have to do is just give up the Versus Ataka, but LR can just turn it into a Baron.
Nemesis flash pulverized though. He flashes to get through the magical journey, and Prime went for a trip himself. Bullet time layers down in the choke. That's a great ulti from Hans Samdi, but Prime is still in the middle of nowhere with a curtain call on his face. That takes him down. A reset for Velia. Impale into the reset. It's big though, but Velia gets a 3-man knockup. The Chaos Storm trying to do some extra work though. Bounce with a 4-man taunt. It won't matter because he doesn't have any damage by his side.
This could be a Baron.
IJC, the setup afterwards was perfect to take the Atakan from their hands.
So for Versus Ataka doesn't end up going down, Theocax actually connects on a 2-man ult, and now they can use the buff from the Versus Atakan to threaten Baron as well. What a disastrous fight for Los Ratones.
Disastrous is the correct word in that situation. The Atakan was even leashed down to like a quarter HP, so IJC can easily take both of these down in a game that looked like it was spinning towards Los Ratones' favor with that early Mountain Soul has completely flipped around.
We're going to get a replay, but I mean, this started out Prime going through the journey.
And I feel like they blew so much onto Prime. Look at that bullet time. That bullet time forces everyone from Los Ratones out, which allows Prime to push Baus further towards IJC. And I feel like Velia and Reckless forget where they are for a second, and they walk straight into Skarner. And from there on out, IJC, we mentioned it, the Infinity Edge being completed, Hourglass 2.5 item Victor as well. It just melted through the HP bars.
The back to front, once everything was blown from Los Ratones, is so simple, right, for IJC. The damage coming through from Victor and Misfortune with that front line of Skarner. A little bit of rumble there as well. It's just, yeah, you just walk up and right-click it, basically. Simple execution, and as you mentioned, Theocax coming up big with that ultimate. And now we get to see this Elder contest coming up in a minute 30 as well. We've stopped talking about Soul, but this is an extra big one as well, right?
I mean, Elder, as you said, that's going to define the game. 3-item Victor for that Elder as well. In the last fight, Certus, I believe, got all the kill credit, if not most of it, alongside Howling. So there are some real serious AP threats that Los Ratones have to deal with, as they're just losing gold fast with this Baron. Bot next on the menu with the tier 3.
Yeah, 2.6k gold up. That was our superstar matchup, if you will, of this one. But the bot lane tower is going to go down super fast.
It's a dive from Prime. He has the GA, remember. Baus almost stuns it, takes it off. Crowny close with the auto as well, but for the turret, it's okay. The curtain call looking for the cow in the pasture, but the heat gets layered down. Howling drops his ulti to stop the curtain call in his track, and bottom inhibitor is down at 29 minutes.
Hey, Hansamdi attack,
Close.
but Hansamdi protect as well. He tried to cover for the bullet from Crowny right there, protecting Prime and the buff. And now Los Ratones really need to take control of that area. That Elder Dragon could very easily dictate who wins this game.
Wow, that lost team fight could not have come at a worse time for Los Ratones right there. Losing Atakan, losing Nash, losing Inhib, and potentially losing Elder Dragon as well. Really just...
Sam, oh, he's gone
losing
in,
Baus.
he gets the reset on the auto. Baus is dead. That's a horrible time for Baus. Died 20 seconds until the Elder spawns. 50 for Baus. That was not a good death.
no.
On me.
My bad.
That's
My
definitely
bad.
on him.
Yeah, unfortunate right there for Baus, pushed up a little bit too far. And the thing is, he's itemized for Magicist, right? He's got that MR Sunfire Cape, not the actual Sunfire Cape. So, yeah, Han Sumney completely burns through him. And this should just be a free dragon right now. You see the Rats not even thinking about contesting this one. Just set to lick their wounds on the rest of the map. It's not looking good.
But that's actually really scary because there's so much siege on the side of IJC. And they've been diving consistently onto Los Ratones. Now you've given them another tool to perma-dive you with execution coming through from the Elder Dragon. And a very unfortunate event here is that the whole triplet on the tops of Los Ratones, no flashes, Theocac's flash up and available, and let's see what this Skarner can cook.
Oh dear. That's a jump. Good news for French fans. NLC, not so much. We don't like that.
Good Borat impression. Yeah.
I half sent it. I think it'll be inappropriate.
I think it was enough. Yeah, it was the perfect amount. Elder timer. I do not have it on my screen. I see 5 minutes till it respawns, but let's assume maybe another minute 30. No, I just had to look on the left. A minute 40, thank you, Trouble. So minute 40 to hold out. The top wave from Velia was pushed to give them that extra wave of space, but now crushing in tier 2 under fire. That's going to drop for sure. IJC looking for yet another inhibitor turret, and Los Ratones might have to send everything just to defend.
Yeah, and I'd like to see someone push mid. Luckily, Certus is there to push that one in. You do definitely want 2 lanes pushing at the same time. Get threat through the 2 mid lane and top lane with Theocax. Looking. Couldn't find anything this time around.
Well, Shockwave is going to find him, though, and there is enough damage if you're wondering. Good buffer! Great buffer from Velia. The ult from Reckless, too, as IJC are in numbers down. They send out the Equalizer, but Baus re-engages. With the curtain call, it's okay until Baus dies for the trade. The burn from Leandres and the burn from Elder makes it even as IJC continue their pursuit. Crownie has to flash away, but he's out of an ulti, and Los Ratones, regardless of their defense, will still lose this top.
Yeah, this is a good fight for Los Ratones if Elder Dragon wasn't in play. The fact they even kill a Skarner in that situation, they threw so much towards him, it could have been so good. But of course, the burn, the constant burn from the Leandres, from the Rumble and everything, it's just not quite enough. Still losing that top inhib when all said and done.
Again, it's not an easy an easy to execute composition from the side of Los Ratones. You need Velia to go big so that Baus can actually be onto that backline as well. But again, if IJC connect, you have to play that Galio defensively, which then defeats the whole point of, hey, look at Maviego. He's had time to farm all this time, but unfortunately, there's so much protection in CC on the side of IJC that Velia has not necessarily been able to get even resets.
I mean, so squishy. Without that tunneler, that's probably going to be a Sterix Gauge, which maybe gives him a bit more room to breathe so he can play a bit more in your face with Baus. But for Los
Ratones, so hard, man.
It is, you're right.
Solari, Bloodthirster, Hourglass, full HP Skarner, Hourglass on Rumble as well.
Equalizer and Baus might be caught out. He has his flash available, but Hansam D gets it out of him with simple auto attack. So that flash is down 20 seconds before Baron spawns.
Yeah, Baus just can't play a Baus game today, right? Not in this one right now. He's forced to pick up waves close to his base. He's not generating any pressure of his own. He's just stemming the pressure that IJC are throwing at him. And Baus does not flourish in these kind of situations. You're seeing it here. Not able to have too much of an impact. This Galio pick can still do things in team fights, but not when you're like a million gold down.
Not indeed. IJC, they have control over this vision. They have had for the past 5-10 minutes or so. Los Ratones trying to play a death rush. There's Shockwave imminent, but not going to be pulled by Nemesis. That's a tool that pulled in Theocax before and did the damages. Baron starts off completely blind right now for Los Ratones until now.
Yeah, they have the tools with Reckless as well on the bar to try and stop or bait a smite right there. Velia is around. That's a flash to get into the pit as well as his ultimate to escape if he wants to. And Los Ratones, this might be the last defense.
I mean, Reckless can 50-50 this. If he gets an ulti down, Velia can jump in, but they're looking for the fight instead, and Baus moves to the left. Remember, Elder's down, so it's going to be a full-on 5v5 without enhancing buffs with the Mountain Soul. Is it enough for the NLC fans? The faithful holding out as, again, the LFL. They've always been rewarded in the past, and right now in this game one, they're still feeling strong, still holding that gold lead, and they've pushed Los Ratones off Baron to maybe think about starting it again.
As you still got the super minions though topside, right? So the pressure is on the Rats to clear out these minion waves and get back in time. Baron's been started up, it's on half HP, and we are nowhere near For some of the men, Lostratones in red
Nemesis
carpet.
poked out. He uses Command Protect for the time being, but Velia finds Prime, wants the kill. The Chaos Storm is down. The Heartbreaker gives a reset. Baron is going to die, but Lostratones are looking for the fight. Baus needs the stun. The fourth shot almost finding the kill. Velia looking for a new angle. Remember, this guy has been ahead all game, and now he wants to flaunt it with a root down. This Skarner's going to drop, and Baron enhanced recalls being channeled and not taken. The third kill going to be coming up right now as Velia might get stunned up, and Certus has an option, but Command Protect, thank you from Nemesis. He screams out as a third kill, eventually going to be dropping down.
Ooh.
They're delaying it. They are scattering the recalls.
All right, and we've got Dragon coming up in 50 seconds. That delay on the death for Certus could be the numbers advantage that Lostratones are looking for the Elder Dragon. You can see the Baron is going down on the top side of your screen, and the rest of IJC are running interference, but Lostratones just pick it up and use the split fight to start something in their favor.
And I always see the value on Viego on what type of souls you can pick up. And right here, he had the Alistar. He could follow up on these fights, re-engage. That was a huge win fight right here for Lostratones. However, there are still bound up members on the side of IJC, Misfortune and Rumble. And I feel like Handsome D still hasn't said his last word.
True.
106, 4 items, pickaxe in his inventory as well.
It's going to be a tough one right here for this team fight. Lostratones, it all comes down to this, your game number 1.
Well, Baus doesn't have flash, but he has an angle. I'm looking at IJC for primes engages that have led to one thing and another. Shield of Duran finds that Alistar's teleport now going to be channeled. That's the Victor who is mistimed at 4K, though we look towards the pit, and Theocax is in there. Velia is not over the wall.
We got it!
Steal! The Rats get in, scurry through the sewers, and take the Elder, which might lead to the game. Baus plays defensive on the play, but you see that the execute will lead to another. A triple kill over to Crowny. They threw it away top. They bring it back down bot, and as Howling runs for his life, the Rats are doing it. They've brought it back in the opening game of finals.
An open base, a goal deficit, and a 50-50 smite to bring it back. Velia smites that Elder Dragon, and Lostratones are marching for their first win in this final.
Ain't no way we're seeing Lostratones win. You rewind 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and IJC had everything but the W. It was all in the bag. It was a formality, but Lostratones are tenacious, and they will take game number 1.
And we talked about experience, but I look at the rookie jungler with that miracle steal. And I see the hope for the future for EU. NLC, 1-0 start against LFL in the finals.
Bruh, was not expecting that at all. Was not expecting that. I generally thought that was a toasted game here for Lostratones. My brain was like, it's all right. They already went down 1 game in Supermassive. They brought it, but I was thinking those kind of storylines.
Yeah.
How did they win that? Crazy.
I have to get I think the unsung hero here has been Nemesis. Every single neutral objective, Nemesis had been on the flank. He'd been in a tri-bush. He kept putting his arena ball forward, and they just could not move. He did not give Theocax or Prime the angle to actually enter a fight with the rest of the team behind.
I think you could look at very different fights and pull out MVPs from different fights. Archerom's going to walk us through pretty much how
until we walk to him.
We're going to walk to him, and he's going to walk us through how we feel. Aren't you?
Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. That's all I want to say right now. Game 1 goes to NLC Los Ratones. It's one of those games where we know one team wanted to fight, the other team didn't want to do it. Wanted the objectives, wanted to actually lead the game with that composition. As the analysts are now joining in on the desk, they have no time to breathe. By the way, this is a best of 5. Join in, Jake. Join in. You're an analyst now. Woo! Forget about the play-by-play. Well, let's start talking about this on a team that really wanted to fight and a team that was like, no, we're good. We just need those objectives. So, see, yeah, they took it.
All right, yeah, love that. So that was pretty much how it went, right? And
with the sound effect?
With the sound effect. I can't do it as well. Can you do it?
See, there you go.
I didn't know I could do that.
And on that note, we saw Lostratones popping off. Popping off.
I'm sorry. I'm still impressed I could do that.
We lost him.
It was good stuff. Yeah, but like you say, lots of objective play early on for Lostratones. What was it, like a 22-minute Soul for them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was.
It was
Really
really, really early. And for them to then start actually losing after that point, I was shocked, to be honest.
It's short because you go into 15 minutes of the game, and this is interesting. Oh, there you go. Actually, 15 minutes. 1-1. 15 minutes on a game of Los Ratones with only 2 kills, and you think something is coming out of this. No, this is just them running away.
To be fair, Los Ratones do have a low kill count compared to a lot of other teams at EMEA Masters. It's IJC that were second in most kills per game. So that game not being bloodthirsty, not having the extra kills on Handsome D from that early game did really hurt them. I also think that Theocax could not find his footing in this game. He couldn't find the angles to get the ultimates. I saw Prime trying to find flanks, trying to get people back there, but as Theocax could just not connect. That one ult that he did connect onto 2 people ended up in a massive win
I
for
thought
them.
this was it.
I did too, because it was, I think that was a big Los Ratones mistake. Not only they get the MR debuff, remember that comes from Atakan, versus Rumble versus Victor in that fight, which enabled them. So it just made it so that Theocax could actually finally have his impact in the game. As you were saying, Trouble, like, he didn't get to do much. And that was one big mistake that actually put him back in the game.
God, I don't
This
think
guy
I unclenched for this entire
It dumps me, Velia.
Not at all. And the fact that Velia got that still was just beautiful stuff right there. And yeah, it was crazy. Up until this point, it was all IJC, right? Look at that goal graph. Look at that. That is the story of the game right there. And the unsung hero, you said Nemesis. Yeah, he was great at really stopping IJC in their advances and their team fights. And it was just a great team effort here from us.
I just feel like IJC had a very, like, your classic front to back, right?
Yeah.
Your Stunner will start the fight, or your Alistar, and then everything else will pile on top of that, like the ultimates from the 3 carries. However, the problem right here is that every single time they tried to walk into the objective, their setup was just not good. They had no vision, and even when they did have vision, Nemesis would sit there threatening, threatening with the ball, threatening with the shockwave. Galio was there threatening with a big taunt. So even though you saw Theocax and Prime trying to pull ahead forward from their team, their carries could not follow up, which resulted in Theocax dying super early in this one, and then the 50-50 goes
And Nemesis' itemization, I think, is what was a part, like one of the biggest plays for Los Ratones in that game. Like the early Void stuff versus what is a really annoying front line, which, as we said, you know, is how they play their front to back. Nemesis was a big pain for that. Gets Rabbit on third, and he is completely clearing some of these HP tanks. And then just a side note, like to transition, my God, I think Reckless is my MVP for game 1. I'm just going to say that. He might go, like Nemesis had so many good plays and there were members who just popped out in each fight. But if you go back and watch the Bard and what he did for a lot of those big objectives, Reckless is clean with it for some of the setup that we saw.
It's not just the big objectives. I remember the interview with Velia yesterday where he was like, it'll come down to the little things.
Yeah.
That is also where Reckless shines. Like the little things where he was able to deny death, catch someone, these kind of stuff. Like honestly, it's hard as a support to really shine, like to proper shine. But for me in this game, Reckless was just goddamn. I would not like to play versus Reckless. I'm telling you that. He's so
This is a
frustrating
brick
to play.
in the face as well for ICG Japan, because you lose a lot of those champions that are high priority. You just lost the Skarner, the Rumble, which is a big one versus
Yeah,
I'll tell you something that's even worse. They just
Then the
lost a
brick?
game that was won.
Yes.
Which is even worse than
Mentally?
losing the champion. So mentally, that might take a toll. However, Prime was telling us that they do have their disagreements a lot of the time, but at the end of the day, they all know why they're here. They solve it and they move forward. And I'm expecting to see them come through even hot in game number 2.
One of the fixes, as we're about to jump into a pause for them, is the fact that Isiapon picked red side. So they moved from the blue one to the red side. And there's another thing that you brought up when we were walking from the hotel to here. Los Ratones lost the buff. Velia's birthday was yesterday.
Yeah.
Pedro's birthday was on quarters.
Pedro's birthday was on quarters. Velia's birthday was on semis. No one's birthday
Did
today,
you
guys.
see,
Come
though,
on.
their social media put out a post today?
No.
It's the manager, it's Reckless's, it's Balsa's, it's like everyone
Crownies,
else.
everyone.
It's everyone's birthday today.
I didn't see that one. Okay. So jumping into the red side for LFL, what could change? I want your last thoughts on this before they take the rift.
Yeah, you get your counter pick right on red side, so maybe you can actually try and I was gonna say make Howling like okay, Jax.
Yes.
That's it. That's 3 letters, 1 word, Jax.
Versus Baus. Okay.
Botlane Prio specifically on support. I feel like that's what hurt them in the early game. They couldn't get Handsome D ahead. Crowny with the early first kill as well really did pin them in lane. They couldn't get out. So I feel support counterpick is going to play a huge role in this game.
I think yes on that, +1. But as you were saying, plus playing for Howling a little bit more because Howling's lane was good as you expect against Baus. But I think Howling was really solid also in the fights, what he did with the lead. I think giving him a little bit more agency as well. And I know blue side first pick is the most agency you can get in the game. But with that red side counter pick to play for a more explosive lane and just play for top, I think that would be a really good avenue for IJC.
Well, at this moment, they are facing Los Ratones while they have one win when everything was going in favor of LFL. With that in mind, we're just going to wait for them to jump into the second champion select. Los Ratones leading this one with the NLC. I'll see you soon.
Yeah, you will.
Woo! Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad.
Content.
I can go, bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
He's right. I can dance.
Make it out, and you know I'm from the block. All the odds that against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block, yeah. And know I'm coming to the top. Ain't nobody gon' stop me. I ain't never gon' stop. Oh no, stop. As you know I'm from the block, yeah, and I ain't never gon' stop. I'm from the block, and I ain't never gon' stop. I'm from the block, and I ain't never gon' stop. Top to the top, top to the top, ain't nobody gon' and I ain't never gon' stop.
Okay, yeah, look. I'm running like a nosebleed. So stick 'em up, spread 'em out like a rollie. Hey, show me love like you know me. I'ma make 'em whoop, whoop like the police. Helen Keller forever, I'm about to grow dumb. I need a fuck to borrow because I got none. I got ways for days, you're looking washed up. If you're in the way, you may just have a problem. Hustle, 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 hustle. You should already know. You should already know. Hustle, 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 hustle. Yeah. There's more money to blow. There's more money I gotta hustle, 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 hustle. Till I get that gold. Till I get that gold. Hustle, 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 hustle. Yeah. I make money, money, make money, money, money. I'm a narrator, all of you just the characters. Running it like a manager, handing you like a banister. Haven't had enough, all of you just embarrassed. Cause all of your bars are flaccid, need Viagra just to spit a hook. You need a coroner, cutting you like a warrior. All of your bars are boring, yeah, they're longer than the coroner. Your boys ain't cooks quick, it's tradition. The women are what's better in the kitchen. Hustle, 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 hustle. You should already know. You should already know. Hustle, 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 hustle. Yeah. There's more money to blow. There's more money I gotta hustle, 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 hustle. Till I get that gold. Till I get that gold. Hustle, 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 hustle. Yeah. I make money, money, make money, money, money. I make money, money, make money, money, money. 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 Hustle, 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 hustle. You should already know. You should already know. Hustle, 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 hustle. Yeah. There's more money to blow. There's more money I gotta hustle, 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 hustle. Till I get that gold. Till I get that gold. Hustle, 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 hustle. Yeah. I make money, money, make money, money, money.
Destiny on the line, knocked out 100 times. Right back up, we climb, we climb, we climb, we climb. Victory on the mind, all we know is the grind. When we at war, we fight, we fight, we fight, we fight.
The NLC strikes first in our grand final here in Winter 2025 EMEA, also known as European, Middle East, and Africa.
Wow, you learned the whole thing?
I did. Yeah. As an Australian, I should get brownie points for that because I don't know.
That's why we invited you to Eurovision. Because you guys learn.
I was going to say it was pity. Yeah.
Do you actually know why you guys are invited to Eurovision?
No, I don't.
Because you're huge fans and you've been asking it for the longest time ever.
It's like fans finally entered the tournament. This year's not bad. Anyway, pick band. Here we go. Okay. Now, where do you guys want to start with this? Because I feel like on desk over there, as we were analysts, we talked a lot about, I talked about top. I know you talked a little bit about mid, about Nemesis and how he was setting up, and maybe that's something again. By the way, Jax is the first ban away from Howling.
Damn, that's what I wanted to see. I'm glad to see a Maokai ban as well. I don't really want to see that this series. I think Theokak is great on it, and Velia, I think we should keep it banned. So let's think otherwise here. I think Archer made a great point actually, the fake analyst on our analyst desk, about a lot of power picks taken away, specifically for Ishi Japon. A lot of their really favorite champions are Rumble, Skarner, and Misfortune. All three of those are big picks right there. Not able to be played anymore.
That's an Ezreal V1.
You reckon? Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty confident. The Varus is not there, Jin is not there, Misfortune's not there. A lot of the counter picks. However, we did mention that earlier in the pre-show on how they flex that between jungle and top lane, which 90% of the time does go to top lane. It does go towards Baus. But now Howling has to make a huge choice right here. Do you blind? Are you 100% sure you're playing into the Vi?
I would say this is more likely to be a Baus Vi than a jungle Vi, right? At this point, which is crazy. I actually personally am more of a fan as well, like you were saying, George, of getting like early pro on this Ezreal. Yeah. Considering we're in Fearless draft, it's such a powerful pick. It is Crownie's most played as well. And pinching the ADC pool, or at least forcing maybe Han Samdi to go a little bit further down in his champion pool would be a good thing, seeing as he is Ishi Japon's best performing member so far at EMEA. That is going to get locked in right there. The Ezreal, very slippery, but a good answer already. In the Vi with that Assault and Battery, and oh my goodness, that's a double ADC 1-2.
Now, one thing that is so cool about Ezreal and Corki is that they spike on the exact same items. They build the exact same items as well. So IJC, again, with that very teamfight heavy mindset going into that game number 2.
Well, AD carry options are kind of minimized there, and that's the power of taking this double AD first for IJC. So Lost Returners, Ashe, one of the last, not viable, but one of the last big AD carries open. Do they just get a rel here is a big question. Primary engage support is on my mind, considering that you have something that maybe a Nautilus would look forward to.
I'd be scared to pick melee support here for Lost Returners because Karma is a thing
also
with Ezreal, and it really does hurt if you play melee into the Karma. Nemesis Syndra is going to come out into the Corki. Yeah. And let's see. Now you have to make the choice. You're picking into the Vi, or are you picking jungle?
Like he's in prison or something. I don't know. Did he had his hands in like he was, going to be in jail. Yeah. I don't know what that's referring to, but we'll see.
I think he's a fan of Syndra.
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it, yeah.
Have I talked to you about the power of the curtains, by the way?
No. Would you like to tell me?
The curtains are actually a meme in Sets' stream. They're their own emote as well.
Okay.
It's the power of the curtains.
Is it because they just don't know what's behind it, or...?
No, it's just the curtains. They've always been there.
Okay.
They're very
throughout the whole journey.
Well.
Why don't we talk about Nemesis with Spider-Man behind? Like,
it's on a cup.
Yeah. It's on a champion. Is it on a trophy?
It is.
Okay.
And there's a Bulbasaur on his belt as well.
Yeah, he's got a
Goated,
lot of
actually.
He's got a copyright strike on the way.
See, but this is more like it. Baus, the consummate professional. Summoner's Rift, Jin. There you go.
True.
Very on brand, League of Legends brand for him.
Is he giving us a hint with the Jin?
Jin top? Oh no.
Already played, sorry. Already played, sorry.
It's out. You're right. This Theokaxis Sejuani getting slammed down as his last pick right here. No surprise, it is his most played champion of all time. He loves that Sejuani. We'll see if that's paired with a melee top side, something with a little bit more pressure, a little bit more strength. You can go into the 1v1 and really benefit from having that Sejuani jungle.
I feel like all the melee support's been taken out of the pool right here. Only Nautilus is the one remaining. There's two things that you can do if you are IJC. You either allow Lost Returners to not ban it, and you pick... Here you can very easily pick Karma. Because if you're playing into the Rakan, you get to outpush him, and there's nothing that can really punish that Karma in lane. What?
Okay, this Blitzcrank from Prime normally is paired with a Tristana bot, something a bit more aggressive than the Ezreal. Bit of a surprise to see that coming through, but good versus Syndra and Ashe.
So Prime is a big hook support. So Thresh, Blitzcrank, any of that stuff he plays a ton of.
But Reckless still has Rakan up. That's the thing, is like, while Enchanter is an option, with Ashe especially, Engage is still there, and good roaming with jungle, depending on what it is.
Solve the misery. Solve the mystery, not misery.
Solve the misery.
Put us out of our misery and solve the mystery.
Put us out of mystery.
Where does Vi go? Where does Vi go?
It's got, yeah, to be fair, I still think it's Bowser's Vi, but maybe that's also wishful thinking, because I don't think Value's had the greatest time playing Vi, so I wouldn't want to play it himself.
Why does Nemesis look in pain?
I think you still need a
They're
bit...
debating it because it's going to be Velya on Vi.
It's Cho'Gath jungle. Okay, interesting.
No, yeah, okay.
No, that's, as you say, that is going to be Velya's on the Vi, Cho'Gath in the top side.
Is that a Gnar, potentially?
Nar's a good option, isn't it? But your AP is coming from where?
Ooh, that's even better.
Yeah,
that's even better.
Good shout. That's a good shout, though. You don't have a lot of magic damage right here. I want to see that kind of melee fighting topside. All right, it's the Ambessa. Better matchup alongside the Sejuani to get that combo off to really pressure down Baus. Make things happen there topside.
I feel like Tabi's go a long way here.
Absolutely.
But then again, like, I mean, it's probably going to be Baus going Mobies, as he normally does. Velya, probably the only one to pull it out, outside of Reckless, depending. What do you guys think? I mean, it's just interesting because I think there was a guessing game on Lost Ratonas the whole draft. IJC have a lot of AD outside of the AP from Blitz and Sejuani.
I'm just looking at the same draft. I was looking in game number 1. They've just picked champions that match the exact same profile with the Ambessa looking to bully towards the top side of the map. You've got Theocax again on a more facilitating jungle pick, the dog leash champ, if you will, the one that's going to be engaging. However, I feel like if you do not play for Ambessa here, this is going to be what I call a quote-unquote warding Sejuani, where you're literally just there. You do not have any connection with your solo laners, which you should do early on, because you're a very good champion to set up for them. And you're just there to basically press R and hope it hits.
Yeah, whenever I see a Blitzcrank, I feel like draft kind of warps towards that pick, and your playstyle towards that pick is very one-dimensional, but the one thing he does is so good that you have to lean into it, else it's pointless playing him. So a lot of good targets for Blitzcrank to grab in the Ashe and the Syndra, but on the other side, you do not want to grab Vi unless you can one-shot her, because you'll then just immediately ulti one of your backliners. You can't grab like Rakan, Cho'Gath, so it actually is quite difficult, I'd say here, for Prime to execute that Blitzcrank. But having said that, a lot of the success for EC Japon will come down to how successful can this Blitzcrank be?
Well, it's part of the biggest tool that we saw last game, where Prime set up some beautiful fights, set up some beautiful engages, but in the end, unfortunately, at 8,000 gold, the game was thrown away. Massive Elder still turns into a game-winning play. Lost Ratonas opened us up in game number 1 after they threw themselves at Arakan and
And Reckless playing the skin that most likely gave him some little trauma.
Oh boy, you can't beat him, join him.
That's right, that's right.
Oh god.
IG Baolan from 2018, World Champions. Of course, Reckless, he's on one of his better champions in general. He's excellent on that Rakan. And
yeah, remember we looked at his win rate yesterday, Trouble, and it was like, it wasn't good. Even after I was like, I thought it was so good. But it just feels, from what I've seen in scrims, and at least this year, Rakan is definitely one of his most refined champions.
It just suits like the Braum profile, and I think he's just so good on this sort of quote-unquote more defensive type of melee. Oh, whoa!
That was one.
Oh, the timing! Oh, the timing!
I don't know if Crownie even saw that. He might have seen the edge of the hook, but I would probably have a hole in my trousers after that one.
Do they know? They've not been pinged.
You know, it'd be heavy. Anyway, we don't talk about
a piece of his cape, let's say. A piece of his cape.
Yeah.
Cake?
Cape.
Oh, cake. Sorry, cake.
No, cake.
A piece of
No.
Cake?
No.
Sorry.
Cake is intact.
Brownie's going to spot this out. There's a ward only on Hansam D, and you got to think, hang on, where are the rest of them? Prime, his hook is back up off a cooldown as well, so even being under turret is not going to be safe. Crownie getting saved by Reckless, flash away, stunned up, and he might die up into melee range, but under turret, it's not successful yet. Hansam D moves in. The turret ramping's big, but a block by Theocax from the Gleaming Quill. First blood of an IJC.
And that's exactly what we were talking about when we said we need Prime with a counter pick onto the support. We need IJC's bot lane to be stronger, to get prio, to get kills onto Hansam D. And IJC said, head-to-head bet. Level 1 gank straight after that red buff.
It's especially impressive considering Crowny and Reckless have double defensive summoners, but it's just the movement here. Crowny isn't walking into the minions, he doesn't walk towards them, so there's nothing to block that hook that comes and follows up.
And no flash as well. Like, you could have flashed behind the minions there too.
I don't know when Reckless, when Gleaming Quill start, but I feel like W start there. Maybe argue would be a little bit better for the play.
Was it a Q start?
It was a Q start by Rakan.
Yeah.
So no W to at least get that 1 second knockup. Because then maybe it's a very different play. But 4 summoners burnt regardless. The play happened and Sam D used none of it as Velu's invading topside while this was going on. So once again, Velu's trying to really keep that train rolling by himself like he did last game where he was 1 to 2 level lead at 20 minutes into the game of game 1.
I mean, usually when you have a Farin / aggro jungler on one side and more of a ganking jungler on the other side, the second Sejuani shows her face in any lane, you have to punish by taking camps away. And look at Velia right now. He smelled that Sejuani is invading towards those Raptors. Nemesis is moving. That's a level 2 Sejuani. Theocrax is absolutely screwed in
he
jungle.
is, because Scatter the Weak connects. No health. No problem for Velia. 1, 2, 3 for the autos. He's already burned his flash. He gets slowed down, waiting for a Vault Breaker. He's out of time. Prime caught out in bot as Reckless and Crowny go for the all-in. Waiting for the hook near the turret is exactly what he wants as Sam D. After the rocket grab sent out, just send some damage.
It's so smart from Velia as well. His pathing here is insane. Look at him on the minimap. So he's counter-jungled the enemy chickens, didn't go to the red buff because he was like, I know Theocax is going to go to my chickens. I'm going to counter him there. Read him like a book, almost killed him, and now he's gone back into his jungle. It's ridiculous pathing here from Velia. Giga brain stuff right here. Lovely to see the...
I think Theocax is heading straight to bot lane again.
Yeah, well, I think this is his only play right here, right? He has to go straight down to bot, and there are no sums right now on Crowny or Reckless.
He's looking where the wave is.
He's also not spotted, and I feel like Reckless and Crowny should spot this. The wave will slow push towards them. You should not be overextending here.
Reckless got everything up now, though, and with Battle Dance, he just shows he's going to be in the way. So Theocax walks away, and, you know, let's come back to... My brains.
Where would you like to go? Hysterics?
I wanted to come back to top, right? Why
let's
is top
go
so
top.
hard to say?
Let's go top. It's fine. It's
Now,
all right.
When Foxy was talking about Velia being really, really smart, and it's funny he's a top laner, and I forgot. When Foxy was talking about how Velia's being really, really smart, I'm assuming Theocax is like, okay, those Raptors are now gone, right?
Yeah.
There's no way that he's gone up. He's cleared my red and my Krugs. Now gone back, he'll sweep under his own jungle. Theocax is instead waiting for the gank, spotting that. Hang on a minute.
He's been spotted
And
in the
now
bush
he's
in the
like,
mid
wait,
lane.
The Raptors are here still. He would have no clue what's going on.
But look who's hovering. Nemesis hovering right there. Of course, it's a 1 versus 2. I think if Nemesis goes a little bit too far, he will get punished. That's a level 4 Sejuani. We do have all spells right now. But Velia is straight back. There is no smite on the Theocax. This is a horror. This is a horror.
Yeah,
This is a horror.
Yeah, this feels like Velia took what happened to him against Supermassive kind of personally.
Yeah.
Volta viewed the hell out of that and was like, this is what we're going to do to Theo now.
That was actually so funny, by the way, because the second I named skins, his face just changed.
Yes, that was great. He was... didn't have the greatest of times there. Oh, speaking of reading the play, though, Easy Japon, they see this one.
Missed.
He got the feast on the cannon minion. I don't know if you call that worth, but as Val
That's worth. That is worth.
How many minions can he get? That's the only question I want to know. Wait.
And Blitzcrank gets the kill. Yeah, look at that cheeky grin on his face down there. He's like, he's cool with that. He's cool with that.
Did you see the head scratch? Like, huh? Blitzcrank taking the kill?
Okay, wait, that's so good for Val's actually. Also, Prime was spotted top, so he's now going to sprint down bot. He went Swifties instead of...
I feel like this was on purpose, that the kill was given over to Blitzcrank, because Prime went straight back to base, bought the Swifties, and he's on the map again.
Yeah.
I feel like because Sejuani is so far behind in this particular game, having Prime roam around the map is going to be huge influence for IJC, and they do need it. Ezreal does not need to get accelerated anymore. This early gold got him that tier, and he started stacking it. Nemesis might have to flash here.
Yeah, he might indeed. Flashes, but not too late in the end. How holds it to the end as Velia wasn't able to steal a grub. That was actually a smite steal in front of him as Theocax. In the end, will lose it to a Q. So 2-1 is the trade, but for a Sejuani that's behind, you're going to take that.
The question is now, do Los Botones try something around the dragon here? I'd imagine once Velia gets level 6, that could be on the cards, especially with Crowny, with the Ash ult coming through as well. You want to try and leverage this small advantage that you have right now as far as your team comms go, while you've got Ezreal and Corki still ramping up towards Triforce, still ramping up towards Muramana. Try and get some stuff in before they reach their spikes.
We'll see Prime heading straight towards that bot side of the map again. There are flashes available both on Reckless and Crowny. And with all the priority down bot lane, it could potentially be a setup starting towards that Dragon. Now, of course, I feel like it's a little bit placebo when people think that Blitzcrank is the tankiest support. He's not really. He's kind of a Thresh type of support, if you will.
Yeah.
He gets too far in. If he grips the wrong target, he's actually a lot in trouble. So Prime needs to pick and choose his targets right there. However, talking about targets.
Level 6. Velya, as you said, is now level 6, so the threat there. Certus also poked out by Nemesis in lane continuously as you've seen a 300 gold lead bloom out of nowhere just from Nemesis alone being left in the 1v1.
Yeah, Crowny just hit level 6 as well, but he has not reset. Compare that to Han Samdi, who did get an early reset for his tier and is about to get another one. You know, trying to shove this wave in is great, but if you want to make a play towards the Dragon, we're really playing with a very fine line right here. Of course, Vi's great at hold on, hold that dot.
Sidestep indeed. Howling is able to get the grasp, but Baus is going to go behind enemy lines and take the next wave. While Nemesis is caught out, runs into Prime. He lost his flash before from this Blitzcrank. Scatter Weak doesn't connect. He sidesteps the ult from Theocaxis. Reckless helps out. Certus almost dead to the ultimate. Velya will finish the job. A 1-for-1. Nemesis, as a flashless Syndra, took so long to die. Because of that, I think Velya might get even more. Prime's in trouble. Velya almost kills Theocax by himself. This Blitzcrank will be slowed to oblivion with no flash to get away. The overdrive's going to expand and put him down to 200 MS. A kill over to Crowny as well. And just when you think Nemesis caught with his pants down, he pulls him back up.
I feel like this play was even delayed. I feel like Reckless and Crowny have had priority for majority of the time. I feel like Velya wanted to invade earlier on, and this is the thing that he was talking about, right? Prime missing that Q again, and we're gonna see the whole iteration. It's a little bit criminal that R does not hit for Sejuani, but that sidestep from Nemesis was very clean, and Avengers just assembled.
It was very pretty, wasn't it, from Nemesis to get away from the Sejuani ult. May have actually changed a few things here. The fact that Velya was on Dragon this whole time, I think that Lost Stones were expecting Prime to actually be focusing towards that, right? They wanted to disrupt the Dragon, but wasn't expecting him to still be in the bush. Still works out in the Rad's favor, though, here. Getting that first Dragon, then continuing the trend of taking those drags.
The Nemesis, though, the pressure will continue. The rocket grab somehow hits, but the damage from Certus, what you have to worry about. Good scout of the week under turret. He gets some extra follow-up, but the arrow finds his mark, gets a slow on Prime to add insult to injury, and Certus is stuck for ages. He doesn't have those Merc treads yet, and so the kill goes back over to Los Ratones.
Even if he did, he got hit from base.
Yeah, that's a big stun.
Crowny literally pressed R the second he just got back to the fountain. And one thing that I'd like to say here is that in the interview that we had with Velya, and especially when Skins was mentioning how much he pressured him, right? He was like, I want my team to play more around me if that happens. And I feel like right there in that bot lane, he had avenues to invade the Sejuani. He had avenues to put him even further behind in the dirt. And I just want, sometimes, you know, Crowny and Reckless or Nemesis just drop a wave to just give that to their junglers, to just deem Sejuani completely useless in that early game.
He's also playing towards himself, right? Like, again, look at this CS gap. He's at 15 gap right now. He's now playing towards contesting this crab. Like, he is putting a lot more resources into himself. He's trusting in himself, and it's really paying off. It paid off in that first game, and so far in game number 2, it's working again.
300 gold lead for Velya. Sundered Sky picked up before the Heartsteel of Theocax, and I'm looking at mid 2. Even though Nemesis has had a lot of attention against him, he's got the Blackfire Torch as they start up Grubs. Baus is just going to nom on 1, make it 2 as for now Scout of the Week doesn't connect. Prime is the new target, only level 5, so no static field to explode and silence. Baus takes a quick blinder in, a quick peek. This will be 3, maybe 4 for IJC for the Grub game.
But what happens bot lane? Right? We've got Prime roaming topside to make this grub happen. Here comes the fight.
I mean, you're right. On the travel back bot, he's going to get caught out. Nemesis going to ulti to get the kill. Certus jumps on, trying to get blocked by his jungle, but he's autoed to death. Certus with the arrow again, doesn't want to revisit the deja vu, but Velya running the map and running the game. That'll continue, but Certus running out will be even better. Theocax comes in with a reverse trade, and Reckless drops to the floor. True Shot Barrage with a bit of excess damage as Certus tries to sit afar and damage. But at the end of the day, it looks like an even trade as IJC managed to get something back thanks to this Sejuani.
Hey, they tunnel visioned onto Prime on this Blitzcrank. You've got your shield as well from the passive. That Blitzcrank doesn't go down that easily, especially in the early game when you don't have a lot of items completed. And of course, you've got Torch and Sundered Sky. You should be able to kill him, but I feel like they focused the wrong target. Certus was also there.
This is spotted out thanks to Ash. I mean, red buff will go down. I think in the end, no, it's not Velya to pick it up, but he'll get it regardless. It's a shutdown over to Nemesis. Going too deep here is IJC. and kills are being donated to Los Ratones. Nemesis just picked up a double, and that is a crucial mistake to make here in this mid-game.
What was that?
It's a big oopsie right there.
Faust might be dead here as well, by the way. He's going to get rid of the wave. He flashes, he gets a Q under turret. Howling should be out, right? Right. Faust is smiling because Howling almost died for that dive.
Dude, the passive healing from Cho'Gath, he was killing all those minions as Faust just does anyway, right? It actually kept him alive right there. That was exceptionally close to getting the solo kill.
Howling
This
has no
TP,
TP.
yeah, this TP back in is not going to be matched by Howling.
Wait, that play turned into a
So
god team play.
basically, Howling had that eclipse, so he forced that fight under tower from Baus. Baus had only a couple of components, didn't even have Aegis yet. So he tried to force that kill under tower. He does take his flash, but Baus having the teleport right there becomes the beneficiary of that play, gets to push down another wave. Howling doesn't have TP. He's gonna miss some of these creeps underneath his tower. However, the bigger question right there is that Theocax and Prime need to actually get on the same page.
Yeah.
They have been a little bit lost in terms of what to do, especially through that early game where Theocax did not get his game played out for him, if you will. And now Prime and Theocax need to find their footing again in this game if they don't want Los Ratones to take that 2-0.
2-0-3 for Velia, really stepping up in this one. And
Wow.
another good grab.
Side set, but the ulti sent everything in the kitchen sink. Theocax gets the kill. Number 3 for him. So at least that commitment might open up Dragon in 30 seconds.
That was incredibly played by Prime. Sort of flanking around the creeps and baiting Nemesis, no matter how many times you sidestep, unless you use your flash. Prime hits that Q.
Another
Now
one.
IJC, they've got set up.
Yeah, Velia's caught in. He was starting of a Vault Breaker. Reckless has to commit. It's 3 versus 2, though. The arrow doesn't connect. Certus, the new target for Velia, does so much damage. He's tanking all of them. He flashes away as Crony now joins in. And IJC just want to play the long con, but Hans Samdi, not enough.
Wow.
Not enough frontline because Theocax health bar is melting down. With fire, you get ice that starts crowning and crowning. Chasing and chasing Hans Samdi with a cleanse. He's out for now, but Los Ratones have enabled this Dragon to be in their pocket.
My Vi doesn't do this much damage in solo queue with the Sundered Sky. What's going on here?
Sundered Sky and Pickaxe, it is so much deeps at this point of the game. And it's what's enabling these plays. Baus
might be dead here as no help, but there should be a reset and Baus will die to a solo kill. Not a smile this time around as Howling gets something back in the lane.
Yeah, Dragon as well. Number 2 going over for Los Ratones with the Vi, setting up this bot tower. There are answers coming down from IJC, but I'm not sure they're going to get here in time. Should just be the turret falling now for Los Ratones.
I just feel like I want to echo what Foxy was saying earlier on the desk. It's like, Howling's got a pretty good counter matchup right there. You're playing set 1, your only melee champion is up the top side of the map. Play for him. Because suddenly, when an Ambessa 5-0 shows up, what does Syndra and Vi do versus that? What does a sitting duck Ashe does versus that? Nothing. It's a very strong champion, loves to teamfight, loves to flank, and loves to cause chaos versus immobile carries, and that's exactly what Los Ratones have here.
Oof, take a look at the items though for Ez and for Corki. Those ticking time bombs are about to explode.
Like casted in 1 out of 16, 2 out of 16.
Yeah.
It's 1 out of 2 now, 1 item out of 2. 1 out of 2, Monka S.
We're getting there. They're getting this. It's close. It's close stuff right here, and that will certainly change the way that Los Ratones have to execute and think about these plays. Having said that, having a Vi be as fed as she is, it's a lot of damage to just bring down a squishy like an Ez or a Corki.
Yeah, followed up with Syndra as well. It's a really strong 2v2, even at this point in the game. Around these neutrals, all it takes is a pick, and it does feel like that's a repeating story with Blitzcrank in the game as well, right? With Theocax syncing up with him at their best. We've talked about some of the worst plays that we've seen, but also some of the best as Prime, thinking about what he can fish from here, but unfortunately the bait doesn't seem too good. It's going to be Velia who goes in under turret against a Blitzcrank you don't normally see, but Reckless silence on the arrow. They're not going to let him press his buttons until about now. But the hook is flashed away from through the curtains. He'll fly as Crowny gets the kill, but Nemesis is caught as a frontliner. Certus is now firing away with Hans Samdi, and we just talked about these 80 carries from his Japon core. They get their mark, and their damage starts hurting deep.
Too much thrown towards the Blitzcrank once again for Los Ratones. Everything burns close to the turret as well. That's not going to work in your favor, and losing your 2 primary carries, that's gone, right? Syndra, Ashe, Dunzo, not just a teamfight win, but they'll get the Herald to boot.
Wow, Prime is cosplaying Bounce right here, and IJC are using this to perfection. Again, he's got a little bit too far forward, but once that R connects, you can take anyone with you. Flash is true, very close to the tower. I have no idea how his Q misses here between 3 members, but that is not the case. That's not the problem here. Los Ratones have committed their bodies way too far forward in this mid lane, and again, immobile carries. Ashe, Syndra, you overextend, you end up paying the price. Howling getting some loving from his support as well. Bounce goes down one more time.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting to be a serious problem because it's not like the top side of the map is riddled with objectives to take. This is going to be a turret. This is going to be jungle taken away from Velya as well, who had a lead. Still does technically, but slowing down this Vi and giving the Sejuani more wiggle room to get beefier. It just feels like EasyJet Encore are moving into this mid game in a very strong way.
Look at their position in the jungle as well right now. Really taking away the bot side of the map from Los Ratones, making it very difficult to play.
Well.
Yeah, everything's being thrown down right now. This is going to be a big swing, big gold swing as well with these turrets falling.
5 members are all down bot. Nemesis sticks top. He's got teleport available. Syndra might have to press it soon if they want to commit to a fight. Bounce is coming here to defend. Munches on the Herald, but it's still going down. This turret, this inner turret is dead meat. It'll drop. Nemesis commits to top, but how fast is the Syndra going to push here when backs are available from people like Howling and there's still a teleport available for this Embesser as
That
well?
was 3 towers for IJC versus 1 in response from the side of Los Ratones. But the most important part is that you've cleared out the both side of the map if you're IJC, and the Dragon's coming up in a minute's time. You have so many wards behind enemy lines to try and get that Ambessa that's currently sitting 2,000 gold up on that Cho'Gath, potentially in the backline, and you've got a flashless Ashe.
We talked about the lack of mobility on the carries being good targets for Blitzcrank, the Syndra, the Ashe. But what about Ambessa? If she finds you out of position, as you were saying there, Georgia, when she's as big as she is, you're not getting away from that. She's got 1 million plus, however many dashes. No escape.
Running into this. Okay, Rocket Grab not going to connect. Trisha Barrage just sent out anyway. As you guys said, I know you're talking about the setup of Dragon here. Atakan is not far behind it, and it will be spawning in the same sector. So if we get a major team fight here, it's double objective, and probably the most significant lead we've had in this game too so far in the finals.
Corki very close to that Manamin as well. He should have it the second he's in base. So, not quiet. Not quite 2 out of 2. Monka S. Ezreal does have his. He'll keep stacking that one up. Surt is not quite at that power point, and Runan's Hurricane, Cosmic Drive, both carries for Los Ratones with their second item fully completed. And as you can see, they're assembling around that Dragon that IJC have just started. Surt has to run. He has no TP.
Hansam D almost caught out as well. Ulti not going to be popped by Velya. The Dragon will get pulled out, but its patience will start wearing thin any further than this. However, it is close enough, and Theocax will have the smite down. So, 3rd Dragon denied from Los Ratones. Back on the border, IJC, and Los Ratones are just hoping that they'll step in. A 2-man scatter the week. Reckless setup, the team fight we talk about with the arrow on top. It's perfect. If I was in Italy, I would say Mamma Mia. But this is Paris, and IJC are running back to the Eiffel Tower. At least for now, the poke with the shutdown sets it up. Bounces under a tier 2 turret with the range from Syndra helping him get away. Good scatter the week as Nemesis steps up to the plate, but Los Ratones not losing a single person. Choreograph, a perfect pick.
The question now is, what are Los Ratones going to take as their prize? The Atakan has spawned at the bot side of the map, and IJC without their jungler for another 5 seconds. Their top laner for 20, but these are relatively low health bars for Los Ratones. Here comes the contest.
But there's no AP. It might not matter here. Quickness going to be used. Prime is the new target again. He rocket grabs Reckless in, but Velya gets over the wall. They pull off, and they start again. Prime now dead. Enough. Howling dead for another 3 seconds. It looks like Atakan maybe thought about and start for round 2.
Balsi coming in for this one now as well. He does have the feast to secure.
But now you have Howling with TP heading towards the top side of the map. They're actually going to give this one up. Again, Ruinous Atakan is one that teams are not willing to throw their bodies or deaths towards.
Nice.
Theocax is... This is so confusing right here because this is what I call spectator mode, but they're not really getting anything for it. At least Sir just pushed down that bot lane. I think Theocax got himself a Scuttle Crab as a prize right there, and Howling gets to push that top side of the map. However, more experience going to Vi.
While that fight was happening, Hansumdi, crucially, was not there. He was pushing in mid. It was like a 1v1. Look at the minimap as well. Let's take a look at what where Ez goes and where Ash goes as well. It's a beautiful combo. And if Howling dies instantly here, this would be a completely different play. Which is easy peasy for Los Ratones to turn to Atakan. But because they have to chase, it makes it a little bit more complicated. And that's why it almost doesn't end up being an Atakan for Los Ratones. Bit distracted by the pip here because it looked as though IJC were potentially getting a pick onto LR around this Baron area, but it looks like that was just a little bit of scuffling and not too much else.
It's a 1k gold lead. Defeats went over to Los Ratones. In this game too, they're still looking for picks. The arrow flies out only onto Howling as Balth is willing to step up near the turret. The hook not connecting, but Crownie getting hit by a true shot barrage. HansMD aggressively forward with an arcane chip while Los Ratones are getting caught out, but it's Balth again, front lining with the quickness. Now the re-engage. Under turret, he cares not. It's Reckless who sets it up, but the scat of the week is gorgeous from behind. Los Ratones are healthy enough to continue their onslaught. Under mid turret, 4 versus 5 with the minion wave as well. Nemesis is sending them away. And once again, his own control, huge as Prime, gets the flush out of Crownie. A noble attempt when IJC were losing more.
It's so frustrating because Theocaxis has no patience. The second he shows up, you know he's going to throw the ult and bounce. All he had to do was a sidestep to cover Nemesis. Nemesis with no flash out there could have very easily gone down. Howling is going to find some company in the jungle.
He will indeed. He's slowed down as well with Nemesis here. That ulti won't get him out except back in. Scout of the week, a good sidestep at the very least with the unleashed power. Howling will survive.
How many dashes?
3 members here. Prime, though, may be able to stop the recall. IJC might have a chance. A good rupture up gives them time, and Los Ratones running for the hills still.
Crownie's just farming on the rest of the map, though, right here. He's recognized that in this game, and to be honest, in game number 1 as well, HansMD has had a CS lead over him, right? The gold has been in HansMD's favor, even when the fights themselves are pretty close. Crownie recognizes this and is using this opportunity to farm everything. He farmed mid-wave, he farmed Velia's top camps as well. Really wants to stay on top of this pace right here and not fall too far behind.
I just want to see Theocax, again, with a little bit more patience. You cannot show up and instantly throw your ult out. You need to actually wait. You need to bait some summoners as well. You can very easily do that with Sejuani. I feel like Prime has been trying so damn hard with the Qs, but again, Theocax and Prime need to be on the same page in this game number 2. It is of pivotal importance. You do have your 2 items on the Corki and the Ezreal, and here's where the team fights are going to start hurting. I am saying that they have the 2 items, however, if you look on the other side, because of how far ahead Nemesis is, Nida's Lajor already picked up. I'm assuming the second one will be following suit, and when you have that death gap, then the Syndra will be deadly.
Also 120 stacks on the Splinters as well, so he's got that 3.54% extra AP that you get. So with Deathfire Torch, sorry, Blackfire Torch, you also, sorry, it's 117, but he'll have that soon. He'll have a massive injection with that Rabadons you're talking about, Trouble. At this point, Baron is sitting there waiting. Dragons up in 10 seconds would be number 3.
Ooh.
IJC want to flip this. They got the last dragon, so they think, hell, why not? They need something
They
big
saw
in the
Ash
game.
bot lane. They saw Ash bot lane. Crownie showed on the wave down bot lane. No flash on Nemesis or Crownie. That Baron's going down fast.
But it has AoE. With the arrow flying up, it gets no one at 4k. There's an attempt at steal. Don't flip it. It might be leased by Los Ratones. Out of the pit. Oh! There's a chop there. How easy is it for Balth to just come in and take your whole pantry worth of food? IJC bursts it down because once again, Nemesis got his pick of the fight. Interrupted his Howling as True Shot Barrage tries to claw something back, but Crownie over the wall he goes to trade it out in messy fashion. Los Ratones just walked in and took what they wanted in the second game. With Scout of the Week not connecting, it's up to Howling to try and stop at least 1, maybe 2 more Barons. Slowed down with a Rapture, but Balthaz's Hail ablaze, and Nemesis takes the last breath of life in game 2 for IJC.
5 kills, Baron Nashor, and most likely this dragon falling down as well. All gifted, wrapped up in a present by IJC. What an awful candle to be given over right here at this stage of the game. Los Ratones were a little bit far away from this Nash, and that was the window that IJC saw, but it wasn't enough. The window was closed.
But there might be an opportunity. I mean, I'm seeing a handle.
The TP Howling.
You know, in Paris, windows might not open, but here in this game, they might do. Nemesis is going to get sandwiched on, and Certus is coming in. Nemesis flashes away, but Balth's has already taken down that Sejuani. No chance to get nearby as the arrow flies wide, but Certus has no turret here. A pull in actually might be a little bit in because Bounce can reposition and start doing something else to someone else. Certus over the wall is getting burnt down as Nemesis is now controlling the game on what is his most iconic pick in League of Legends.
And almost 7,000 gold lead for Los Ratones. 2 members down for IJC. They're still burned up. They get to push through that mid lane. And again, big question marks for IJC around those neutral objectives and the way they set them up. I understand this was a desperation Baron. You sit grounded down the bot lane, you try to rush it, but the second Los Ratones walk up to you, you just leave your jungler all alone in the pit to dry.
Especially when there's a Cho'Gath on the enemy team, dude. That's not even a flip at that point, man. That's just Cho'Gath up for grabs. Yeah, not a great decision right there, and it will lead into the downfall of the LFL second seeds in the grand finals here of EMEA Masters. We've been here before, France versus NLC.
There's no way.
France that comes out on top.
How does Bounce have
There's no way you bought Medjais.
Yeah, that's the herald of your doom here if you are a French fan.
Well, it's been...
Well, he is a gentleman. He picked up a book.
He is indeed.
Why does a gentleman have a book?
Well, because
I mean, I get that, but why do they? Is that a thing?
He's like upper class, you know, upper class libraries,
There's a
big
fireplace,
houses.
a cigar, bit of whiskey.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know,
I see.
That's what gentlemen do, apparently.
They read.
They read.
Cup of tea on one
and
hand.
they have tea, yeah. The whiskey's obviously probably not appropriate, but...
I tell you though, we're in France. I've been here for like 3 or 4 days. I would kill for a good cup of tea, bro. I'm just saying right now.
Okay. First thing the Brit says about France.
We got
we got any tea?
The foxtrot is just hanging on right here.
Oh man, the croissants are good. The cheese, the wine. Like I need English breakfast. We have to zoom so far out in this game because Baus is now gigantic, by the way. If you're wondering why the camera just seems to be panning away. And it's also because Lost Returns are controlling this whole sector. There's a top wave unaccounted for, but it's because mid is constantly under fire with 8,500 gold in their lead. The NLC first seed is holding this game in their grasp, about to go 2-0 up versus Izzy Japonkor.
And that will be a first ever for NLC to go 2-0 up versus the LFL in a finals. However, right here, if you want to look on the other side of the coin, IJC, what are the chances of coming back into this game? I feel like Howling. Howling survived in 1v3 for so long. He's actually super fed. Third item completed, going towards that last Whisper as well. Does have the Sterox and Nemesis. No Hourglass, no Flash, no defensive spells whatsoever onto Syndra. So it could be a way that you get Howling onto the back. He finds Nemesis, and then you somehow miraculously win a fight through Handsome D landing a few shots. I feel like if there is going to be a miraculous play, it's going to have to come through that top lane for IJC.
Will it still be alive? Because Baus is chasing down and thinking about what he can do here. Spotted out of 2 members. The arrow flies and gets Howling, and you know what? The strongest member is about to meet his fate. Not even chomped up. In the end, it's Nemesis who gets the kill. Number 10 here on the Rabadons. 20 stacks Magi Syndra. The book is out and Lost Returns have a 5v4 for 45 seconds.
Report jungle. ICG Howling says in all chat right there. Dashing away. And Howling just in the back taking a stray right there.
What, you expect him to just stand in his own jungle?
Yes. Exactly.
You're a jungler, you can't say that.
That's true. That's true. Here comes Velya.
I mean, that is a great hook, actually. The member caught is Velya, and he's not that tanky, but Redemption gives him a bit more time to play with. The turret drops in the meantime as Inhibitor's now next on the menu, and Lost Returners are healthy enough in the other 4 to keep playing this out, even with a red buff. Velya at half HP. The Inhibitor drops down. We move to almost 10,000 gold at 30 minutes here in Game 2.
Scary stuff right there. The Q landing from Prime on a very squishy Vi. There's Baron up in 40 seconds, however. Right here, IJC need to push out their waves as fast as possible. Howling spawned, pushing down that top lane wave as well. They need as much vision as possible for this one.
You know, we talked about comeback potential. Just remember, against K-Corp in Game 1, in group stage, Lost Returners
don't say it.
We're up about 10k gold.
I said don't say it, man.
And that was a pretty rubbish throw that kept happening. And you know, it's not like
Listen,
the team is cleanest in the world.
Okay, if that happens after you've said it, you're kicked from the cast.
Well, that's fine. Let's just see what happens here. I mean, Lost Returns right now don't seem to be stopped, and no, that's definitely not going to be the case here. Theocax is caught out, and as we said in this game, he was always behind. He was always trying to find elements of the game, but it's just been Velya's game to lose at this point.
Velya has done so well in this series, right? We hyped up the jungle matchup a little bit. about more team facilitatory jungler in Theocax versus carry in Velia, and Velia has done just that, right? He has carried these games. That crucial smite still at the end of game number 1 to seal the fate of IJC, and this time around, just right from the get-go, man. They saw that the damage stat popped out like 10 minutes ago or so. He was second overall in the entire game, only behind Nemesis, right? Like, he's putting out so much pressure, and it has not stopped.
All right, LFL enthusiasts and faithfuls, it can't get worse. 5 items onto Nemesis. That's as strong as he gets. 3 more stacks, that's as strong as the Syndra gets.
True.
You could have another item on Ashe, but primarily that's majority of the damage that she does as well. You could have more items on your Sejuani to soak through that damage, but more items built. Cyrilda's onto Ezreal, just purchased. Cyrilda's onto Howling, just purchased as well. So again, 1 life, 1 breath for the for IJC, 1 life for the LFL before they go down. And NLC claims match point. Whoa, that was close.
It was indeed, but there's been a lot of close calls like that. Los Ratones are still going to find the fight. You can see the arrows up and available, waiting to be thrown. Theocax is frontlining for now as HuntSMD gets as close as he can to the wave. Bot is pressuring up, and Certus has to go react to it while Dragon's up, and this is just Sol.
Hextech Soul is not going to be fun with Ashe and Syndra.
And not a lot of this game is fun, I would say, for Ishi Japon, to be fair. And that is just going to add on top of it, as you mentioned. Sol now, 2 games in a row for Los Ratones. Took them 10 minutes longer in this one, which is a bit ironic, seeing as they're dominating this one in comparison to the last game. But that will be just another weapon in the arsenal for the Rats. So push down and close this game out. Game number 2 in this series. As you say, putting them, IJC, on the brink of elimination if they can't hold on.
Putting Los Ratones 1 step closer to the finals. The arrow doesn't fly. Prime finds a good hook, but again onto Velia. Will it be enough? He flashes away and turns his gaze. A great ultimate in retrospect as now Theocax once again the new target, but look at Nemesis go. He lines them up and shoots them down like they're tin cans on a wall. Bounce flashes forward because he's got one thing to say, and that's delicious. Los Ratones 2-0. The NLC beating down on LFL is not what you expected to hear.
But it's what we were hoping to hear. It's what we were hoping.
4 years in the making, man. 4 years in the making.
It's dominant. Like the first game, obviously, there were some hiccups here for NLC, but right now it seems they've completely found the game. And again, what was troubling from a French perspective here is the picks, the drafts have been good for EC Japon, right? Not just in the way the draft works, but in the champions themselves.
We're going to crawl over to the desk, and Archerump is going to fill us in because NLC are stomping the finals. I did say 3-0, I'm just going to say. I said 3-0 yesterday on broadcast. Archerump. Yeah.
It all starts with 1 word. It all starts with success. I'm not going to jinx it. I'm not going to jinx it, but so far it's going smooth for Los Ratones, even though the beginning of the game is a little bit different. And I thought this game could be different with the way IC Japan presented their composition and even the way they were playing, even with the Blitzcrank getting a few hooks that were changing everything. That first blood, for instance, could have set the pace on the bot side, but we know Los Ratones in the way they like to play on the late game. Hey, fancy to have you here. Let's talk a little bit about the match. You guys are having a lot of rest today. I love it. Let's talk about the champion select if possible, in the way there was like immobile carries, so we might be exposed to what IC Japan brought into the Rift.
I mean, I just feel like Los Ratones know exactly what IJC are going to play. Facilitate and engage jungler into immobile carries, bot lane, hyper carries, bot lane and mid lane. And that's been the case for this whole time. However, I feel like if you look at what Los Ratones have, there's not a single champion in that composition that does not have engage tools, that doesn't have a way to create picks all across the map.
It's troubling. It's troubling for the LFL because they've done 2 different strategies from their draft.
It's troubling for the NLC.
I was waiting for that.
NLC. Okay, thank you. It's difficult. Anyone want to know? Okay, for the LFL right now because the 2 different drafts right here. You know, we've seen blue side, red side. We've seen 2 different strategies to try and attack Los Ratones, and it's not worked. And when it comes to just playing it out on the Rift, when it comes to putting it all down on the map, it's just the NLC having that advantage and having the brains to outplay the LFL.
I'm just going to say right here, you know, analyst mode turned on, caster mode turned off. I hate showing your cards for Corki and not giving versatility to the champ when Nemesis, the Syndra player that everyone knows him for in LEC and for many, many years, is up and available. I think it's so disrespectful when you get the first pick Vi, which is a flex, and then this Corki Ezreal slam is like, bro, like, you know Nemesis is going to play a strong mid jungle 2v2. It could have been Talia. It was Nemesis on Syndra. I just think like they had to put attention to Syndra in mid, and then Trouble saying this in Castle was like, but don't you want to put attention into Howling and top for the 2v1 and like really get this Ambassador ahead? I don't think their comp lined up well just because they were trying to look in too many different places at once, but then they also just gave free lane to Nemesis, as free as he could be with all the attention he had, and he still excelled.
I just feel like I just want to put our eyes onto the rookie here, like Theocax, 17 years old. Unfortunately, I don't think he's found his footing yet. The Skarner plays were just not quite there. He couldn't find the opening. He couldn't find the engage. It's sure that it wasn't an easy game to do that, but we didn't see any like flashy flash plays from Skarner. Again, no pun intended. And right here, again, he just could not find, like, apart from that level 2 gank down bot lane, I feel like they choked all the resources out of that Sejuani, and it felt like he was so lost, even his own jungle, his own plays. And I felt like Prime was so miserably alone in trying to just continuously get picks onto this game. I feel like this might just be a Zac angle for Theocax, just to get the ball rolling for him, just to get him back onto this more aggro ways of starting fights.
Isn't this a massive point? We brought it up on the pre-show, the fact that Velia could be a point to explore versus Los Ratones. We said that yesterday. Even on Supermassive, he knew he was being exploited. The fact that no one is showing aggression, invading, and allowing Velia to play the way that he's playing, there's nothing going wrong for Los Ratones, even though the early game can be a little bit dubious. But
there was an invade in that game, right? But it's the problem of jungle tracking, and we saw it earlier. Like, Theocax is getting dizzy. I think Velia, Velia is gapping him, not just by like play style and like seeing carry versus supportive junglers. We're seeing that like running around the map, Velia's always a step ahead. And it's like, okay, where's our defensive side vision? Like, do we know if he's going to top? Like, Balsa's priority in lane because he's proxying again. It's a perfect time for Vi to actually just start taking Krugs and like move down. I just think they're not playing defensively with their vision enough, and they're not accounting for Velia being aggressive and invading himself, if that makes sense.
I think individually, Prime has done well as well around the map, but he's not linked up very well with Theocax. I think that's something where together they could potentially be improving and working together as a unit, and maybe even benefiting Certus, which is a name that we've not really brought up here, but also isn't having the greatest series. Like, if you can get shut down Nemesis and bring Certus up at the same time, that we know Certus can be a carry, then from having a winning mid and having pressure through mid, the rest of the map starts to fall in place.
I feel like that's a very, very crucial point, because even though, Theocax might not be as comfortable as we've seen him prior in other series, I feel like not having that mid lane pressure and mid lane priority, not having Certus with you at those plays, is going to hurt you tremendously much. Even though when I also see Nemesis pushing and dipping into fog, like he's not the kind of guy that's going to let go of that last cannon or like last caster minion to come and help you in your jungle. I feel like Theocax does need that from Certus.
They do get the red side on this third game. That could possibly be the last one.
Have they?
IC are staying on red side.
Okay.
Yeah, what do you do then? Do you actually stay with like a top side counter pick? Yeah, because it didn't work, and I don't think it's going to work. I don't think you can counter pick Battles. I don't think it's a strategy that's great, unless I said I wanted to see Jax. We Los Ratones know that's a ban. They get rid of that one, right?
Yeah,
Raid Boss Jax is not happening.
Blue side, that was third ban, yeah.
So let me make this interesting, because we're about to wait for the players to jump onto what could possibly be the last champion select. I just need a yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Is that a way for them to come back?
No.
No? Is it Japon?
I don't think so, dude. I think it's kind of cooked.
Trouble.
If they're on red side, I do believe so. You just need counter pick mid and a push in bot lane.
Okay, interesting. Let's see if they find the answer to this ordeal as LFL have their best backs against the wall. It's not a blue wall, it's a red wall. What do? I'll see you soon.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a poro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Yes, that's the one. Perfect.
Yeah? LEC, here we come.
Down on my knees, it brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, it brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, it brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, but I'm back on my feet again. Oh, it don't hurt no more, I can't feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. Oh, just let me go. Oh, I'm not coming back to you. Go on.
When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If it go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If it go down, I might Platinum, we talk out on my head, oh, they thought I would find out, yeah. Gotta be joking, I ain't been 100, how do you sound now, yeah? Oh, you better focus, I'm locked and loaded. You say the game, you get forfeit. We back your trophies, better not get coffee. Starving, I hope the team was dinner, now they go, bitch. We mobbing, y'all really goofy, that ain't not a problem. I'm cautious, I've been on these snakes, just a garden. We novice, operations down in my apartment. They block it, OG with the K, ain't no stopping. Better not let me out this shit, they catch the problem. You can keep the rings, we just want the crowd. You can keep the rings, we just want the crowd. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If it go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If it go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run.
Well, for the first time ever, it's match point in the grand final, or at least it's the first time ever that NLC could be walking away with an EMEA Masters trophy here in winter. My name's Serex, Trouble, and Foxtrot at the end. We'll take you through what could be the third and final game, unless the LFL has something in the tank to bring back, because so far, it has kind of been a climbing scale. Game one, bit of a throw. Lost Returners found it back. Massive steal of the Elder Dragon. Game 2 wasn't close at all. It was mid-game horror as Nemesis took over. Well, I say sliding scale. Who knows what comes next?
This is it. Baus had a lot of deaths, though, in game 2, so there's a little bit of hope there.
Well, for the NLC.
Yeah.
The more deaths he has, the
good.
more he's scaling.
Exactly. No, and he ended up doing well too, didn't he? It's looking really tough at EC Japan. I thought it would be quite a close series, but they haven't quite shown us the best of what they can do here. And I think they've definitely got some more left in their tank.
Individual skills, something to talk about, especially after we've seen only Nemesis in the lanes do really well against Certus. I know, Trouble, you were saying in the last game, like, we haven't talked much about Certus. We haven't been able to talk much about Certus.
I mean, his game 1 was all right.
It was?
On the Victor, he got 2,000 gold ahead, and it was just like one throw that took their game away, right? But in that second game, I just felt like no one was on the same page.
True.
No Sejuani top lane, no Sejuani mid lane, Theocox was low, Certus couldn't get out of lane. I feel like red side is very, very, very important, especially since a lot of the S tier picks have already been taken away.
True.
Some other of them are going to be banned out, like the Virus, like the Azir. So now you get to truly play that counter pick game.
Well, those 80 carries that Lost Returners keep taking away also will pile on top. No Varus for the entire series so far. No Kalista either, as they've stopped playing that one.
The curtains are strong as well.
But will the curtain...
They're calling for Akali. They're calling for LeBlanc.
Well, that's what Certus locked in, right, against KCB with his B1 on the Akali. It was a bit of a unique strategy, but it worked out for him. And maybe they want to go something ballsy again if that's what it's going to take to beat the NLC.
Well, at this point, you have to get really innovative, don't you? Jack's taken away. We talked about this last game. We'll again mention that for Howling, one of his strongest picks so far, if not the most. The fact that that's taken away gives more options to Baus. I mean, as a volley bear top, I got to tell you, Jax is my least favorite matchup. So that's always thrown out there when you can see this pick taken off the board.
I'm expecting Ivern to be the last ban here. It's the last facilitating jungler there is. And then that allows Theocox to potentially pull out something like the Zac. Yone still in the picture. Tristana still in the picture for Certus. Things like that could get you a lot of priority through that mid lane jungle duel.
Okay, the Ivern is open, as you suggested, G. And I have to say, to be honest, your draft comments have been pretty on point today. It's going to be the Tristana to start things off with, though. A bit of a flex between Crowny and Nemesis here. And again, dude, gosh, how many times have we talked about the flexibility of Lost Autonomous in their draft? It seems like every time they pick a champion, you're wondering, okay, where's this one going to go?
True.
Doesn't give you any advantage to pick second really against this. And that is the Lilia lock-in. Okay.
He's running away from any facilitating type of champions. I mean, he's tried it game 1 and game 2. They've both gone pretty lukewarm, now being put on a carry. And again, that Yone that we talked about, so strong, especially for level 3. You can get priority through the lanes. However, Tristana is a very tough opponent to get prior over.
It is, and we could see that Ivan that we talked about a little bit before actually picked up Ing Compass with it as well. I mean, it's the last tree left remaining, and we haven't seen one yet in the series with Tristana. It was such a good pairing. Baus, by the way.
Okay.
I mean, this normally gets banned away from him too, but one of his best champs at the moment, I think.
Small reminder, Baus did very bad things to Manatee when Manatee was playing that Lilia. He's going full AP, Bomba Gragas. If you do find the cask, if you do find the belly bop, you can 100% to zero that Lilia real quick.
Oh, AP jungler instead, huh?
Okay, yeah. So to me, that leans more towards his Triss being a mid lane choice right now. As that Nidalee is going to be the matchup into Lilia. Both of these champions, obviously magic damage focused and like to scale a little bit more. But not quite that easy setup so far for Velia. But of course, he doesn't necessarily need it. He is quite a good Nidalee. Let's see how he pilots it on the Rift.
I'm getting a little bit worried because I'm suddenly looking at a ranged mid laner, a ranged jungler, a Gragas who really likes to create range with his ultimate or bring you closer depending on the mood right there. And suddenly you've locked in a melee jungler, melee mid laner, and a melee top laner. Lost Returners were playing IJC on range on that game number 1 so well. And I feel like IJC are going to get so many bans on the support pool that will create all those engages, because so far you've got nothing.
Man, I can't get over Hans Sundy's poker face, dude. He just doesn't
Sometimes you look at him and you think that his camera's frozen.
Yeah,
it's not frozen. He's just stone cold.
Is it a video or a JPEG, dude? Like, what's going on? It's he's chilling all the time. Just doesn't let it phase him. And that's the kind of attitude that you need backs against the wall, this kind of in a best of 5 here in the finals of the EMEA Masters. Again, lots of support bands coming through in this second rotation.
But I think since, as you put the nail on the head, all the support bands coming in, I think we're just going to get Enchanter AD carry, right? Maybe it's a Jinx game. Maybe it's a Zeri game. You know, we talk about like the fact that there's a melee, but all send it. Jinx would be nice here. Do you guys want to see anything else?
I'd like to see Xayah here for Handsome D. I think Baus is very, very dangerous. Spears are very, very dangerous, but especially the cask hitting through is going to be very scary. Unless you want to go for something like Sivir, who also has the exact same pattern. He's very defensive with a spell shield. You don't get caught very easily, and you have hard shot.
All right, some hyper scaling downside for Handsome D, who has been the best.
Are you ready for your Yumis and your Lulus to come out? Not tasting purple.
Because I think you got to take Lulu here, right? Surely, as Lost Returners, you take Lulu, unless you have some other engage option that looks big. Yeah, Zeri Lulu.
I heard some purring. Oh, it's not purring. Okay.
But that will purr on the right
that
side.
Will purr,
I think
okay.
that's going to start purring.
I just want to say I haven't cast a single Yuumi game this year.
Get ready.
I'm the good luck for no Yuumi games.
Okay, hear me out.
Yuumi? What?
Soraka.
Oh.
Hear me. It's not Soraka.
Yeah. Okay. Woof. I live to fight another day. Yeah, lots of move speed here. Lots of move speed. Lots of grouping up. Pressing that go now button. Diving forward. Very squishy team comps on both sides. So things like the ricochet do a lot of damage as well. Don't have to get too close to put out a lot of deep. Absolutely.
Yeah. I feel like Crownie is going to have a little bit of a harder time because he doesn't necessarily have the front line. Bowser's going to go full AP, and we all know this. So he's not going to necessarily be given the time to ramp up in a team fight. However, he does have a lot of agency. Zeri is a very slippery AD carry, and you do have a lot of utility through the heals, attack speed from Nidalee, and the Lulu utility as well. So you could potentially get some outplaying going on. However, looking at priorities through the lanes, that Sivir Karma, again, IJC really focusing on getting Handsome D ahead in that bot lane.
Well, the 2v2 was important to get them here, but in this series, it hasn't been the perfect lane for them. While the focus has come down, there's problems in mid. There's problems with jungle. Hell, there's even problems with top when you look at the grand scheme of things. Lost Returners are 2-0. One step closer to getting that EMEA Masters trophy, something never done by the region before. Cadril has set up a team full of 5 very big names, or at least 4, and then 1 developing name in the jungle. And they have done incredible things so far. If they could beat the LFL, the second seed of it, 3-0 in their first EMEA Masters final, who knows how far they'll go. This is only the beginning here. Match point, game 3.
And this could be the beginning of something big in general for them, but also there's 2 Nordic players in that team. I mean, of course, Reckless had his debut in the LEC, but he's Swedish. That is the region that Swedish talent comes from, same as Baus.
True.
Alrighty, these level 1s. That's a big little mantra queue coming through from Prime as well. The poke, I think, actually might set a little bit of a tone in this game. Both teams have some poke angles, and
was that a goat with 5 stars on that emote? Was that a reference to Faker? It was a goat with 5 stars.
He's got the T1 2025 emote as well, so...
Imagine having to pay for that, though, as Reckless. Like, bruh, I was on the team. Would you pay for it?
But they're on TR. They get everything, right? You don't have to pay for the emote.
True.
Yeah, but if you did, I was just saying that would be...
That would be... They made it
sorry, rules are rules.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. Reckless now on his signature Lulu. I can't believe I'm saying that. Go back 10 years and say that one out loud. But he's done a lot on these enchanters. He's very good on these champions. Zeri Lulu is a scary combination, so much so in this series bot side. It's all been, or series has been about bot side. And will continue to do so.
Especially when Reckless recently with Smash, we're in a meta where, you know, enchanters are starting to pop up again as well. I feel like Smash was the hyper carry of that team.
You mean Smashy?
I mean Smashy indeed. I want to say Nemesis has been pretty pungent in these laning phases, and guess what? Tristana has a very pungent laning phase too.
Yeah, and against the Yone as well. It goes a little bit not as similar as the Corki, because Corki wins for the first 3 levels, and then Yone can actually take trades. But Tristana, the problem with Tristana is that it's inside her build to be able to push these waves through the passive. So she just bites through those waves super fast, which then allows Velia to roam free on this map. And it is carry versus carry matchup here in the jungle, so having that prior mid is going to be huge to make plays around the map for that Nidalee.
All eyes again, not just on the bot side of the map, but I think this jungle matchup has been really interesting. We set it up at the beginning of this day. More carry-orientated Velia versus Team Facilitator. It hasn't worked out facilitating his team for Theocax, and this time around, the Lilia does have a little bit more agency to be a bit selfish in that jungle, farming up, getting the individual economy going. And of course, you can, I mean, it's Nidalee, dude. You can say very similar things on the other side, but it's very hard to execute, and not a lot of CC to lock people down can make the setups on those spears difficult. And you often live and die by those spears on Nidalee.
I feel like these teamfights are going to be very funny, actually. There's not a lot of CC on either side of the Rift. A lot of these champions, like the Nautilus, the Leona, got taken away through the ban phases that were not prioritized in the first 3. So we're stuck here with ranged champions. Some could be wonky engages, such as Q-Flash from Lilia or Yone ultimate going straight into that backline. But other than this, I think we're going to see a very extremely back and forth teamfight scenarios around those neutral objectives.
Crowny just getting a heavy trade here. It's good from Hansam D's, which picks up his health. Remember, again, Spell Shield doesn't give you mana anymore. Only health for the Sipper is Lilia was spotted bot, so Theocax is just now heading up towards top as Velia is taking Scuttle Crab in the meantime. Pretty healthy, even trade for now as Velia is getting the spawn of these Raptors.
He's thinking about it.
Certus is half HP, so it's good timing.
They do have Smite. Actually, Theocax has Smite.
Oh, and Velia just dodged
Velia
everything.
doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't have Smite, but he does have the pressure to push him out. Nothing else coming up as Velia's just waiting in case he comes back in.
Gonna go for those Krugs instead. But that was a full camp sweep there from Theocax. Very well defended. Didn't lose anything in that situation.
They're up.
Yeah, they're up now.
They're up now.
Yeah, you can kind of predict that first clear from Lilia. Like some other champions like Kayn and such, who will just always do chickens really early because of the spam Q AoE. So very will at least get to steal one camp away from her.
Crowny might be in a bit of trouble. Good root coming in. Polymorph as a response. Summoner spells now used. One apiece from Crowny and Reckless as Sam D has to mirror. Primer has enough mana to continue this pursuit, and Lost Returns in this 2v2 are losing out thanks to, of course, the Karma pick.
What's happening with Theocax over on the bottom of the map? He's looking for an invade. However, you do not have priority through that mid lane, so Tristana will move first. There is no Smite on Velia, so you could have Theocax play more aggro and Smite, which he did.
Ooh, lost it, and the damage is in Theocax's favor as well. For once, we're talking about a jungle trade that's going well for Lost opponents. Nemesis almost ended himself. You're right, Crowny flashed on 2. His flash is now gone. For Lost Returners in this early game, IJC are getting a lot.
Oh, here comes Theocax. He's thinking about it.
Let's get the Swirl Seed down, though. That's the problem. Theocax is going to get level 5 off this camp. Extra damage to Sam D. Might be a bit too low for the dive, and the wave's clearing out. He's got level 6, and he will not yield. You're right. Baus could be in a lot of trouble, and the minions to get level 6 himself are too far off.
Whoa, the flash.
Howling reaction is slow, but look at mid. Certus had to flash himself. We are losing summoners all across the map.
Gosh.
Yeah. There's not a lot of flashes left. Top lane playing a little bit more aggressive for Howling, trying to pin down Baus. One level ahead, but very importantly, Certus loses his flash on the 1 versus 1 with Nemesis. And the next play... Oh.
Howling could be in a bit of trouble. Baus
no
doesn't have
mana.
too much mana to follow up. And as you said, I mean, there is a lot of damage here from Velia, but one turret shot taken, waiting for the primal surge. Spear, again, stops the back, and Baus is trying to buy time.
Here comes Prime, though, to try and contest around these grubs. Velia, it's the obvious thing to turn around to. I don't think EC Japon are going to give it away for free. Here's the support.
Theocax and Prime are coming in. Level 6 not picked up, so no lilting lullaby. Baus is here without mana, but level 6 himself. Spear not going to connect, and Theocax in his early game finding a lot of pressure. This is a very different angle from what we've been talking about for the first 2 games of the series.
I feel like that's also fine from Lost Artonas, though. However, Velia took that first Void grab, doesn't give away the +1 tick on feats of strength on the neutral objective. So usually that's what you'll see. If you are weaker on the map, you just start it first, smite the first one, and leave the objective. You give 2 away to IJC, which will benefit Yone on his side lane later on. So So void grabs are very, very good for IJC. Theocax looking again for that Raptor spawn.
Flash with Lilting Lullaby. Velya has to flash himself. He gets up against the corner. They try to predict. No vision. Velya now up against Red Wall, but he's about to get snapped back. Certus jumped on in the meantime. His flash burnt before his Nemesis goes in for the all trade. He has a jump. He has a spear. And that's Theocax into his rear. The ult sent out. Certus is running for his life as there's no zap to continue and connect. Lost Retoners now in their own jungle are getting threatened out by the 2v2. Velya trying to help out with his Primal Surge up and ready, but the spear doesn't connect. Crownie walking forward with the Lulu. He feels confident, but Hansam can say the same thing. Prime is zoned out, but Crownie still sticking around. What was he thinking there? First blood over to IJC.
And that's exactly what I meant about facilitating your jungler. Nemesis drops mid, dips straight into the jungle. Certus does the same thing. They start trading. But remember what I mentioned earlier about none of them has any CC. The fights kept going back and forth until everyone blows their summoners. Crownie did not have his flash from the earlier skirmish down the bot lane and ends up going down very crucially to Handsome D.
That was very over-aggressive from Crownie in that play right there. Theocax has really turned it around in this one. He might just find himself the second kill of the game on Baus.
Wait.
He'll have W again soon.
Yeah, and Baus will just eat him, so Theocax has to be pretty careful about how he plays this. Baus thinking about trying to dive to the turret. Prime is here. He's tagged out in the end, so Baus will die, but he's going to die to the support.
Oh, look how much time he's wasting.
Look how much he knows turret range as well. I love it. Like, bro, Baus is, as you said, wasting so much time. Next wave comes in. It's delayed, so naturally it'll be a bit of a push. You're right, Baus wasted time. Dragon's free.
Absolutely, and there's no TP on Howling to join them. There is TP on Baus in 15 seconds. If IJC chose to even try and contest this, he could TP back in for the fight.
And not even an assist for anyone for IJC either. It was all on Prime. Just getting that solo kill at the end of it. Velya able to steal away the blue buff alongside the Dragon. And yeah, I'd say Baus has had some not so good deaths this series, but that one, yeah, that's pretty good.
Death, yeah.
We take that.
Crownie could be in a bit of trouble though. Hansam D and Prime are having great fun in this lane with the BF sword as well. And that slingshot. There's a lot more Sivir damage than you'd expect after getting that early kill. But regardless, as Howling now starts proxying onto Baus, Baus just teleported back up top with a Lost Chapter and Symbiotic Souls. So he's still doing fine regardless of his gold lead in his competitor.
Yeah, and very importantly, I feel like the one-item power spikes right here for IJC, even though they do have a very hardcore scaling composition, I feel like Wild Arrows, Blade of the Ruined King specifically for Certus, and Leandris for Lilia are super strong first items.
It's happening again though. The invade causes a flash. Is there going to be a death though? Baus has his ulti available, but flash is on a cooldown. Spear onto Theocax and Velya sends him away. I got deja vu of game 2 and that invade at red buff. That almost hurt them again here at blue.
Yeah, respawn coming through from these grubs in 30 seconds will be enough time for IJC to reset, lick their wounds, and get back on the map to contest. Yeah, the spot lane for Los Ratones has not been looking too hot in this game. They've been constantly pushed on the turret. I mean, Karma Sivir is a real pain. Here comes Crownie.
Yeah, but the minion wave's taken away. Crownie has shocked them and awed them, but Hansam D is willing to step up. Crownie trying to play the long con with Reckless, having enough to get a wild growth out. Crownie's ulti's going to run out, and you said Theocax is coming in. He's coming in with everything up. Prime just flashed on in, I believe. No, there's a delay. As Crownie flashes away, down the Theocax. Lilting Lullaby is going to connect onto 2. Reckless with his ulti available. Not going to be able to pop it. It's a sweep from Theocax, and it's a perfect double.
2-0-1 for the Lilia. Leandris surely in the pocket when he goes back to base. And this is a completely different game that we're seeing from IJC. That's what I meant when I said they're second at the entire tournament at kills per game. They like playing aggressive. They like playing for the early game. They like the extra early kills, specifically on Hansam D, but when you have a Lilia, you definitely take those.
And this was just so well played from IJC right here. The turnaround to start with, Los Ratones looked like they wanted it, but what a swell seed. Double sleep, double pop, boom. There it is, easy as you like. Double kill for Theocax.
So for Crownie with a jump scare as well, he started to chase the Karma. He's like, oh, there's a Lilia here.
Gold lead for bot, gold lead for jungle. I mean, this Nidalee pick for Velya. I remember in the earlier parts of the year, he was not allowed to play Nidalee because across Europe, Nidalee was a little bit taboo.
And Vi, but...
and Vi, yeah, but, you know, again, last game was pretty big, and even his Nidalee that we've seen so far, I believe in the tournament in scrims has been huge.
Oh, yeah.
This is what we said on the desk. You said it, Georgia. I mentioned wanting to see Prime and Theocax pair up. What just happened there on the Chicken Invade? It was Theocax and Prime moving together, both individually. They were making some decent map plays in this series, but they weren't doing it together as a pairing, and so it was a little bit weak. This time around, though, things are very different. What isn't different, though?
Bro, I don't envy this, man. Like, I do not envy playing against Baus. This must be so damn annoying.
It's Casante as well. Like, what can you do? Because Baus has enough sustain at this
got
point.
the last one too. Oh,
and he gets that minion too.
It's so gross with phase rush, especially, right? It's just that
And he's
lingering
back.
slow from E.
He's back.
Thing is, Howling knows that this is happening. What can he do about it? He might actually be able to all out him, under turret him, maybe. Probably not.
Look at that ward. Like, Baus plays him exactly on vision right there.
Yeah, all out, as you said, might be coming out, but explosive casting, okay, kited away, Baus. No way, swell speed, come on, surely. Flash committed. Theocax gets kill number 3.
Ooh, I don't like that Theocax committed his flash right as his Leandris completed 54 seconds for that Dragon. You could end your game right there. The 3,000 gold in the lead. That flash Q from Lilia could be huge to engage these fights.
We'll see as that one plays out here, as you mentioned. When this Dragon spawns up very soon, I feel like with the push that you've got from IJC with the Sivir, with the Karma, should be able to get priority for that Dragon. And it won't really come down to one of those fights where Theocax would need that flash. I think that's the ideal hope here for the French representatives to try and get this this Dragon. Otherwise, in the series, they have been struggling to get these early drags.
It feels like a completely different game, though, for the LFL 3rd seed. This has been, as I said earlier, like a sliding scope up. It felt like Lost Returns were just in the driver's seat, but this game goes completely against it. Reckless might also be caught out. He flashes away as Theocax is just rolling down here. He's got full stacks of the passive, so movement speed massive. Nemesis has to pop his ulti. Serta's thinking about what else he can get, but the soul comes back bound. Dragon might just be given over, thanks to the fact that Reckless was sent out with all summoners.
That's about it. You do not have Gragas, you do not have the face check potential right there. You don't have a body to walk inside Fog of War. And Los Ratones are gonna have to give up that second Dragon, first one for IJC. And this is gonna start getting harder and harder because Yone is definitely gonna go on a side lane later on. Absolute menace of a champion as Handsome D and Crowny just going at it.
Yeah, they are indeed. Crowny just battling away. Baus coming in to stay, and Hansam D is going to get help from the Deer, but Theocax set in the middle now without his ulti. Velia finally joined in. He pounces and he's looking for his first kill.
Whoa,
his first setup, but it's not found. Howling also getting into the fray as Baus needs a slow, needs to get out. Velia now on the wrong side and spears, and Kasana means nothing as a flash away. Theocax still chasing without his own flash, though. One spear will take him out, but it's only Howling who's in sight for now. Velia jumping over the wall. Nick is all hell the spear. Velia, that outplay was insane. He jumps around Vision, gets the kill, sees Sam D here, and thinks, okay, let's go again. He's angry, he's upset, but it turns into an int in the end, I guess, as Sam D was a bit too much.
We've all been there. The hype, the adrenaline for making a sick play leads you directly to your doom. But that was a great little play to get the kill on a Theocax, and the shutdown as well for Velia, who on this Nidalee was falling a little bit behind, getting that kill, getting that injection of gold. But still, the narrative has not changed in this game. It's been tough right now for LR, and it continues against the French squad.
I feel like it was also very unfortunate because the little honey fruit spawned right as Nidalee shows outside of that bush. So Theocax did not have the chance for reaction right there.
Baus, not going to die, but a couple more trades like that and the all-out comes out yet again. As you said, you know, Foxtrot is 3k gold lead. IJC still maintaining the lead. The only thing that hasn't fallen yet is that first turret, and Howling's come pretty close with the fact that he's not only been proxying too, he's had a lot more alone time in the lane after Baus has been taken down. Another couple of waves will do it while we look towards the rest of the map. Teleport's going to be burned. That's Nemesis who's joining in with Reckless on Lulu while Crowny sits alone mid.
I mean, it's so difficult for that Tristana to actually lane versus Yone. Like, I've been talking about this the whole time. Blade of the Ruin King is the only item that this damn champion needs to be a menace on the side lane. And you see the trades that he's taking aggressively towards Nemesis. Nemesis cannot step up. Another person that cannot step up is Velia, all alone to face check into his own jungle. Again, Los Ratones are going to be stuck in this predicament where they're going to need Baus to face check for them. because they're behind in priority, therefore they're always second at those neutral objectives. And now IJC grab the Herald and they'll grab that mid lane tower.
Oh, but here comes the engage topside. Howling could be in trouble.
Yeah, Spear doesn't connect. That was the biggest part as Velia looks
No
for
flash.
yet another unstoppable for the time being now. Into the Cougar form, the explosive cast sends him up against the wall. The all-out makes him squishy, but Velia's taking some turret shots. However, the Spear this time does. And a shutdown over to Baus while mid-turret explodes. Bot with the TP coming out of Certus might be up next as well with Prime moving down.
Oh, the sleep.
He's sleepy.
He can't get out. He has his flash available.
Oh,
but
whoa!
Growth is a bait. Nemesis as well, thinking about the jump in. The cooldown is now back on available as Baus is also teleported into a choke. They're merry, they're few, they're all together. And all it takes is an explosive cast that was used in the top play. So Prime running away with On the Hunt thanks to Sam D. But Crownie's joined in. He's shocked him and he's at least found one target, but he needs to keep that auto aggro. Lost returners on the chase. IJC managed to slither away.
They just have no spells to pin him down. There's no CC. All there is chase, some movement speed, a few jumps here and there, a whippy from Lulu, and that's all you've got from Los Ratones. Nothing to pin him down when that cast from Gragas is on cooldown.
But it's a good thing, right, that the side of IJC aren't super speedy with a Mantra Shield and a Silver Ultimate and all this kind of stuff.
Whose side are you on?
No, I'm being sarcastic, bro. They're super speedy. They're moving, supersonic, and it's so tough. Like you say, you need that CC to lock them down, and you just don't have it in that team comp. The polymorph is something, but it's not going to work if Lulu is not in range. And yeah, just limping away was IJC. A little bit too far forward, but not punished by Los Adonis.
He also lost Zeri, flash in that last play, heal from Reckless. I'm just counting the summons because all I see is that Prime was the only one to use his summoner spells outside of the teleport from Certus, but because we're getting to Dragon in 30 seconds, and for the first time in this series, it's one apiece. IJC in a good position, still with this Lillia, now with the Seeker's Arm Guard as well to fully commit, to keep snowballing this game and making sure that Velia doesn't get a chance to himself.
Flicker Blade was just completed by Sivir as well. Handsome D really given the tools to carry this game. 1.3 thousand gold up. And Velia's fancying his chances versus the Cassandra because she knows his team is coming through.
Yeah, Crownie doesn't get the slowdown though, but Baus is also here. 3 members committing top while mid might be open. The all-out.
There you go.
Howling's still got a turret up here as well. Baus doesn't do enough damage yet, but Velia again trying to get the spear, but it's taking so long. Shocked in Howling and set up against the turret. The ulti's there. Crownie almost dies, but they finally commit. Well, in a turret mid is the cost. Normally it's Los Ratones that overcommit to the top lane.
Wait, Howling is doing Baus cosplay, keeping 3 members busy from Los Ratones. Last time this play happened in the top lane, it was tier 1 mid. Second time it's tier 2 mid.
Oh, the wild growth was good. Fate Sealed is going to catch him in
block.
place to flash away from Certus. There's a reset here. The Soul Unbound, the ulti. Great play from Reckless and Nemesis right in front of the Dragon. They get a clean pick.
Yeah, but that kill on top is going to cost that tower in mid plus the Dragon as well. Definitely not worth it here for the Rats. They would have picked up one on the side, and that is Nemesis' first kill, so he should be able to get going a little bit as Baus is now in trouble.
Play. Oh my god, Theocax, a prediction over the wall. Sleepy time, but that was just incredible. The jungler finally rising up in IJC.
He's found himself a cat as well. Velia has to jump through the wall. Doesn't have any friends around. Nemesis and Reckless just pressing B down that bot lane. And for the time being, has been a lot of back and forth. Let's take stock because that Cassante keeps getting tankier and tankier. Unending Despair now completed. Hollow Radiance completed, 2 items down. But very crucially, with that kill Nemesis onto Certus, he completes his Infinity Heads. That Tristana is now a real threat. The only problem so far has been, can you actually connect?
And that's also crazy. While we talk about the strength of top, I'm just seeing another game where Nemesis is getting ahead again. And it's just this thing that is in the back of my mind that's like, your Nemesis after that kill onto Certus is 1k gold ahead, 2 items, almost 3. And Nemesis just has this way of farming up. He's always kind of relevant. And so while it's still a 2k gold lead for IJC, and I feel like this game in these front-to-back team fights is only going to get scarier, there's a couple elements on Los Ratones that I'm like, 3 items Zeri, not there yet, 2 items almost. Nemesis, as I said, is getting there. Maybe Baus as well with his one-shot capabilities. Like, it's just things to keep in mind as we get towards Atakan and Baron in 3 minutes.
That point, though, about always farming up and being relevant, very true on the other side as well for Hans Samdi. Every single game this series, he's Well, every single game in EMEA Masters, right, he's been able to do that. He is a reliable carry on those ADCs. And I think this game especially, George has said it a million times, there's no CC really for Los Ratones. How do you shut down, lock down this Sivir through things like her spell shield, through the shielding from the team, from Karma as well, and all the space that will be created otherwise? She's going to have to really position poorly, like really poorly, to get caught for her to be brought down and Los Ratones win the fights.
Now, here's how this game becomes problematic for Los Ratones. Someone's going to have to reply onto the Yone push on the side lane. Tristana's losing to Yone on the side lane. And if Baus goes on the side lane, he's the only guy who can actually pin members down. Flash body slam, the cask. He's the only guy who can actually come in contact with IJC members. And if you have him stuck on a side lane, it is a very IJC favored fight for them.
They are starting up the Atakan though. Note that ward on the back of the pit, or at least near it. That's spotting out one in front as well as IJC are trying to lure in. They bring the patience to the forefront as Velia is in the right position. Baus is teleporting in through the wave already. Certus has not pulled his trigger yet at 10k. This is just going to be thrown to the wayside. Crowny's not there. He has to run down river. Atakan is going to lose its mind for a bit.
That was genius. They took his TP.
Yeah, great stuff right here from IJC. You don't need to commit. You don't need to do anything else. That's the TP from Baus, and now the pressure's on Los Ratones. Do they want to really shit and re-engage?
Going all in on the Howling. There's on the hunt, bringing in the team. 4 members of IJC. That teleport from Serta still not pulled. He's still around mid lane. What? Lilting Lullaby is used as Nemesis gets out. Reckless at half HP as well, but Wild Growth is now down. A big ulti from Reckless. We look at as Certus has walked down. He teleported to mid, by the way, just to defend the wave as Atakan once again thought about as third time's the charm, it seems.
That's an immortal shield bow Yone that just came in, and a lot of the crucial big cooldowns to keep people alive or come in contact with are gone for Los Ratones. However, this is just a dance back and forth. They just cannot stick.
But Theocax has no mana. Theocax has no mana. He has to go back to his jungle. He's walked up top, but it's still being pressured. This is a massive mistake on Vision as well. IJC need to get in now. This Lily needs to try and steal. Crowny is soloing this, but Velia jumps in. Atakan is going to drop. The flower's exposed. Crowny sitting, taking as much as he can as IJC are ulting upon, but there's the Cassante ulting dead meat. Howling, he's first into the dirt. Baus looking for a little bit more, the blast cone to get them out. Small moments, small details we talk about with Los Ratones.
The cooldowns weren't there for Los Ratones, but they weren't there for IJC either. Easy Japon, they use on the hunt from Sivir. They use the Lilting Lullaby as well. The flash Lilting Lullaby nonetheless from the Lilia. Without these tools, you cannot set up the fight, you cannot dictate the fight, and it's Los Ratones who write the story.
I don't know what the start of Atakan was. There is no setup right there. You took that TP down from Baus, and I feel like they just ended up overextending, just reset the Atakan, and at the end of the day, this is an Atakan where, oh my god, they set another original objective. What is going on?
You can't breathe. No one can breathe.
Well, Theocax has ulti in 10 seconds to breathe as
They
Los
have no
Ratones
idea.
to be in here. They don't as of yet, but they're walking up. Baus with no teleport available, believe you.
They know now.
Play at 8k. Baus has to walk up as well. It's going to be a slow one here, but Howling's not here either. 3 members in front of the Baron. They try and sneak, but Los Ratones move into position and make sure it doesn't get taken from under their breath.
Yeah, it was a good idea, I feel, from IJC, but just not quite quick enough. Nice try on the steal. It is going to turn into that mid turret, though, for Los Ratones. I'll take that one, open up the map.
That was a terrible idea. You have no setup for bot lane. That is your sole point if you can get that dragon. You have no vision. You lost your mid lane tower because majority of your members are on the top side of the map now. And your sole point is being taken away, 2 apiece for both of these teams. And I feel like, again, IJC need to slow down. They need to breathe and start setting up properly for these objectives. They've got the money to do that, but the gold lead has now shrinked.
Okay, there's 5 people topside here for the LFL. Los Ratones know this, they see them, they're all on vision, so Nemesis is going to keep pushing on bot side. He has got a big old wave, and he is Tristana, but I don't think he's going to keep that push going. If he gets caught here, then this is bad news bears right now at this stage of the game. 26 minutes in with Nash up. Both teams have some decent-ish damage for it as well. A catch could spell that big purple worm, and with it, this crucial game 3 in the series.
It's best of 5. You know, it felt like we were getting somewhere in this third game. 500 gold now the only lead. IJC, we were celebrating, you know, the return of the LFL in the finals. I felt like it was finally seeing Theocax holding control. The difference about this from this jungler, than rather being on the dog duty we talked about, having the carry potential, it was completely different for a game. He's able to stand up to Velia. Even though he still has an individual lead in this game, note that as Foxdrop told us before, Soul Point was taken away. So 2 dragons apiece, 3-minute 40 timer. Baron is up in top. That's obviously the focus right now.
A lot of setup coming through from Los Ratones. So many traps around. Anyone entering that riverside is going to be seen. And luckily for IJC, they do have their Cassante towards the top side of the map. And Certus, as you can see through your mini-maps, is going to start walking up. That the Scuttlecrab is going to get secured. Yeah, there you go. It's going to get secured for Theocax a little bit early on the smite. Oh, it was actually early smite. What happened there? They started again! Please!
Like
please, what is going on?
I mean, Helgia's here to poke.
Yeah, there's no Lulu. You don't have the setup, you don't have the vision. I feel like this is still tough though.
Oh, they're turning on him, they're turning on him.
TP is not good. Onto 5 people, flashes immediately. Crownie ultis as well. Bounces position, separates for a little bit, but Crownie's trying to keep the ulti alive and going. Howling at the forefront for now as Nemesis gets some good AoE. Crownie's W also keeps the ulti going, but for now, it's about to expire. Crownie's ulti is down. Nemesis double summoner in the end of that play as well. IJC, you got to argue, they actually got quite a lot for that play on back.
Now that was a turn that we wanted to see at the Atacan. Take the TP, turn on the TP, try to get resources out of Los Ratones, flash, TP, flash on Crownie as well, burned, and on Nemesis. Really, really good play right here from IJC. Another setup for Baron this time around. It was just to take resources away from Los Ratones, and they backed out.
Tough situation here for both teams. Riding on a bit of a knife's edge, it feels like. At least the pressure is. Because of that lack of hard engage and big, easy to execute stuns, CC, you can kind of flirt with danger like this without the risk of the punishment coming through being so prevalent in your face. IJC keep flirting with danger, but they know if they can pull one of these off, it is huge in this game. And that poke from Los Ratones, so far it's just been enough to keep them in.
And they're playing, I guess, a ticking bomb right here. Certus working towards his Infinity Edge, third item onto Yone. Wow, that spear really did hurt.
Poke hurts. I mean, Sam D has to pop his ulti. Wait, Nemesis. A jump in, but doesn't want to risk it. Sam D's going to spell shield that last tick. Bouse is going to fight it out, and these are top laners just doing top lane things.
Levels up.
Gets him out.
He's 2 levels up and 2.2k up.
These last couple of plays, he's been big. Los Ratones are trying to flaunt the start of this. I mean, Theocax got burnt down a bit. He's at half HP. Warden now spots it out, but 8k, 7k. Look at where Theocax is. He's going to roll in over some traps. 3k is going to be a flip, but no! Smite before the deer gets near the headlights.
Howling teleports and it's too late. They get everything and then some for Los Ratones. Baus still gets his TP and now they can set up for this Baron push in those sideways, the split push, having the summon advantage as well. It is disaster for IJC.
Yeah, and now you can actually get some push. You can stop the Yone on the side lane as well, at least delay him. Theocax gets a big chunk.
Oh, he's not going to come up, but Bouse is tanky enough. The sweet spot hit, but Bouse has got enough HP to play with. Theocax gets hit by a spear or even by Bouse at this point, and he gets chunked massive to the point where he's out of the fight.
But that is the Lilia ult out. And Theocax has his flash, I'm sorry, lose my mind, has his flash available to make that big play. And again, that dizziness on the engage. Los Ratones now with the Baron can just get to push for free.
Oh, it's so tough.
Found him, Belia over the wall, and we're back to jungle superiority.
That is a one-shot. That is a very dead Theocax. That deer is donezo. Velia took him some time to get online in this game, but 31 minutes in, him and the rest of the rats looking like they have a stranglehold in game number 3 and potentially will be the end of EMEA Masters. IJC's LFL run could be over.
The dragon has now spawned. It will spell soul point for Los Ratones, and Velia is already on his way. That Baron has netted them 2 towers and a dragon and a couple of kills right here, and from a gold deficit into a very strong 3,000 gold lead. Well, you could argue that the entire lead is on to Bouse as he's 3,000 up. Home to this Cassante. Very, very strong showing right here from Los Ratones. And who would have thought 4 years later, not only is the NLC 2-0 up, but that was a very controversial team for the NLC as well. They weren't tried, they said. They weren't tested, they said. They weren't pushed to their limits at the NLC, they said. They'll find it difficult to get through EMEA Masters, they said, and so far, they've gotten through every single obstacle thrown their way.
It feels like Supermassive were their biggest obstacle so far, pushing them to 5 games. And, you know, semi-finals 3-0 versus Team Phantasma from the Hellenic League. And then we come to finals, we say, well, the LFL's different. The LFL obviously has more budget, better players. The grassroots of it are growing and growing every single year. Gets better and better, apparently, but the NLC brought together a super team beyond comprehension. A streamer who proxies and ints his games, but then suddenly he can team fight. Theo Cack's about to get that to the face as Pal goes Betty bye-byes while Nemesis comes in and flies. Prime against the turret, just gets chunked out. Howling's meant to be a tank, but Crownie's diving it. IJC are getting dopey on the limits now as well, and the NLC, it feels like, it finally reached to the point. 3 are dead, 30 seconds left, and Los Ratones are looking at a 3-0.
4 years and 2 heartbreaks, but third time is a charm.
You can say one thing and one thing only, that Cagel's project was a respect. Once again, Europe is consumed by the plague of rats, and here the NLC will stand hoisting up EMEA Masters for winter 2025, your new champions and lords.
It's just a content team, they said. Well, how's winning EMEA Masters for content? 3-0 in the finals. It wasn't even close. It was dominant. It wasn't without their struggles within the group stage, but at the end of the day, when it all counted, Los Ratones, they come up huge, they come up strong. I'm so happy for the NLC as well, man. It's been so long since any kind of happiness has come through from this region.
4 years!
We finally done it!
2 heartbreaks! No KC, no party, we win!
You deserve a cup of tea after that. You both do. That was a stomp that wasn't even close, and I mean, yeah, sure, in parts of that game, great early game from the LFL, but the Rats have done it. Artrom, your region reigns supreme. The plague is consuming Europe. Probably is.
We won. We actually won. It has been so long since we've reached finals, and we won. It's a feeling. It's a feeling. And knowing that these players were, I mean, scrims were not going well, and Baus talked about it on the interview that people were doubting them. They lost 1 scrim, and everybody was like, washed up. They can't even beat bottom-tier LEC teams, and there you go. This is a testament from not only the players, but also K-Drill. Like, they started this project in 1 year. They're at the top of Europe. I think it's just beauty. I think it's just greatness. And yeah, the community was looking into the right direction. This is not only the testament for the veterans we talked about, 31 years of combined experience,
between 3,
but for Velia finally finding a family, and for 2026 world champion to also start his career.
Look, what can I say? I'm just so happy for Expect, Insect, Frog. Oh wait, no, sorry, wrong you masters, wrong one. It's been great to watch, dude. Honestly, I love it so much. Los Ratones, the doubters for the Rats right from the get-go. When the team was announced, it was like, nah, it's just content team. They're not gonna do well. And then they start winning games at NLC. It's like, oh, you know what? It's just NLC. And then they start winning games EMEA. It's like, oh well, they won't go far. Brother, it's 3-0 at the finals. It's great. It's great to see the go up.
I feel like Hysterics said it the best. Their biggest opponent this entire EMEA Masters was 1, KCB, which thankfully got taken out by IJC in the semifinals, and 2, Supermassive. Like, they literally had to reach so deep in their champion pools to try and beat Supermassive, and it all came down to a Game 5 draft where it just didn't click for Supermassive, and it was just better for Los Ratones. It would have been the other way around, but that was the time where they literally got pushed. I just want to give props to the vision and the project from the side of K-Drill. Not only did that bring so many eyes over in the NLC and the region as a whole, but like to actually do the run through EMEA Masters, that is a freaking statement.
And it came down to the constant effort day by day, because all that wouldn't be possible without the constant days of, obviously streaming scrims, and they all are, right? They're all streamers who are always live, it feels like, but every day it feels like there's a scrim. Every day it feels like there's prep. They have like one weekend off in like a blue moon, but outside of that, they're always live. They're always playing. And so it's that constant hard work that, sure, other teams, we just don't see it live, but we can see that Los Ratones have put in every single day since January, like the start of January, putting this hard work into their game to get to this point and to be the best in Europe and up-and-coming ARLs.
And you talk about that, and I think we can dive a little bit deeper since I've been following this for a long time.
You have been.
Where,
You have been. You all have been, right?
I'm so happy. But when you look into the scrims, everything is exposed. There's no way to hide anything because you've showed everything to everyone. So it's the easiest team to prepare for because you can watch every single weakness. But not only that, I watched a day where things were not going smooth. It was a long time ago, and the players started arguing between them. And Kedrol was trying to fix everything, and Kedrol actually talked about it like, if you think it's all roses, it's not. And we're exposing that. So when you have that on the... Okay, when you have that, well, normally that is behind the screen. That is behind the wall. Nobody gets to see that.
And it's all speculative, of course.
Yeah, but there, everything was shown up. So the viewers, the fans were watching the team not collapse, but arguing between them. So even when you want to argue, it is exposed.
Let's be honest, when the project got first announced, there's some very big personalities that went into this project, right? And we all know that these big personalities also have big words that they want to say. And in their teams that have played previously, Reckless, Crown, in Nemesis, they all had like a very certain view that they had for the game, and they were also communicating this. So naturally, people thought that, hey, if you have such strong opinion from one person and that clashes with another person, and they both have so much experience, how do you sort of diffuse that fire between them? And so far, it has actually worked out. Like, I think it's natural that people will just soft argue about the game. Everyone sees the game differently with so much experience behind them. They've all experienced and seen different things from different POVs as well.
You needed the king of the rats. And to be honest, he's the one on the interview. Kedrol, welcome to the show.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Boss.
King Rat.
King Rat.
Is Baus not coming as well?
I don't know.
In, bro.
I'm
we don't
still
have the
trying
technology.
to get...
Bro, squish him in. I'll just squeeze me up, get Baus in here.
Okay, production, is it
we'll
possible? Okay, they're trying to do it, okay? They're trying to bring Baus at the same time. And while we're waiting for Baus, Kedrol, first try. And you not only brought NLC to their first victory, but for the boys as well. Value was talking about the fact that he finally found someone that he connects with. Baus with this team. First feelings.
It's crazy. I mean, the boys smurfed it. I think if you watch our scrims, you'll know like we put a lot of work in, and we had a very bad period for a couple of weeks where we're all trying to relearn the game. But a lot of meetings and a lot of talks, and the boys put in a lot of effort on stream and off stream to like fix those mistakes, fix those problems. And through the tournament, I think you can see we got like better and better and better at sequences. And I think by the end of the tournament, we were just like when we beat that Supermassive in the 5th game, I think everything just came together from that point. Everything was just clicking.
We were talking about this before you joined in, the fact that everything is out there. So it's the easiest team to prepare for because everything is out there. How do you deal with that? I know it's like first time with the team and everything. It must be extremely hard, but that's the objective.
Yeah, I think we just have a lot of really, really experienced and smart players with ideas, and you can expect things from us, but then we can look at what teams do and we can study them and then play things that they might play and then take things away and catch them off guard or whatever. So I think our style changes against depending on which team we're playing against. And the boys are very flexible in what they want to do. And it's just, we don't play the meta champions, sure, but we play our champions. And as long as we can pick our champions at the right spot, then we're good.
Kedrol, I think this might go way, way back at the beginning of your days as a pro player, playing in like the UK scene and playing like small tournaments for like prize money or whatever it is. And now this is the UK scene. Like the NLC was combined with the Nordics. Does that bring some nostalgia for you that you won the NLC, you won that damn league, and you gave it a win at EMEA Masters?
Yeah, I mean, I used to play in the ERLs in 2016, 15, 17-ish. I played in a few UK lands, which was nice. I never imagined myself like being able to have the power to help the scene or grow a team in the scene, let alone when I went to LEC and played and went into casting. I didn't watch as much ERLs, but then I went into full-time streaming, and a lot of inspiration came from people like Kameto and Ibai who made their own teams. I think our team functions a lot differently, but I think we got a really good bunch of friends and like a family to come together to just all go on the same page and send it and see what happens. And now 4 months later, we're winning EMEA in our first split. So, I mean, I appreciate everyone supporting all the Los Ratones fans and everything. But I just want to give a massive shout out to the players. Like, they are so hardworking. Every single one of them, only have good things to say. They're tough on themselves, but they grind. They grind like motherfuckers. So, unless you're going to form a team and grind harder than them, you don't stand a chance.
And we appreciate you for bringing a dub for the NLC finally, Kadril. appreciate you for that.
Yeah, big.
Yeah. It took some time. It took some time, but we got there in the end. You mentioned Ibai, you mentioned Kameto, and you took some, you know, like they've got their teams, and you made your teams. Took some. Do you think, seeing how their teams have evolved now, gone into LEC, things move fast. KC won the LEC, gone to first stand. You know, now that I imagine you're kind of taking things one day at a time, but your thoughts must wander a little bit. You know, what are you thinking about that kind of stuff? Do you see that and you're like, that's where I see the Rats in the future? I want to be there?
Yeah, I've thought about it a lot. Not to say too much on the topic, but I think our team functions a lot differently internally on the business side to a lot of the other teams, right? We're like streaming everything. We're like 5 content creators doing this for content and stuff like that. But we're also putting a lot of our efforts to making sure we can compete, and competition's like so important to us. With that being said, I think I'm a person, and I think the boys are players that if we stay in the same place for too long, we start tweaking, you know? So we can keep winning these EU Masters, but I don't know where else we're going to go next, you know?
Love that.
I want to ask you something personal, not too personal. Right. Congrats, by the way, bro. Like, so happy for you.
Oh,
you deserve the world, man, because this is the passion project has been grinded day in, day out. As someone who's watched, I know you've put in effort every day. I want to ask you what it's like transitioning to a coach, especially when you're coaching someone like Reckless. I know you've talked a little bit about it on stream. Someone like Nemesis as well. People who have, rightfully so, egos in the sense that they're prideful at how good they are. I want to see how it's developed for you through the split, from you being like, you know, I trust in my players. I just want them to, you know, do what they do and I'll help guide them on the way, to where you are now, where you've obviously been coaching day in, day out for like 3-4 months straight.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, I thought about going into coaching many years ago. And I always like wondered what it would be like coaching. But then when I went full-time streaming, I thought I would never be able to coach. When we started the team, I was going to play, but then I thought, oh, I don't know if I have time to play and like compete. So when it came to coaching, I was a bit worried that I can't put as much time into it as I would want. And I still think I could have put way more time into building things for the boys and stuff like that. But I think coaches fill different roles. You know, you can sit there and tell players like Reckless and Nemesis how to play the game, but I think they are very capable and very knowledgeable, and they've been to Worlds finals, so they know exactly how the game should be played. I think for me, it was just finding ways to unlock them to express their thoughts and learn from what they think about the game, and then just growing from there.
I feel like you've done that.
So I don't think I did much, you know. I just did some drafts and then I just facilitated the conversations, you know. So they
with players like that, I feel like you kind of have to, you know, you're modest, you're humble, but I also feel like your approach is very good.
Oh, Bounce is here! There he is!
Bouncy! Are you here?
Yeah, are you here?
Oh, we lost him. We lost him. Oh, he's proxying already. He's proxying. We lost him.
Did he break it?
Yeah, I think he did.
Did he break it?
Wait, he's here.
Bounce, don't press the button. You just press the button.
Hello.
Oh, there he is.
Yo, what is up? What is up, everybody?
Congrats, bro. What do you mean, what is up?
By the
You
way,
just won.
Production, I leaked the password to this mix call.
You leaked the password!
Oh
in
my
2 minutes, in 2-3 minutes, we're gonna have a problem.
It's fine. It's fine. I've been told it's fine.
Don't let people in.
Oh, man.
Let's get a fix, okay?
You do it all the time. Balsi, welcome to this one. Congratulations beforehand. And you said it on the interview with me that as soon as you lock in, there's no way anybody can win. And someone is talking on my ear in another language. So with that in mind, how did you feel winning this 3-0?
Yeah, I mean, it felt pretty good, you know. I have my teammates, but I don't like to call them teammates. I like to call them my friends, right beside me. So I felt amazing during this whole finals. They're great, everything well. And so shout out to all Lost Tones members. Also Kadro, shout out to Kadro. He's been great.
Okay, I see that smile. I see that smile, and that's a big, big, big. So tell me something, Balsi. Can you guide me through the emotions as the game was finished, as the team won? Do you recall any sentence that was said that you can actually say on broadcast without being banned? Can you recall anything that came out of the team as soon as you won?
We were celebrating, you know, Crowley goes immediately, oh guys, we were hitting the Nexus, winning EU Master. Crowley was like, guys, this slow push we did at 15.2 minutes, we could have really played it up. I'm like, okay, we just won the EU Master. Crowley, you gotta chill out. We need to celebrate this, right? Everyone in the team is so laser focused on like improvement and doing so well. I think my job here was to just enjoy the moment, because this is a huge win for us, and you know, we all let it down, and we all celebrate, and we were very happy.
Listen up, buddy. You're talking about it being a huge celebration. That was your first pro year, first pro split, and you won EMEA Masters.
Yeah.
You know how long people play to even get to the finals, let alone win? So absolutely live in the moment, celebrate it. However, you are a man with a plan, always.
Yes.
No death has gone unplanned, and you have planned your whole 2025 and 2026 year. I'm assuming 2026 you'll be playing in the LCK and going Worlds. That's another story. But is this the first step, winning EMEA Masters, to get to the LCK?
Yeah, I mean, right. I came into this pro play, right, and I just want to kind of show everybody, you know, why people like to call me analyst experts, why they call me the Messi of League, right? So I want to just show everybody what's up, and so the goal is of course win Worlds. That's why I'm gonna play for another year, and then I'm out of here, right? I don't have anything else to prove after I win Worlds, you know. That's all there is. But for now, EU Master is as good as it gets, right? Like, we didn't get into a major league immediately. EU Masters is the next best thing we can win. So yeah, I mean, we 3-0 it, no big deal, you know.
Hey,
now we just kind of focus on the future.
There's 2 more splits, man. There's 2 more EMEA Masters coming up in 2025. You ready for those?
Grand Slam.
Yeah, and you damn right, Ultra Tomes is gonna be winning those as well. Okay, you're damn right. You're gonna see me in the finals, both of those.
Hey,
okay?
we're ready. We're casting NLC, buddy. We're so ready. Bring it home.
Yo, Bath, I got a not a personal question, but something I've noticed, right? And this is aimed at Mark as well. What I've noticed is, as a real big The Shy fan, and I have to mention, The Shy has really inappropriate deaths, right? But you look at the other side of the map and you say, so much is happening. This is IG back in the day. Do you see a parallel between yourself and one of the greatest top laners of all time? Because you do have a very high ceiling. And yeah, this is not as fantastic. You play so many different champions. You're willing to play counters. You've actually revolutionized League of Legends in a similar way that I think he did back in 2018, 2019. So you see a parallel, Baus, and why so?
Yeah, I don't.
Oh.
Did he see?
He's gone. He's
Oh
gone.
my god, did he see?
Yo,
my
wait,
god,
wait.
did he see?
Okay, so someone
Wait,
else
did I miss it too?
connected because of the leak. It's so bouncy, man. No, the thing is, if you get the password, you
such a
still
Baus thing
need
to
to
do.
know the link.
Oh, they can find anything. They can find
Kedril
anything.
is still here. So I think Kedril is still here.
The back burner.
Am I still here or did I?
Okay, he's here.
Yeah, he's still here.
Kedril, boss, before
okay.
Baus is back, okay, I got to hit you with this one. On the interview, Baus was like, okay, this is a 2-year plan. I'm moving to Korea. I'm going to win Worlds in 2026, and then I'm moving out. I'm going to be a father. Talk to me, Kedril. He said that on the interview.
Listen, he's a man with little time. He's got places to be, places to see, things to do. You know, he's not here to mess around. So he's gonna get the job done. Whatever the job is, he will make it happen, and then he'll move to the next thing. You know. So
if I may, Kedril, the more I watch this, and the more I get to watch like the building of this empire of the rats, the more I see you as the main character of solo leveling, where you're trying to build up that massive army, that everybody has a big personality, everybody has its role. When you look into this journey you've achieved from the beginning, what was the toughest one building up this team?
Ooh, I wouldn't say solo leveling. I think I'm still in fucking D tier hunter right now. I'm not sure if I've got that power to start raising the dead and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest hurdles will be tier 1 competition. Like I think a lot of like realism will start to hit. Like it's a fairy tale. Everything's great. Oh my god, everything's great. But there will be like bigger hurdles, right? This is the first. There's a lot more hurdles. You know, like entry into tier 1 region is already like a question mark. How do we get there? Making top 3 in that region. How do we achieve that? Getting to Worlds. How do we make things happen there? So yeah, there's still a lot of big hurdles coming, and like the first steps are good.
Okay.
I need my question answered, bro. I just need Vals. Do you remember the question?
Yeah, the shy.
You and the shy.
Correlations between me and him.
Yeah.
I don't really watch pro
doesn't know who
play.
the Shy is.
I don't even know. I didn't know who he was till Cadro mentioned him. Like I'm gonna be honest. I don't keep up with this stuff, right? I'm sure he's great at the game, but I don't really know. I don't really know him. Like
He might be a world champion. He might be a world champion.
I don't know him, okay. But did Mark at least show you, Cadro, did you show him stuff? Did you, like...
No, I didn't. But, like, I guess they share similar values in the sense that, like, not my lane, not my problem. And if it's a 1v3, they will click forwards instead of clicking back. So I guess that's the overlap. But I think Baus has, like... a very unique way of playing the game, and it's just about facilitating that uniqueness in like draft and also in the game itself. Like yes, he'll push sides and die to get us tempo somewhere else, but yes, he'll also push sides and die for no reason. So it's just about finding the balance and also finding him like good matchups.
Does it give you, just quickly, Baus, does it give you goosebumps knowing that in solo queue people are imitating your way of play? Not as normal as in, you know, like generally, but you're seeing Symbiotic Soul tops for like Volibear, for Cho'Gath, for Gragas. Like they are actually watching you and going, well, this guy knows how to play, and they're imitating you.
Yeah, I mean, as they should, right? I mean, I'm here 3-0 EU Master. What team can really... No, I mean, yeah, what team, but also what top laner can really go up against me? So I see in solo queue a lot of people copying my builds. They go AP Jax, you know, doing this and this. I want to see more in pro play. I want to see other pro players copy me, because this is just ridiculous. I'm here, I'm showing the world how to play the game, and they're still sitting on their Casantes, and they're still sitting on their weak-ass picks, and they're not doing anything. I don't really understand it. So, yeah, I really think it's great to see solo queue players all around the world do it, but I think pro players should also get some inspiration.
Bro, never change. Yeah. You are a gem. As Reckless said, I think one of your scrims never changed, bro. You're a legend. You're an absolute legend.
Yeah, I don't think Reckless should never change either.
Yeah, agree.
Yeah, I mean, you're a humble guy, Baus, mate. And I've got a question that leans into your humility as well. Obviously, your coach and mentor, Cadril, he went through his own lane swapping in his career, right? Starting as a mid laner, turning into a jungler, then a caster, now a streamer and a coach. You yourself, as the humble individual that you are, you set a checklist of things you want to achieve, what you want to do. You're going to LCK, you'll win that. You're going to Worlds, you'll win that, whatever. When that all becomes a little too easy for you, you said there's no one in top that can match you, that can beat you. When are we going to see Bausy in the mid lane, in the bot lane, in the jungle, and where will we see you challenge next?
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is, like, in my opinion, and this is just in my opinion, I think that jungle, mid lane, ADC and support role are so easy to play, and people that main those roles, no hate or flame or anything, but you're simply worse players than top lane mains.
You are the guy, bro. That's so
I don't see a reason why I should like go down, if that makes sense. Like why should I be
You're already at the
on
apex,
the highest skilled role and then downgrade myself? It doesn't make sense to me. So I want to stay in top lane.
Okay.
Final two
I
questions.
have a very important question right here. You wanted to play for the LCK. You obviously have to learn Korean.
Oh, you know.
But for you, it's very simple. All you have to learn is on me and my bad. Have you learned any of those two phrases in Korean?
Nope, I have not.
But you're gonna have to.
Okay, can we get something straight? Like, I don't know who told you guys that I want to go to LCK. I'm winning worlds.
You said it.
I said I'm winning worlds. I'm not saying I'm going to LCK.
You said it.
LCK, I promise you.
You said it in the interview. You said you're gonna
Hey,
play for a 2-1 league.
That's my bad then. Okay. Oh, for
Greatness.
T1. Yeah, of course. But you guys, we're gonna join T1. But I'm gonna bring my teammates. Don't you get it?
Whoa.
Okay.
Like
Hey,
I'm
Casual,
gonna
you're
join
moving
T1,
to
but
Korea.
Nemesis is still
Good
my
luck.
mid laner.
Holy,
okay.
the LR roster takes over.
To wrap it up, obviously, to give you
We're
time.
just
this
gonna
is a
leave
big
Gabriel.
one. We will take this opportunity to reveal the MVP, by the way, the MVP of the team, Baus.
Velia, it's gotta be Velia.
It is
Velia.
Velia. It is Velia. Velia was the
Let's
MVP
go.
of this
That's
one.
my goat right there. That's gonna be the best jungler in EU right now.
He was in first 2 games. He was insane. Like the carry performance was nuts, and even falling behind on Italy, like bro, still found so many picks.
He's playing an easy role though, so does he
Final
get the
question,
points?
and I'll let you go. This is for both of you. Let's start with with Balsi and then Kedril to wrap it up. Balsi, we had a conversation of there was a lot of judgment and doubts and everything from your opponents thinking they could take you down, you know, before the EMEA, because you lost a few scrims, and obviously that's not even official, it's like only scrims. So what do you have to say to them now that you won it all? That this is your opportunity to put them on their place, and for you, Kedril, if possible, what do you have to say the giant community that is behind you, believing in this project, and you just delivered it all. So starting with you, Baus.
Yeah, I mean, to the people saying, "Oh, the boost FFS, you're just inting every game. You have no place in pro play." You know, a lot of people saying that, but I just want to give a shout out to all the big support I had behind me and my teammates as well for trusting in me. They helped me a lot to ignore those type of people that disrespected and did not believe in me. So shout out to all my fans and to my teammates and my coach as well. They helped a lot.
Yeah, I would say shout out to all the Lost Honest believers who stuck with us through the hard times. I think it's very easy in a project with like a lot of exposure and a lot of eyes on you that some things can look very personal, like we can have arguments on something and then people can draw conclusions or we'll lose games. And a lot of people will jump to conclusions like, fire this guy sucks.
Oh, someone is fired.
Yeah.
There you go.
We're firing someone
Wait,
for
no,
sure.
They leaked the password
He
again.
leaked it again, didn't he?
Bausy.
We just
I'm
need
waiting for
Kate back
info.
to finish the sentence. We were so close.
It's
There
so
you go.
far.
We don't-
It's done.
Yeah.
The interview is done. For
I
those
think
of you,
he was saying thank you to everyone. It's easy to draw conclusions when you see things, you know, in your perspective and not know the full story. He's grateful.
And the last bit, we'll never know.
We'll never know.
We'll never know.
And then he said,
so
"What happened?"
the call crashed, and we were trying to understand it. Oh, do we have them back?
Third time's a charm.
Okay, but yeah, we can wrap it up.
Hey,
Baus, how you doing?
He said
Hey,
his bit.
you know what? Kedril was talking about the community and all that. He was thanking the community for the team. Take his place. Take his place. You're Kedril now.
Yeah, you know, Rat Gang, you know.
XTD.
I love, you know, the co-streams have been great, guys. You know, no, but really, we have a big fan base now, and you know, if you do like Lost Your Tones, I think your question in the beginning was something that everything is public, what we're doing, right?
Yeah.
The screams and everything. Yeah, it can very easily happen that we will have like a bad week, we'll be losing some scrims, and then people will be like, no, these guys don't have it in them. But you have to realize that as much as we might be inting in scrims and everybody sees it, when match day comes, Messi of League, he performs. And that's just how it's going to be like. I'm always going to perform when there's game day. And that's just how it is.
You never fail.
Well
yeah,
said.
you're the man with an objective, and you never fail. And you just proved everybody else. So I think you should be extremely proud of what you've achieved today and what you've achieved so far. You're an amazing member to the community. And this is something that I never said, and I actually wanted to say it to Kedril, but I'm going to say it to you and everybody involved in the project. You're actually reviving the scene. You're bringing so many eyes back into the league from a different perspective, because the personalities you folks are showing up and the love you have for the game, you're just pulling it back. So congratulations for the love and for the achievement you got so far. Whatever you end up, boss,
Yeah, thanks.
you're the Messi. Not even
And
kidding.
thanks. And I mean, shout out to you guys for hosting this whole tournament and making this all smooth and running nice. So shout out to you guys for making this happen as well.
You're a boss. You're a boss, man. All you.
Hey, good luck. I'll let you go. You're probably tired. And hey, it was a clean
Thanks.
sweep, so yeah, big. I'll see you soon.
Hey, bye guys. Messi's
Bye-bye.
out.
Yeah.
Peace.
Messi out.
There you go. That's the new catchphrase.
Messi out.
So good. So they were telling me that the call got a lot of attention, a lot of people trying to get in at the same time. So maybe the password being leaked was not that good. Not good. And there you go. Los Ratones take it 3-0 on final. And when it's required, they show up.
You know, I don't know. Like, I haven't been in Europe long, right? And I don't know the backstory. Like, you guys know a lot about NLC. And like, I you know, if anyone doesn't know at home, I've been sourcing these guys. Have been great information for me. But I feel like KC brings a lot of eyes as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, that brings, you know, obviously it brings the foundation to the league. LFL's the best. And this might be the very beginning where Los Ratones are so like, they're so good because of the support behind them. They obviously have lots of eyes, and, you know, the viewership would be out of control for NLC, I know, because there's so many people watching Cadril and Baus, and the whole team are all streaming. And it feels like a new leaf for your league that you guys always work on, that, you know, you guys put so much effort into, where this might be the beginning, a turning point, like what KC added to the LFL, that's now adding to the NLC, when you have so much talent that's just popping up and reviving the league.
We have been talking about a new era being built in EMEA Masters for the longest time. When Turkey joined, when Wildcats joined for the first season, it was 2 years ago, 2023, I believe, spring, and they won. We're like, whoa, this could be a new era where Turkey just absolutely stomps EMEA, because they were participating in like Worlds and everything, right? So they were a step above for sure. And we just never necessarily had an era that stuck. We have 4 championships for KC, and that's it. That's the only team that's ever been also dominant at the EMEA tournaments. And now Los Ratones could do what no other team could do other than KC and build a new era for themselves and the NLC as well.
They showed up something. Yeah, tell me.
We want to see it continue. This is it. Like we've seen one-hit wonders in EMEA Masters before. As you say, KC are really the only legacy team in EMEA, and I want to see the Rats continue doing it.
And you've got more seeds next split. Like spring, there's NLC, what, 2, 3 seeds?
NLC's going to have 2 seeds for the
Which
spring.
is when you have teams like Nord in the back burner.
Yeah.
I was going to say Ruddy, not really.
Let's see what happens, yeah?
You know what? Yeah, we'll see what happens. But like, there are bigger names, and there's good players in that league. So yeah, maybe a legacy is built out of the fact that the talent is more diversified and deeper now.
One thing that I would like to ask, it's a weird request, but I've always believed in this, which is give the players the opportunity to showcase themselves, break that fourth wall, where the players can showcase themselves into the audience. The audience wants to know these players. You already know Los Ratones because they stream constantly, but I think the other teams are trying to get that opportunity of showcasing those players. Because when we go to live events, or when we get the opportunity to talk with players, go to dinner with players like we did with Nord, we went out for the Japanese players, and we got to talk with X-Mari, with Treats, for instance. All those players have amazing personalities, and I think Los Ratones just showcased that if the community is able to meet those players, they'll fall in love with those players, because at the end of the day, we're just gamers.
Because League has been around for so long, it's moved out of this, like, you know, like real, like only competitive and very strict, has to be this way, to now, like, we want more personality. We want to see the inner workings of teams and players. Like, and you know, I feel like Counter-Strike went through that era as well, if anyone's familiar, where you know, it's still quite raw because people like the realism of the game.
Yeah.
You know, if I'm quoting from an esport that I feel like I watched sparingly, but I just feel like I've watched the trajectory of it. It is nice to see, like, you know, an esport become more real and become more about the experiences and the players, rather than just the broadcast and the show, right?
There's something on the beginning of League, for those that still remember League back in the day, where Baron still had the bushes and everything on PBE.
Oh, yeah.
Remember? Back in the day.
No, I wasn't born then.
I just want people to realize that back in the day, it was more of a solo game. You could turn the game around if you were good enough, because the game was so old. It was not so team reliant, and you got to see people playing individually. And the cool thing is, we're getting this with these point of views from streamers. You get to see them and how they play within the team fight. And I think you back at home have to realize that for all these players, victory means something different. For me, it's something. For you, it's something else. It is always different what you get at the end of the rainbow. But it's also important to know what it means to you to win. And to us, it means a lot that you were here with us throughout the entire tournament. And we actually grow up a lot. And I'm going to let you talk before we wrap up.
There's one thing that I know for sure, and it just makes me so damn excited for spring coming through, is that KC's angry. They don't lose. They don't lose EMEA Masters lightly. This is their playground. They're multi-champions for a reason. And I cannot wait to see a full-force KCB coming up against this Loshatonis roster.
That's actually scary. I didn't think of that.
Yeah, NLC was great this year, and the split, bloody hell, we were at the start of the year. It's going to be great this year. And the EMEA Masters, man, what a tourney this was. And moving forward too, it's getting bigger and bigger, right? Like it's spring is going to be bigger, summer is going to be bigger than that.
Bigger. Yeah.
So yeah, it's been really cool. Thank you everyone for checking out and making it for what it is.
And there's longer splits. There's Fearless as well, so it's testing more players. We're getting more players through the system as well. Because of that, I feel like there's more groundwork to cover. You know, new champions in LEC. It's gonna trickle down where teams are gonna start taking more of a risk and being like, "Oh, this player looks good. This player looks good." People get their time in the sun, and that's what EMEA Masters is good for. You know, you just saw 5 members from an NLC team destroy the LFL, but like, who knows what happens next split? It could be a brand new team.
Keep in mind that they just started this year, and they won EMEA Masters. It's how much you're willing to sacrifice that determines the track you're going to be walking. So with that in mind, who knows? Maybe it's you on EMEA Masters Spring or even Summer. We'll be waiting for you at the top of the mountain, but for now, the throne belongs to the NLC, belongs to Los Ratones. We love you very much. It was a pleasure to have you with us. And until then, keep climbing. I'll see you soon.
Freely using Katarina's cook.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Kindred cautiously
cooked Kit Kat cupcakes.
Carefreely using Katarina's cute cookie cutters. Ooh! I'm on it. I'm ready. Let's go.
Gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it, cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, higher, higher. Cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter.